We are live at Collecco. It is Monday, December 2nd, 2024, 7 p.m. Welcome, everybody. We are here and we are live. When you're on and with us, be sure to say hi and hit the like button. Let's go ahead and officially start getting all this shared, tweet, liked, posted, xed, etc., etc., etc. We're here and we're about to sell you, hopefully, a lot of vinyl. Welcome. Let's go ahead and get this chat reset. Chat is active. I just got the email saying we're live. Let's hit the thumb up button. Let's hit the share button. Let's hit the copy link button. Let's hit the share button. Let's hit the group button. Let's share there. Let's share here. Music's playing. Music's playing. Let's tag over here. This is shared. Let me walk back over here and take care of that. Or is Seth taking care of it? Seth's going to take care of it. Wow. Actually doing something constructive for once. Thank you, Seth. Thank you for turning off the music. All right, share, copy, link. Let's first jump over to Whole Lot of Records as Chad Williams. Let's go over here, group, Whole Lot of Records. Let's jump over here. And first thing we have is let's post right here, Monday night. Let's share that link there. That's posted. Now let's jump over here. That's been posted. Let's jump over here as Collecco. Seth's opening the door. What are you opening the door for? Look at the snow. Never seen it snow before? Let's open this. Let's open that. Let's go over here. Let's hit the thumbs up button there. Let's hit the thumbs up button here. Let's tag this. And we are live. And folks, we are about to get started. Everybody's saying tag. I usually don't do that, but I'll give them a link if they want it. We can't tag people. It's a business page. New people follow the page, and they're like, please tag me. And I'm like, we can't. We're a business page. So, but I can reply to you with a comment link. Facebook link. All right, exclamation point. Now, this is also streaming over on YouTube. I'm going to open my email where, because I'm subscribed to our own channel, I have got an email saying we're live. By the way, first few minutes here, we're just getting set up. Need everybody to go ahead and hit the like button and the share buttons. Let's the like button, the share button, copy link button. All right, now I've got the YouTube link copied. I'm going to go share it a few places. I'm going to also put it here in the comments of this ad as well. I'm going to have to bring my laptop a little closer. No, not because we have pre-orders or anything for my laptop, but mostly because I've got prices and information on all these autographs and high-end records we're going to be selling tonight. I've done some extensive research, and we got some really cool stuff to sell. I got a couple more places to share these links. Let me go back one more time. I didn't really even post the hot pictures. I bugged Laura and said, send me hot pictures. I don't think I ever did even use them, which is okay because I didn't want to mess up our algorithm. I already posted earlier today. And you got to be careful about posting too much on Facebook. They'll kind of start throttling you. So if you make 30 posts a day, it's not going to perform well, in case you didn't know that. So when I kind of post one hot picture, we're one hot picture and done. Right, Seth? All right. So let's go ahead and share the YouTube link here, and then I'll have one more place to share it. Welcome, everybody. So did I sell the Fred Goodwin signed lot? I did not. It's still available. It's still available. I just walked by my monitor, and that was my first question from John Young. It's still available. YouTube Live. Let's get everybody going. Let's jump over here. Make sure I shared that. So this is a... Oop, I put that in two places. Let me delete one of those. Oh, boy. I'm accidentally clicking. People are paying the heck out of their invoices. I'm trying to click back, and I accidentally open up Square. So many people's paying for their invoices right now, which is definitely a good sign. I'm not complaining, but it's causing me to misclick. I don't want to misclick, Seth. All right, I have not looked at a single comment other than me walking by the monitor and seeing that one question from John. I'm going to have to put my phone on Do Not Disturb. And let me walk over here. I think I got one more crate that, and there's my laptop. I'll get that in just a second. There's the other 45s. There's my blue juice. Let me grab that, and I should have a crate. That crate of stuff I was working on the other day should be back here somewhere, I hope. Let's see. Is it underneath that tub there? Is all the stuff that I got ready for auction. It's probably underneath this. Yep, it's this right here. I need this right here. And my blue juice on the desk. And I'll be set. We'll go ahead and start our first couple auctions. Got to have that blue juice. Got to have the blue juice. All right. Let me make sure our photographs are working. If not, then we're in trouble. They have been tested. I just want to make sure I have them up and ready, though. Whoop, not that one yet. We don't want to show that yet, right, Tanner? That's a surprise. Yeah. 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 All right, good. Photos are working. Good. Photos are working. All right, so let's go down to the bottom. Do not disturb Chad. Scott Apple said Seth working. Knives, Seth working. Here we go. I'm claiming collect on my taxes. Adult beverage time. Knives, good evening. 2 more invoices. Sup, hola, right on time. Here we go, here we go, here we go. 7:06. All right, show is officially beginning. Show is officially beginning. Chris Cornell, you're going to have to leave the stage for a few minutes. We'll leave Chris Cornell alone for a second. We'll go ahead and put up a first couple auction. I have a reduced price starting bid on an autographed photo. I think the last time I put this up, it was $125. I'm going to slash it down to $75. It's an autographed photo of Steve Miller. It says, best wishes, Steve Miller. It's signed by Steve Miller. I'm pretty sure that's what I put it up for the last time, $125. And that is a $75 start, signed by Steve Miller. We're going to start the night with an autograph. That's a signed Steve Miller photo. What is this crate here? Is this a crate Paul did maybe the other night? This is new arrivals, isn't it? Yeah, we're probably going to go through these and just see what's going on in here. We need a warm-up crate. So last week was Black Friday, and we pretty much sold, I'd say 90%, 95% of our inventory off. I basically don't want to show any of that again. New stuff starts showing up here tomorrow. We'll start having new stuff showing up here tomorrow. So that's kind of where we're at with new vinyl. So those that buy new vinyl and those that look for new vinyl, we'll have more starting tomorrow, essentially. So let me go ahead and put this first auction up. This is a Nirvana single. This is Nirvana and the rest of the BBC sessions. We're going to put this up for a $5 start. Nirvana and the rest of the BBC sessions. It's a 7-inch single. $5 start on that. Nirvana, and I believe that is a bootleg. Nirvana and the rest of the BBC sessions. That is a $5 start. Bleeding dry. No, we have very little new vinyl. I've got to work on that. And then our next auction is going to be this Grateful Dead box, limited to 10,000. This is the 50th anniversary of the Grateful Dead at Wembley Empire Pool. This originally retailed, I think, for a record store day, or is it just a normal release? I think it was just a normal release. It's a 5 LP box, and that's going up for a $75 start. It was originally $125 new. That's going up for a $75 start. So here's the agenda for tonight. We got auctions that Paul and Laura have prepared, and then we have crates from John. We have crates, hopefully, from Paul as well. He probably is marking blues records, and then y'all know what we're going to do. Discount vintage, and discount vintage. That's what we're going to be doing tonight. Let me go ahead and get started with this crate, and we'll see what's going on. So if you're watching new, very easy to get involved here. If you see something you want, just comment. If you want the Beach Boys, it's VG condition, $9.99. Only thing you got to do is comment BB for Beach Boys. And that's a Scranton Press, a mono, VG condition, $9.99. Moth the Hoople, this is VG condition. The Hoople, that is also $9.99. We have Quincy Jones Sounds. Quincy Jones is EX condition, $12.99 for Quincy Jones. And the Tubes remote control. The Tubes is in VG Plus condition, $14.99. So we got 3 auctions. We have a Steve Miller autographed photo. It is signed by Steve Miller, best wishes. It's JSA authenticated, and we're looking for a $75 start. Right here in the middle is the Nirvana single. Daryl Johnson has it for $30. Brian called with the first sale of the night and the first sale of the week with Moth the Hoople. That is sold, and the Grateful Dead box has one bid for $75 to Robert Warner. It is steel sealed. Yes, that was a record store day release. There it is. I was curious if that was. I see the sticker right here in front of me now. The Tubes remote control. We have Little Deuce Coupe, another Beach Boys in mono in shrink. The vinyl, once again, VG. Hard to find those early Beach Boys mono records in high grade. That one's also VG, $9.99. Malice in Wonderland. This is Pace Ashton Lord. That is members of Deep Purple, VG condition, $12.99. Nirvana singles now at $40. Final call on Steve Miller. This is Little Feat, VG, $14.99. Waiting for Columbus. And by the way, on the Steve Miller, the last time it was up, it was a $125 start, which I thought was fair. Now it's a $75 start, just FYI. Pamela, you're first on the Beach Boys. Let me know if you want Shut Down Volume 2 or Little Deuce Coupe. Your dibs on those. The Nirvana singles at 50. Final call on the Grateful Dead box. We have Double Fun, Robert Palmer. This is in VG Plus condition, $14.99. Robert Palmer, VG Plus, $14.99. Steppenwolf, Rest in Peace is VG Plus, $14.99. And When Malandi Sings, jazz vocalist, 1938-1961. Betty Carter, Ella Fitzgerald's on here, Billie Holiday. That's a 77 US Mono EX edition, $12.99. Paul just delivered the first crate of blues. And he's heading out. Yeah. Very unfortunate, but that's okay. We'll make ends meet. We got 5 crates of Vintage to go through, 2 crates of auctions. We got plenty. We'll do through. We'll do some. We're gonna do some vintage discount. We have to restock new vinyl this week because we've almost sold out of everything. Next is a carnival of songs. James Brown, Earl Bostic. Paul, we'll just have everybody throw Rotten Tomatoes at you, okay? So. We have Nina Simone also on here. That is a King compilation, VG Plus, $29.99. Pamela wants both Beach Boys. Those are so to Pamela and Pamela. Thank you and thank you. All right, so first thing is let's go ahead and make the sale price of that $75 to Robert Warner. Robert, thank you. You get the Grateful Dead box for $75. If anybody does want Steve Miller, he is $75, which is already kind of marked down from $125. The Nirvana singles at $60 with Shane Devers. We have Steve Nardella. That is a 1979 US promo, Rockabilly EX edition, $9.99. And we have Mindless Self-Indulgence, a 2007 US original. There is some damage right here, top of the spine. That's EX edition, $37.99. Looks like we need new auctions. Let's go ahead and get started with more new auctions. And the next thing I have is let's go ahead and put up Chris Cornell. Let's start off with something pretty incredible. I remember when these are in print, they're no longer in print, and me checking Discogs prices, I was like, yeah, I wish I would have ordered like an entire pallet of them when I could at wholesale. They have definitely gone up. I'm going to start this one at $275. It is the Chris Cornell Career Anthology, and this is the box set. To my knowledge, I believe it's colored vinyl. It's kind of hard to decipher. 66 hard page book, photos, turntable mat, cleaning cloth. I have this exact same thing in my collection. This is 7 LPs, DVD, 4 CD, sealed Chris Cornell. That is a $275 start. I think for the United States, you'll find out that's a really good starting price on that Chris Cornell. We have Shane out on Nirvana. Daryl Johnson has that for $70. Final call to Daryl Johnson. Let's go ahead and put up a single. We have Guns N' Roses, Sweet Child of Mine, an original Geffen single from GNR. The vinyl is beautiful, basically unplayed. Nice picture sleeve, original price tag on it. GNR is going to be a $10 start. Next, we had Mindless Self-Indulgence. We also have The Who Quadrophenia. That is an OG pressing, no condition notes, $39.99 on Quadrophenia, $39.99. Mental as Anything, Fundamental. That's with a gold stamp promo, $9.99. No condition notes on any of these now. We're kind of moving into non-check condition. The Leroy Brothers, no condition notes on that as well, $9.99. Jesus Christ Superstars, $19.99. And this is Tony Carey, $14.99. Self-titled, I Won't Be Home Tonight. Tony Carey, $14.99. And Eric Carmen, Change of Heart, in shrink, $9.99. All right, Nirvana is sold to Daryl Johnson for $70. Thank you. There is a bid on Guns N' Roses for $10. Welcome, everybody. If you haven't already, please make sure you've hit the like button on Facebook and the like button on YouTube. I would greatly appreciate it. I would greatly appreciate that. Now, Chris Cornell's a starting bid of $275. Nick Bargeron is in on Guns N' Roses at $10. And let me actually put up one of our first LPs. Hadn't done any LPs yet, so let me see what we have in here for LPs that are going up for auction. And the first thing I see is something by Clutch. And this is a 2021 white vinyl, and this is going to be a $20 start on Clutch. And Clutch is called Clutch, and I think that's Weatherman. Is that right? No, this is Weathermaker Vault Series. It's Volume 1, Weathermaker Vault Series, white vinyl. Clutch is a $20 start. Final call. If you for sure want Chris Cornell to get a bid in, please do me a favor. Hit the like button on Facebook, like button on YouTube. I'd greatly appreciate it. I need your help, and we've got other high-end stuff tonight. Got a wide variety. I've got at least, if everything sells that's supposed to, we'll have at least 10 air horns tonight. If everything sells that's supposed to. I hope that it does. That'd be an epic night to start off the week. Moving on here, we have Ian Thomas Band still here. This is technically a vintage warm-up band, I think, from when Paul did the show the other night. $14.99. George Harrison, Somewhere in England. George is $24.99, and then George Harrison Gone Tropo, also $24. Back-to-back George Harrison's there. The vinyl in the Chris Cornell, it's a 7 LP anthology, which is essentially a compilation. It goes everything from Soundgarden, Soundgarden, Audio Slave, Temple the Dog, his solo career. It's a wide variety of music on there. It's a large compilation. Nick Bargeron, you're out on Guns N' Roses. Let me know if you want back in. Clutch is a $20 start. We have the Statler Brothers short story. Statler Brothers is $9.99. J.D. Rogers, the message is still the same. A 1980 promo. That's $19.99. And we have Streetwalkers, Vicious But Fair, $19.99. Dead Box is still available. The Grateful Dead, already sold at auction. $75, one bid to Robert Warner. Humble Pie Performance. Humble Pie is $26.99. We have Orphan, and this is called, what is this called? Cerrone Lives to Sing Orphan. Is that what that says? $19.99. Clutch has an open bid of $25. And we have Ginger Lynch says G.H. Trope. That's George Harrison Tropo. Thank you, Ginger Lynch. That's so do you. Also, we have the Neon Philharmonic, $9.99 on that. A couple more in here. Then we're going to bring out some new stuff. We have Flight, Incredible Journey, a 1976 jazz funk record. That's $14.99. The Bongos is $12.99. Beat Hotel, L.A. Scene, L-A-S-I-E-N-E. I feel like I'm mispronouncing that. $14.99. We have Brian Call and Eric Carmen. That's a few back, but I think we still have it. Yeah, that's so to Brian Call. Thank you. And Elvis, Blue Hawaii, and this is a Hollywood Press. VG Plus, $26.99. I Can't Help Falling in Love. That is on here. Can't Help Falling in Love. VG Plus, $26.99. All right, so Nick Bargeron said out on Guns N' Roses. That is sold for $12 to Pamela Yeager. Pamela, thank you. I'm going to put Guns N' Roses right over here. That's sold to you for $12. Chris Cornell's a no bid. $275 bot now. Who wants it? Great price at that, $275. And I still got Steve Miller, signed Steve Miller photograph, JSC authenticated. That is $75 if anybody wants it. I'm putting those right here next to me. Clutch is at 27. Nick Bargeron. Time for new auctions. We have Corey Lawson on Humble Pie rocking the Fillmore. That is sold. What is left of George? George Harrison, the only one left. It was this one here, and that's Somewhere in England. Does Statler have flowers on the wall? It does not. Not on that album. All right, next auction going up right now is going to be, what do we have in here? I see a Devo record. This is a 1980 U.S. original Jacksonville press with the original on her sleeve. EX edition, a $25 star. Freedom of choice. Whip It. Girl You Want, both big hits on this album. EX edition, a $25 start. There's the original on her sleeve. OG Devo, now up for bid. All right, now I'm not going to go through that bin again. I think I'm going to go ahead and grab John's first check condition bin of the night. And let's go ahead and put up another auction. Let's go ahead and go 3 wide. And let's try out one of these No FX records. Y'all hadn't even seen really the... Y'all hadn't really seen the hot picture of tonight's auctions, have you? Because I really just posted the autographs and some of the high-end stuff, and I never did even get around to posting the hot pictures. I was going to do it all together, but I made that post beforehand. This is an original 1989 U.S. with insert and thick packet of album reviews. It's a press kit, essentially. EX edition, $45 star. George Harrison's $24.99. So there is like this... Xeroxed all these album reviews of NoFX, S&M Airlines. Paul says the vinyl is a nice EX. There is that, and then there is the insert. In shrink, NoFX is an OG. That's going up for a $45 start. Clutch has bids for $28 and $30. Larry Drish says he'll do the Chris Cornell. Buy it now. Larry, this is sold to you for $275. Great decision. I figured that would bring well over $300. Now it's sold to Larry for $275. Thank you. Chris Cornell is gone. No more Chris Cornell. He has left the building. Clutch now has a high bid with Chris Nichols for $30. Devo's a $25 start, and NoFX is a $45 start. George Harrison, Somewhere in England, is available and possibly sold to Karen Robbins. We'll see what she says. Now, John's prepared his 4 crates. Paul left us with 1 before he left. And since the Black Friday sale, we've been able to free up a lot of space and put out a lot of records that I haven't seen or got to go through in a long time. As soon as we go through all the new stuff, it's going to be discount and buy it now best offer for pretty much the rest of the night, okay? Final call on these 3. Now, I'm going to keep 3 or 4 auctions going at the same time. I'm going to bring this over here on the screen and actually show it. But before I do that, Tanner has uploaded me some more pictures. Great. Don't forget about all the Elvis stuff we have to auction tonight. Holy moly, wait till y'all see some of that. But here's what I was going to show. This is officially going up for bid. I'm going to bring it over on the table in just a second. I'm going to bring it over on the table. It's kind of big. It's kind of hard to show. But this is officially going up for bid. We sold one to a very good customer not too long ago, actually. It's going to be the same starting bid. He bought it for the starting bid, which I thought was surprising. I didn't get more bids the last time. I'm going to try another one. This is a different one. Paul recently bought this in a collection he just got. The Rolling Stones MoFi box. If you know what it is, you know what it is. Same price as the last one we sold a few months ago, $1,500 start. $1,500 start on the Rolling Stones MoFi. 1500, $1,500. That's officially up for bid. Everything is beautiful. Paul went through each disc just a moment ago. It's the way you thought it was going to be. The Tony Carey details, that's over here in this other bin. Let me see if I can find Tony Carey. Every time I say that, I want to think it's Danny Carey. I was like, Danny Carey put out a solo album in the 70s when he was like 12 years old, but not the same person. This is Tony Carey, $14.99. No, he'd probably be younger than that. Tony Carey has hop sticker, I won't be home anymore, or I won't be home tonight. No condition notes, Tony is $14.99. All right, are we done on clutch? Last thing was Chris Nichols at 30. Nick hadn't set out. Leslie hadn't set out. No bid on Devo and no bid on FX. Final call on all those. New check condition stuff we're going through right now. We have the Edgar Winter Group shock treatment. Edgar Winter is in VG condition, $9.99. We have new riders of the Purple Sage, Gypsy Cowboy, VG plus $14.99 on that. Boz Skaggs, Silk Degrees, Gold Stamp Promo, Lido Shuffle, VG condition, $9.99 on Boz Skaggs. And we have the Hissing of Summer Lawns, Joni Mitchell, VG plus $14.99. And Danny O'Keefe, So Long, Harry Truman, VG plus $14.99. All right, Devo's, a 1980 US Jacksonville with the Ridgewinter sleeve, EX condition, $25 start. Next, No FX is a 1989 US original with insert, a press packet, and it's an EX edition $45 start. We're selling clutch to Chris Nichols for $30. Boy, y'all asked those questions at critical times. Almost made them buy it now. Looking for 25 on Devo, 45. If John or Sean doesn't bid very soon, I'll go ahead and put it up. Now, I'm going to put the Stones box back here. It's kind of hard to show, but y'all know what it is. It's the Rolling Stones Mobile Fidelity Sound Lab box. We have several kind of platinum items tonight, as I call them. It's not really platinum night, but it might as well be. I'll kind of open up the vault here where you can see it. But it's the Stones MoFi collection. You get self-titled 12 by 5, Out of Our Heads, Aftermath, Between the Buttons, Satanic Master's Request, Beggar's Banquet, and then some of my favorites here, Let It Bleed. The Hot Rocks collection, Get Your Yayas Out. It's numbered 2977. It does have the Geo disc and the book. So it does have the Geo disc and the book, and I think it has this insert as well. Yeah, it has this Rolling Stones insert that came with it, with the match number 2977, with all the solicitation documents from Mobile Fidelity Sound Lab. So this thing is complete and nice. It is a $1,500 start. There it is. Very nice box. 2977. 2977. That is officially up for bid. Let me turn it right here, and I think y'all can see that it's up there. But I've actually got a better photograph that fits on the screen that I took earlier. $7 in limited shipping, as much as you want to buy tonight, okay? $7 in limited shipping. Now, as of right now, Devo, no bid. Devo, no bid. And now Devo has a bid. Okay, Devo, final call. Scott Landvatter, $25. If you want Devo, I would recommend bidding very quickly because it's been up for a while. It's finally got a bid, and No FX finally has a bid. Final call on both of those, 45 and 25. Going through new check condition stuff. Richie Blackmore's Rainbow, VG Plus $19.99. Richie Blackmore's Rainbow. Led Zeppelin 2 has not went up. It will be going up shortly. I'll go ahead and tell you the starting bid. $975, because I'm sure somebody's going to ask between now and 8 o'clock, probably when I sell it. Fresh Raspberries. This is VG condition, $9.99. Bob Dylan's Greatest Hits, VG condition, $14.99. VG condition, $14.99. And we have the Buddy Holly story, VG plus $24.99. VG plus 24. That's on the coral, actual coral colored coral label, VG plus $24.99. And Ricky, as in Ricky Nelson, VG plus $14.99. Mark Fallon says he's in on Devo at 26. Well, I think 5 people put Devo, but they actually didn't put a bid. John did, Mark did, and then Scott actually put a numerical first. Nobody else bid on NoFX. Let's go ahead and sell that for 45. But Mark, you're leading now at 26. You have Devo for 26. Everybody else is out. NoFX is officially sold, and that had that one bid, and we're selling that to John Howard for $45. Wow, I think the last one of those we sold for like twice that much. And this one's in shrink with all the goodies. That NoFX is sold for $45. Thank you, John Howard. That's sold to you. Don Nicole and Ricky Nelson, that's sold. Final call to lock in a bid on the Rolling Stones MoFi. The last time it sold and it didn't get a bid, somebody did the buy it now. And I think there was someone backup as well. So just saying, if you really want it, I would bid. Or you can wait and try to grab it for that $1,500 mark. The Love is Real, Jackie Wilson, EX Edition, $17.99. And we have the Rascals Greatest Hits, VG Plus, $14.99. Final call on Devo, Scott Landvatter. Let me know if you want back in. Mark Fallon has it for $26. And we have Progressive Bluegrass and other instruments played by Roger Sprung, VG Plus, $9.99. We did a new auction going. Let's go ahead and do it right now. And guess what I got? Another box set, unadvertised. This is the Beatles collection. Uh-oh, check this out. The Beatles collection. This is the 1985 UK box. All jackets and discs are beautiful. EX Plus Limit Minus. The last one in this condition sold for $499.99. The cheapest for sale right now is $700, and we're going to start this one at $475. Paul has said, let's start this one at $475. Last sold $500, and the cheapest one on Discogs right now is $7. There is a little bit of condition wear on the box right there. A little bit of shelf wear on the bottom. It looks like where it was pulled in and off a shelf. A little bit right there as well. The latch comes down, and this was pressed in 1985, and this is the Beatles collection. You get Please Please Me, you get With the Beatles. I know it's hard to show it on the screen here. Hard Day's Night, Beatles for Sale, and there's Hard Day's, or did I already say that? Beatles for Sale, there's Hard Day's Night, Rubber Soul Revolver, Sgt. Pepper's, Let It Be, Abbey Road, The White Album, Yellow Submarine, and Beatles Rarities. That is going to go up, and that's a $475 start. The Beatles collection. I'm going to lay that right back there to Devo. Devo's now at 30. Devo is now at 30 with Mark Fallon. Scott Landvatter says he's out. So that is a final call. All right, let's go through some more straight price buy it now. Got check condition, got a crate from Paul, got 3 more crates from John, and we got some really cool stuff. I got a bunch of 45s. I think we're going to have enough auctions to keep us entertained, probably till midnight or further. Faces, wow, a nice copy of Ooh La La, or I should say VG Plus. Faces, Ooh La La, $29.99. Does have a little bit of staining on the back, but that's just something we don't get too often. $29.99 on that. And Rod Stewart and Faces Live, Coast to Coast, that's in VG condition, $12.99. All right, let's go ahead and sell Devo to Mark Fallon. Thank you. That's OG Devo, Girl You Want. I like that one better than Whip It, just probably because I've heard Whip It so much. But that is a classic, and that is sold to Mark Fallon for $30. And we're officially going to make the Rolling Stones a buy it now for a $1,500 buy it now. If anybody wants the Rolling Stones MoFi box, it can be bought right now for 1500.00. I'm going to go ahead and take it off the back here. Complete, nice. That will include $7 shipping, and we will pack it ultra securely, and we've sold those. I think this is the fourth one we have sold, plus or minus about $200 since I've been doing this. There it is. All right, back to live view there. I'm going to move down the Beatles box. Let me see if I can get it standing up here. I'm going to try my best without knocking it over. The Beatles box is a $475 star. It looks better, I think, standing up there. We have Sly and the Family Stone Fresh. That's VG Plus $19.99. We have Randy Newman Sell Away. That's VG Plus $14.99. And Big City Merle Haggard. That's in shrink. VG Plus, $9.99. Let's put up a Screeching Weasel record. An original, $19.99 US with insert and large poster signed by the band. Wow. With autographed poster. VG Plus, this is a $95 star. This is Screeching Weasel, Emo. $95 start. Paul's graded the vinyl VG Plus. And there is a poster that is signed by the band. And this is actually signed. And it is a $95 star, Screeching Weasel. And that is now up for bid. Let's put that there. It has the inner sleeve and insert. There's the cover. A little bit of damage down here on the corner. Screeching Weasel with signed band poster, a $95 start. Pamela Yeager gets Faces, Ooh La La. That's a classic. Sold to Pamela Yeager. Chase Arnold on Sly. That's sold to Chase. Leslie on Merle Haggard. That's sold. And Robert, we've already sold Merle Haggard. Leonard Skinner, one more from the road. VG condition, $16.99. VG condition, $16.99. And we have Motown at the Hollywood Palace, starring Diana Ross and Supremes, with the Gladys Knight and the Pips, Jackson 5, Willie Tyler and Lester, and special guest Stevie Wonder. I've never seen that before. Motown record, VG condition, $9.99. And Patty Duke, don't just stand there. Patty Duke is VG Plus, $12.99. All right, if anybody wants to grab the Beatles, that is a couple $100 below cheapest in market, cheaper than the last one that sold, and the vinyl is pristine. The Beatles collection UK box is a buy it now for $475. So we got the Beatles box and the Rolling Stones box, both available, $1,500 and $475 if anybody wants in on those. Couple claims right here. Pamela Yeager wants Motown, Michael McCullen on Leonard Skinner. And Matthew Sebastian's going to pick up the Beatles box for $475. I knew that one would sell. I'm still kind of shocked no one's bought the Stones MoFi. That is, and also some about MoFi stuff, they always retain their value. And of course, you can't go wrong with the Beatles. This is a pretty cool box. That's sold to Matthew Sebastian, and that's sold for $475. Next is Todd Rundgren Initiation. Todd Rundgren's VG Plus $14.99. Also, Traffic Shit at the Fantasy Factory. Traffic is VG Plus $14.99. Willie Nelson Redheaded Strangers VG $12.99. Final call to get a bid on Screeching Weasel for $95. That is an OG VG Plus, and it has a signed poster by the band. Next auction is a 1984 U.S. Electro Sound Midwest pressing. Translucent when held up to the light. Paul says it's borderline between VG and VG Plus, and REM is going to be a $20 start. There's the original undersleeve. This is REM, and that's an 84 U.S. original with the vinyl there. Gregory, I guarantee that's already shipped to you, and you just don't have the tracking. I guarantee that's already shipped. They're definitely shipped through November 18 for sure. Definitely. That's already on the way to you. We have Stephen Lawson on Redhead Stranger, and Screeching Weasel has a bid for $95. We have Jimi Hendrix, Are You Experienced, VG Plus $24.99. And New Riders of the Purple Sage, Marion County Line, VG Plus $14.99. But just make sure you send our page a message. I honestly have no clue what's going on with shipping. I am in the dark, as always, when it comes to shipping. I have no idea who's paid, who's not paid, what shipped, and what hasn't shipped. That is Brian, Ed, Steve, and Tanner assists sometimes. We have Brian DeLon. That's a first-time buyer, perhaps. Brian on Buddy Holly. Is that right? Brian, let me go ahead and verify your YouTube account. Welcome, everybody. If you haven't already, make sure you've hit the like button on Facebook, the like button on YouTube. I would greatly appreciate that. If you're watching on YouTube for the first time, $7 in limited shipping. $7 in limited shipping, everybody. That's as much as you want to buy. If you're watching new for the first time tonight, welcome. And if you buy something and I don't catch your name, say yes, first time buyer. We now have almost 300 people watching tonight. Let me make sure Brian and let's see here, joined 10 years ago. Brian, you've been on YouTube for a while. Thank you and welcome. In the description of this video, there is a link to our website. Brian, if you don't care, go ahead and fill this out. Say first time, or when this form's filled out, you've already said you're a first time buyer. When you have filled that form out, say form completed, this is sold to you. Now, this is a great time to be a first time buyer. Not only is this a great show tonight, but we've got Tuesday, the rest of tonight, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, 6 nights in a row, as much as you want to buy. Screeching Weasel got one bid with Daryl Johnson, and now it's sold. That's sold for $95 to Daryl Johnson. Colin has REM for $20, going twice, going 3 times. We've only got about a blue million other things to put up for auction, okay? Only a blue million. Have y'all ever seen a blue million items? That's a lot. Okay, well, let's go ahead and put something else up for auction. And I bet some people's like, I wonder what Chad's going to start this at. I'm going to tell you what I'm going to start it for right now. This is one of those pieces, if no one bids, it's okay with me. Okay? I am okay keeping this. You don't have to bid. Starting bid is $1,750. This is a Beach Boys Pet Sounds that has been signed by Brian Wilson, Mike Love, Al Jardine, and Bruce Johnston, the Beach Boys. 4 signed, beautifully signed. The jacket is from the 50th anniversary remaster mono. It includes the LP. So I know we've been selling some jackets here lately without disc in them. This actually has a disc in it. It's a 50th anniversary remaster. It comes with 2 letters of authenticity. Beckett has certified it, and JSA. It's good to go, and I'll verify that they verified it, and I'll verify it myself. $1,750, a true rock and roll gem. Some say one of the greatest albums of all time, signed by 4 members of the Beach Boys, $1,750 start. and that is now up for bid. That's now up for bid. I'm going to leave it right there in the background. I've took a picture of it because I don't want to handle it too much. It's obviously pretty expensive item. We've got really good high quality photos of the signatures, the letters, and everything, and it's now up for bid. $1,750. Okay, that's up for bid. Let's put up another LP. That's in the background, so if you want to bid, you can do it right now. The last thing I said was REM 20, REM 22, REM 21, REM 24, 25, 27, REM 28, REM 30, REM 32, and now welcome everybody that's here for the first time. I spent a little bit of money on an ad for tonight. It's actually still running, so I'm sure new buyers will be off and on all night. And welcome. We got some cool autographs and just some cool records to auction, okay? Here's a late 70s U.S. Winchester press of the Grateful Dead, Skeletons from the Closet. It's actually a really clean copy. Vinyl's a very nice EX and a very nice jacket. Grateful Dead's a $25 start. We're about to sell REM. Neil Rigler has it for $32, making sure Phil Ott's out. Phil Ott, if you're out, I'm going to go ahead and sell it. We're going to run through this bin one more time very quickly, and then we're going to go ahead and go through Paul's crate, John's other crates, and I have more 45s to auction. Boy, I have a ton of 45s to auction, actually. Let's go ahead and put this up. I don't know if y'all caught this in the hot picture. I never had seen this before. This is Pipeline, Stevie Ray Vaughan and Dick Dale, a Stevie Ray Vaughan single. This is actually from a soundtrack, Back to the Beach. That's going up for a $10 start. That's a single, 7-inch single picture sleeve with Stevie Ray Vaughan and Dick Dale. And just one more reminder, Pet Sound's up for $17.50. Pet Sounds is up for $17.50. And I encourage you not to bid. This is one of those things where I'm okay keeping it. I've had it for, I think I've had it for about 5 months now. And I'm like, man, I got to get this out on Facebook. And so I finally broke down today, took pictures of it. And I'm like, all right, I'm going to at least let people know I have it. But, I mean, what a gem to own. I will let it go to you. $17.50, the starting bid. Now, let's recap this bin. We have Edgar Winter Group Shock Treatment, VG Condition, $9.99. New Riders of the Purple Sage, Gypsy Cowboy, that's VG plus $14.99. Boz Skaggs was VG $9.99. Joni Mitchell was VG plus $14.99. Daniel Keefe was VG plus $14.99. Richie Blackmore's Rainbow, still available. I need to blow an air horn to wake everybody up. VG Plus Condition, $19.99. We have the Raspberries, Fresh Raspberries, VG $9.99. Dylan's Greatest Hits was VG $14.99. Jackie Wilson was EX $27.99. The Rascals was VG Plus $14.99. Progressive Bluegrass with Roger Sprung was VG Plus $14.99. Faces Live, VG $12.99. Randy Newman's VG Plus $14.99. And REM is officially sold to Neil Rigler for $32. We have a final call on the Grateful Dead. As of right now, just has one bid for $25. That is Skeletons from the Closet and Stevie Ray Vaughan's at $15. And final call on the Beach Boys at $17.50. Next is Patty Duke. That was VG plus $12.99. Gregory Roberts gets the Rainbow. That's sold to Gregory Roberts. We have Todd Rundgren Initiation. VG plus $14.99. Traffic was VG plus $14.99. Brian Call on the Raspberries. That is sold. Les is out on Stevie Ray Vaughan. That's a final call to Nick Bargeron then for $15. Hendrix, his debut. It's not OG. It's a 70s pressing. VG plus $24.99. And we have New Riders of the Purple Sage. This is Marin County Line, VG Plus $14.99. So when I come back, I'm selling Stevie Ray Vaughan to Nick for $15. I'm selling Michael McCullen the Dead for $25. And that's where we're at. And we are about to sell those, all right? Plenty of cool stuff. I have a whole crate of auctions that was technically a surprise because we didn't post a hot picture. And then we have some stuff that I got ready over the weekend. I guess that was Sunday before I did the coin sale. I got almost a whole crate of buy it nows and auctions to show. Let's see what Paul has prepared for us. Let me go ahead and put this right here. And let me go ahead and see what the crate that Paul has prepared for us. And here we go. So, Michael McCullen, No One Has Opposed You on the Grateful Dead. Let's sell that for $25 to Michael McCullen. That's gone. Let's put that away. And Nick Bargeron, you've been outbid on the Stevie Ray Vaughan single. That's at $17, okay? $17 on that. I actually have I have a handful of new things here. Let me see what else Paul's got in this crate that him and Laura have prepared. Let's see what's going on right here on the front. What version is this Pearl Jam? Okay, and then what is this? I see MoFi. Ooh, Pat Benatar MoFi. This is In the Heat of the Night. Pat Benatar is a 1981 MoFi. No condition notes. It is really nice. as you would expect from MoFi, a $35 star. This is Pat Benatar in the heat of night. Beautiful vinyl. That's going up for a $35 star. Pat Benatar, $35 star. Stevie Ray Vaughan has a new bid for $20. Looks like we need one more auction. Why I'm pulling that? I'm going to make this a buy now if anybody wants it for $1,750. I got to make sure I said that price right. $1,750. If anybody wants in on that, it is now a buy it now. That is available. 1750.00. A couple higher end items tonight. That's available if anybody wants it. Wow. Great piece. Double, 2 letters. Beckett and JSA. It's good as gold. That's up for bid. And here we go. Next is Clutch. This is Slow Hold to China, rare and unreleased. Clutch is an original 2003 US with insert VG Plus. None listed as unofficial, but for some reason it's blocked on Discogs Marketplace. So it's not listed as an unofficial, and we have, but it's blocked for sale. So I guess it is somewhat of an unofficial. Clutch, Slow Hold to China, rare and unreleased. I don't think that is an official technically. Clutch is a $35 start. Stevie Ray Vaughan, Pamela's out. And the last bid on that was Nick Bergeron for $20. That's a final call. And Pat Benatar is at $35. All right, let's go ahead and continue going through this bin right here. And I'll go ahead and queuing up our next autograph. So right now, the 2 buy it nows is the Rolling Stones for $1,500. Beach Boys Pet Sounds for $1,750, and I have a feeling this one's going to sell. Let's go ahead and get it up. I have an image of it, but I'm definitely going to show it on screen because y'all got to know what's going on with this one. But I'll go ahead and show you the nice picture for those that saw this in the hype. This is going up right now, okay? This is a 1969 OG Robert Ludwig, the OG Sterling Sound SS CTH. Now, we've had a lot of these. This may be one of the nicer ones I've had. Some people's been waiting for this to come up. And now, let me go ahead and tell you the lowdown on it, all right? Starting bid is $975. I think the last one we had this nice sold for, we've sold some within the last year for $11.75, $12.75. We sold one that was probably this nice to one of our great customers for $15.75 about a year ago. Here it is. This is Led Zeppelin 2. It is a CTH pressing, RLSS, and it is EX Plus. I want y'all to look at it. This is the CTH. So the RLSS were pressed at Monarch, Presswell, CTH, and this is a CTH. And they might have been pressed somewhere else here in the United States. But what is great about this one, what I say is the premium, not only that it's the Bob Ludwig cut, but also because it is a high grade, which is just unusual. I have 7 more of these right now in the store. They're all VG minus or less. This one has sheen to it. It is extremely nice. One of the nicer ones we've had come through here. As y'all would imagine, I've test played it 2 or 3 times. It kicks. It's a $975 start. It is a nice copy. It is one of the most desirable Led Zeppelin records, probably that and the first OG Turquoise. And just in record collecting right now, probably one of the most desirable and hottest LPs you can get. This is Led Zeppelin 2, the RLSS. That's a CTH. Nice jacket as well. I was going to grade it VG Plus. And this is Hot Mix First Press. This is it. This is Bob Ludwig, RLSS. That's the OG 1969. That is what you want. It is up for bid for a $975 start. And that is a beautiful copy. Clutch, is it on color vinyl? Clutch is on black vinyl. It's a semi-bootleg. It's a 2003 original, and it has a bid for $35. Now, I think we're done on the Stevie Ray Vaughan single. We can go ahead and sell that to Nick Bergeron for $20. And Pat Benatar MoFi. Pat Benatar MoFi right there in the middle. Benatar has one bid for $35 with Dean Tedford. That's a final call. Just want to let everybody know what's going on with those, okay? I have all kinds of cool 45. Elvis 50 EPs. I've got autographed drum heads from Testament. Striper, Kicks, Eric Singer, Kiss. I got a Jackal autograph hat. I have an Allman Brothers Eat a Peach that's autographed that I really don't want to sell. But once again, I'm going to show it. And let's see what Paul has here. That is the Bob Ludwig. Yes, so RL on the Dead Wax. I don't want to give the full story, but long story short, he cut a mix of Led Zeppelin 2 that was so hot, it was kicking off cartridges when people were playing them. If you were playing it on a low-end turntable, it was kicking the cartridge off of the turntable. It was cut so hot. The president of Atlantic Records asked him to, or basically asked for it to be recalled, and then they recut it. So obviously, if you have high-grade equipment, I've tested it on some pretty high-grade equipment here. It is an amazing sounding record. And of course, not only that, it's one of the greatest rock and roll records ever conceived. Right, Seth? It is incredible. All right, let's see what Paul has here. So we have Otis Spann, Crying Time. That's a 1970 U.S. reissue. Otis is $24.99. Otis Spann, Crying Time. That is $24.99. And we have Blues Makers, Blues with a Feeling, George Smith and the Chicago Blues Band, tribute to Little Walter, a 1969 U.S., $24.99. Also, we have Blues Makers, Further Up on the Road, Shaky Jake and the All-Stars. That's also a 69 U.S., that is $24.99. And an offer you can't refuse, Walter Horton and Paul Butterfield. So we got a Paul crate here, so I think you know what's in store. On this, we have a 77 UK, that's $14.99, and we have Bel Air's Need Me a Car. That's an 85 US rockabilly, that is $9.99 on that. And the King Snakes, Take a Chance, that is $24.99. That's an 85 US. The King Snakes, Take a Chance, that's $24.99. And we have Chicken Shack. Chicken Shack is 91 UK, that's $34.99. Chicken Shack, and we have Boogie Bill Webb, Drinking and Stinking. That's an 89 US, that is sealed for $19.99. And Wild Child Butler, Lickin' Gravy, a 1988 US sealed, that is $19.99. Dean, you went unopposed on the Pat Benatar MoFi. I'm going to go ahead and sell that to you for $35. Thank you. And Clutch is now at 40 with Gregory Roberts. Clutch is at 40 with Gregory Roberts. So Pat Benatar, just one bid. That's sold for $35. And Clutch is at 40 with Gregory Roberts. We have Lou Ann Barton. This is called Read My Lips. It's an 89 US sealed. That is $19.99. And James Talley, Got No Bread, No Milk, No Honey, but we sure got a lot of love. That's a 75 US. That is also an original seal. That is Bluegrass, $24.99. Now, if y'all have been out of the loop, we bought an incredible blues collection here locally outside of Nashville. Probably one of the best assortment of blues we've had. Y'all have missed some very high-end records. We sold some Hall of Fame type stuff already out there. The Muddy, the Howlin' Wolf, Rockin' Chair album, some pretty incredible stuff. But some of it's going to be continuing tonight, right now. Let's go ahead and put up one of the first Elvis 45 EPs here. So this is a pretty incredible piece here. This is Any Way You Want Me. I don't recall seeing this one too many times. 1956. 1956. This one even has Mystery Train on it. The jacket's in VG, VG Plus. The vinyl's in EX, which is incredible for an Elvis EP. Does have the dog label. That's going to go up for a $45 start. And that's a 1956 Elvis EP. Any Way You Want Me. I'm going to do that one first because out of all the Elvis EPs I've bought and sold, I don't think I've ever had that one, which is incredible that I've never had that one come through here before. If anybody wants Led Zeppelin, final call for a $975 start. This one's EX Plus condition, very high grade, $975, 1969, US OG RLSS CTH, $975. Final call if you want to lock in a bid. What is Clutch? It's called Clutch. It's called Slow Hold of China, rare and unreleased. It's a 2003 original, VG Plus condition. Gregory's been sitting on it for $40 for about 3 minutes. I'm about to say, sell it. Almost said shake it because somebody said, what was the price on Shaky Jake? Shaky Jake was a 69 US. That is $24.99. We have the Nighthawks, Jacks and Kings. That's a 78 US. That's $14.99. That's also sealed. And Luther House Rocker Johnson, Taking a Bite Out of the Blues. That's a 1990 US. That is sealed, $19.99. And we have Hans Olsen, Sings the Blues. Han Olsen is a 1980 US. That's $14.99. Neil Rigler doesn't want Shaky Jake. That's sold to Neil Rigler. We have Otis Spann, Walking the Blues, a 72 US. That's $24.99. And Chicken Shack, this has got Christine Perfect on it, the collection. Chicken Shack is a 2LP, 1988 UK, $24.99 on that. So, final call on Clutch. I'm going to go ahead and get our fourth auction going, and then I'm probably going to go ahead and make the two on the table buy it now in just a second. The first thing I have, though, is another LP out of here. Let's go ahead and grab this, and it was a Genesis bootleg. It's Genesis, A Living Story. This is the 1977 tour. It's a vintage Genesis bootleg. This is live at the Rainbow Theater on January 2nd, 1977. Paul's has said it's in VG condition. Paul says it's in VG condition. It's a vintage Genesis bootleg. It's a $15 start. Elvis is I believe I said a $45 start. The cheapest that was kind of in this condition is at $60, and they said VG Plus, VG Plus. Our vinyl on that one's EX, just FYI. Jason Wyden on Chicken Shack, that's an Elvis that doesn't come through very often. And we have Bobby King and Terry Evans, Live and Let Live. That is sealed $14.99. Also, we have Eddie King, The Blues Has Got Me, the Eddie King Blues Band featuring May Be May. And that is a 1997 Netherlands import, $22.99. $22.99 on that. Boy, some good blues in here. All right, nobody else bid on clutch. Let's go ahead. Nope, Fred Cardinal bid $42. Gregory, at the last second, he has bid $42. Let's go ahead and make Led Zeppelin a buy now if anybody wants it. $9.75 for the OG RLSS CTH EXEX Plus condition. $9.75 if anybody wants it. That is now a buy it now. $9.75 on that. If anybody wants it, it's now available. And Robert Phillips is in on Elvis at $45. Going once, going twice. We got about 20 OG Elvis 45s. From the 50s and 60s, mostly 50s EPs. Those are available. We have Genesis at 16 and Clutch is now at 45. Fred, you're outbid on that. And we have Genesis at 17, Clutch at 45. That is, let me move Genesis over here. Does it have a track listing? Well, it possibly could. No, it doesn't. Even if it does, you can't really trust it too well. Even if it does, you can't trust it too well. Clutch has a new bid for 47, and Elvis is at 45. All right, Genesis at 18. Make sure I didn't miss any claims. We pulled Chicken Shack. The Pearl Jam is a remaster reissue. Remaster reissue. We have the Rain Dogs, Chicago Calling. That's an 88 Swiss import. That's $9.99. And we have Roy Bookbinder. This is Bookaroo, and that's an 88 US. That's Piedmont Blues, $19.99. And John Mayall, some of our best friends are blues. John Mayall's an 86 UK. That is $24.99. And Taj Mahal, the real thing. Taj Mahal is $19.99. Yes, $975. It is a higher grade copy. Extremely difficult to find in that condition. Some of them, some people say probably top 1-2%. When they get up in that grade, they're very hard to find. About every 20 we get, 17, 18 or less than VG minus. That's why that one's $975. That would be on the lower end of what I've sold them for in the last year. Right now, you can go bid on Robert Ludwig's personal copy. It's on Heritage Auctions. It is at $3,000. Tanner's like, why are you telling people to bid on it? Because I'm thinking about bidding on it. No one go bid against me. I'm seriously thinking about buying it. And it sells tomorrow. So if you see me with a very happy post when that thing comes in the mail, I'll let everybody come over and test play it for $35. Guitars are on here. Wow. Oh, the Paul Stanley guitar? Okay. You still owe me an Oasis guitar and a Green Day guitar and an Avenged Sevenfold guitar. All right, here's our next auction. This is Dig Out Your Soul. This is a $75 start. This is Oasis. It's a sealed box set. Very difficult if you didn't know how to look something up to figure out what it is, because it don't say Oasis. It just says Dig Out Your Soul. I don't think that barcode works. That's like a store retail barcode. And this is a 24-page book, 4 LP, 3 CD. And this is a $75 start. It's a sealed Oasis. Sealed Oasis. Let me make sure I didn't miss anything. Let's go back to the top. The last thing I said was Fred Carnell had Clutch for 47, Genesis 18. And then we have Price on Barton. Price on Barton. What was that? Patrick Lear. And then we have, what's the APM's marquee auction? We've already had 3 of them. They're still available for buy it nows. Neil Reigler wants Otis Spann Walkin'. That's still available. Otis Spann Walkin' the Blues. That's sold to Neil Reigler. Thank you. And what's John Mayall? The John Mayall that's available is called Some of My Best Friends Are Blues. 86 UK. That is $24.99. $24.99. We have Lonnie Brooks, Wound Up Tight. Lonnie Brooks is $14.99, Wound Up Tight. And we have Willie Dixon, Catalyst. Willie Dixon is a 1973 stereo quad white label promo. Willie Dixon, Catalyst. That's a white label promo, $24.99. Incredible blue stuff in here. Elmore James, John Brim, Who's Muddy Shoes. That's a 69 US mono, $34.99. And Sonny Boy Williamson and Memphis Slim. That's a 73 US, $29.99. Lou Ann Barton. Okay, Lou Ann Barton. Thank you. That is back here for... right here, this is for Patrick Lear. It's a 1989 sealed original for $19.99. Next is Michael Nath on Willie Dixon. That is sold. And then the Oasis is a 24-page book, 4 LPs and 3 CDs. Sealed for a $75 start. Tony Murphy gets the John Mayall. That is sold to Tony Murphy. Let's go ahead and pull that. And let me see if I can find that. Or did I already pull it? Did I already pull that? Let's see what we got here. John Mayall, Tony Murphy, Willie Dixon. Yes. So let me do that in order. Michael Nath, Willie Dixon, Tony Murphy said take. That was on John Mayall. And then Michael Nath on Elmore James. And then Michael Nath on Sonny Boy Williamson. Patrick next on Willie Dixon. And we have Otis starting price. Oasis starting price is $75. Patrick Lear said sold on this record right here. All right, I got to clean up some auctions. The first thing is Clutch, and I hope we're done on it. I'm going to make a final call. The last bid was Fred Cardinal at 47. Gregory, did you actually say out? Do you actually say out, Gregory Roberts? I'm going to make sure. Right now, Fred has Clutch at $47. Genesis was a vintage bootleg, 1977. 1977, Genesis, 1977, and Robert Lee Tomick went out. Leslie Silverly, $18. Leslie Silverly, $18. So final call, VG on that. And now, were you the only bidder on this, Robert Phillippe? If so, I can't believe it, but I'm going to go ahead and sell it to you for $45. If so, Robert Phillippe, the only bidder on this scarce Elvis 45. I wouldn't call it overly rare, but I mean, we just don't get that one too often. That's sold to Robert Phillippe. Let's go ahead and sell that. I will put that in a new sleeve. Oasis, a $75 bid. We got a $900 offer on Led Zeppelin. I know Daniel's been looking for one of those. He was bidding on some before, right, Daniel? Daniel, you give me a $25 bump. I like those 925s. Give me a 925 and I'll sell it to you. Daniel, I'll personally tell you this. I've played it 2 or 3 times. 3 times. Let me be accurate about that. I've played side 1 3 times. Side 1's my favorite with the Lemon song. It is incredible. 925 and I'm going to sell it to you. And I have, like I said, I've got 5 or 6 more in stock right now. They're all VG minus or less. It'll be a while before I see one of these again. I would love to give you the first air horn. And then we got to sell the Stones box set. And we got to sell the Beach Boys. I'm about to put up the Allman Brothers because that's one of the most next high-end records I have. And it may be the most expensive item of the night, okay? So, first thing, let's continue with this bin. I think I skipped a couple records. So let me go a couple back. Let me go a couple back and let me show the real thing, Taj Mahal. 1999, the real thing, Taj Mahal. We have Lonnie Brooks, Wound Up Tight. That's on Alligator, $14.99. And we have Wild Child Butler, Keep On Doing What You're Doing. A 1970 U.S. promo, $24.99. And Wet Willie's Greatest Hits, $19.99. In shrink on Wet Willie. And we have The Rains Came. That's a compilation. It's sealed, $9.99. Folks, we have a new home going for the Led Zeppelin 2. Incredible. This is sold to Daniel Buzine for $925. I'm going to go ahead and put on my air protection. If y'all didn't catch it last night, we did an epic 7-hour stream last night selling coins and knives. We blew the air horn 6 times last night when we were doing coins and knives. And Mike Massey, I know you wasn't watching, but I had to bring out a fresh air horn. We sold we sold enough to do 6 air horns. If anybody's new, we blow the air horn if we sell something for more than $500 on one single item. And hopefully I'll do it about 4 or 5 more times tonight. I have plenty to sell. All right. Thank you, Daniel Buzide. $925 sold to you. Thank you. Seth? Yes, I am stocked. That leaves, I got 2 more still in the chamber. This is a fresh one. It will last for a while. Hopefully not. I hope I go through it pretty fast. But that is sold. I'm going to put that right over here, and that's incredible. Boy, I hate to see those go. Now, if y'all know me, I'm a major Led Zeppelin fan. And just in general, that's probably my favorite album of all time. So you can imagine, I've done all the research, everything about it. And I've studied those. I've listened to them. And when I get a nice one, I love selling to somebody because if you have a great stereo, if you got a great sound system, that is one of the most authentic, real sounds a record can produce. A vintage, original, high cut, high volume Led Zeppelin record. Sean Fairweather, it doesn't get better than that, does it? That is incredible. So Daniel's probably bid on what, 2 or 3? I sold one in that same condition, a Monarch. The Monarchs tend to be a little bit more desirable, and the last time I had one that nice, it was a Monarch, and we sold it for $1,575. I know who has it. I told them if they ever want to sell it, let me know. I might even give them their money back on it because those don't come through very often. I have a Taylor Swift record that may be one of the most expensive items of the night. I just sold one on Discogs. I have another one. I'm going to show it in case somebody wants to bid. We'll see what happens, okay? First thing, though, let me go ahead and update some of these auctions and see what I've missed in the claims, all right? So let's go back to the top. First thing I have is I left off by saying Clutch was at 50. Sorry, that took some time, but that was a big sale. Made sure we had that covered. Clutch is at 50. Oasis, $75. And then we have Clutch at $52. And then over here we had Clutch at 60. Oasis at 77. And we have down at the bottom, I think we are called up, okay? I think we're called up. And yes, let's go ahead and sell the Genesis then. And I'm going to scroll back up, and maybe I can keep up with bids now. Things are moving pretty fast. Plus, I'm showing the heck out of records in the bin as well. That doesn't help my focus too much. I need to drink some blue juice, right, Seth? Leslie Sibley has Genesis for $18. Leslie, pretty good deal on a vintage bootleg. Boy, I love Genesis. All right, now Oasis is still getting bids, and there's Clutch. Thomas has bought one. Boy, I love the Lemon Song. Y'all will hear me say this every time. Me and Paul agrees on this. If you want to hear Led Zeppelin at their best, Robert Plant singing, Jimmy Page playing the guitar, John Paul Jones playing bass, and John Bonham's amazing drumming, go put on the Lemon Song, crank it up, and just listen to what they're doing. Especially Robert Plant singing. It is incredible, especially on that cut. All the hi-hats John Bonham's hitting. I'd even hype that up enough. Jewel, Spotlights, The Blues Volume 1. This is sealed $19.99. Jewel Spotlights, The Blues Volume 1, sealed $19.99. The Best of Canned Heat. A 1976 Canadian import. Canned Heat is $19.99. We have Go-Go Train. That's a compilation. That is sealed for $9.99. And we have The Best of the Electric Flag. Paul's put out some cool records. I don't know if everybody's maybe lost focus because of some of the great auctions we got going. But, man, there's great records flying through in here. That is sealed for $24.99. And Blues Boy Willie Be Who. This is a 1990 US, $9.99. So Clutch, Fred says bump at $2. Fred says bump at $2. All right, so Clutch, where was me? Gregory, you've been outbid then. Fred has it for 62. He also has Oasis for 77. And now Fred's at 79. The Oasis is called Dig Out Your Soul. Fred has this at 79, I believe now. We'll say he has it for 79. I've kind of lost track too. It's a 24-page book, 4 LP, 3 CD box set. Excuse me, I'm talking too fast. And then Clutch. So Gregory, you've been outbid, and whoever was the first bidder on Oasis, you're also outbid, okay? Now, let's see what we have here. We actually got some pretty cool coins to auction. I know it's I know it's a record sale, but Tanner's had these in the back. We got them in with a coin collection. These are 1-ounce bullion pieces. And I've got a pretty cool stock image here to show you. And then I'm going to actually show it to you in person. They're 1-ounce silver. They're actually from the UK. And this is a Rolling Stones 60-year commemorative. It's a 1-ounce bullion piece, and it's going to go up for a $30 start. Rolling Stones, that's what it looks like. It's an airtight. There's Queen Elizabeth. And we've been saving these for the record sale. We didn't want to put them up for the coin sale. That is a $30 start. That's a 1-ounce silver Rolling Stones proof. And there's like the stock image of it. That's 1-ounce silver. It's a 60-year commemorative, officially minted by the United Kingdom, and that's going up for a $30 start. Okay? Now, we have Gregory, you're out on Clutch, and Fred has the Oasis. How much was Jewel Blues? Let's go back a few. Next time I go through this one, I'll slow down a little bit more. This is a 78 US sealed, $19.99, and it's Best of Blues, Volume 1. Elmo James, Lightning Hopkins is on there, Joe Turner, $19.99. Up on Heartbreak Hill, that is sealed for $9.99. And we have Jimmy Reed sings The Best of the Blues. And that is a 63 US stereo, white label. The top scene does have some splitting, unfortunately, though. Jimmy Reed is $24.99. All right, Michael Nath said he will take Jewel Volume 1. That's so to Michael Nath, thank you. And we have Clutch. I'm going to go ahead and roll that over then to Fred Cardinale. He said a $2 bump, and Gregory had it. Gregory had it for, I see a claim for Wet Willie, too. I didn't pull that for Sandy. So let's sell Clutch to Fred Cardinale for $62. That is sold to Fred Cardinale for $62. And now we have Sandy Villa. I just now saw your claim earlier for Wet Willie's Greatest Hits. And we have officially filled up our first full crate. Next, going up is, far as most expensive starting bids tonight. This would probably be up there at the top. I'm going to leave the Stones as the main image. Let me show you that one more time. And then I'll show it to you on camera as well. But let me go ahead and pull this up because I want to at least go ahead and say we've put it up for offering. and that is this incredible piece here. Boy, when I had an opportunity to buy this, I was like, I'll take it. It's like when Kramer took that offer with the coffee company after he spilled the hot coffee on him, and then he went and took the offer, and he was all hopped up on coffee, and he jumped up and took the offer. That's about what happened when I had an opportunity to get this. So this is signed, Eat a Peach. Look how beautiful. Already a beautiful cover. It's signed by Greg Allman, Dickie Betts, J-Mo, and Butch Trucks. Wow, that's pretty incredible. That is signed and ready to go, and the starting bid on that, oh boy, I hate to even say because I'm afraid somebody's going to buy it. I'm afraid to even say $18.75 is the starting bid. $18.75. I even hate to say it because I'm afraid somebody might take it out of my hands. $18.75, signed by Greg Allman. Beautiful signature, full name too. I've seen him kind of abbreviate his name before. Dickie Betts, Butch Trucks, the drummer, and of course J-Mo. Really cool. That is, yes, let me repeat that. $1,875. It's been certified by JSA. I've had a ton of Greg Allman. He is a very unique Greg when he signs. G-R-E-G-G. Very cool G's he does. And then his A's, L's. I always thought that looked like a pretzel there. That is going up $1,875. And trust me, you don't have to bid, okay? Just like on the Led Zeppelin, just like the Beach Boys, this kind of stuff, I'm okay just having it on display here in the store. People come in and be like, ooh, look at that. That is now up for bid, okay? Now, let's go back. Oasis has a new bid for $80. Fred Cardinal, you're out. Oasis has a new bid for $80. Fred Cardinal, you're out. The Rolling Stones is now at $51, which is this right here. Robert Phillippe has it for $51. Patrick Lear wants Jimmy Reed. Back to the bin. Back to the bin. Oasis at $80. We have Volume 2, Rural Blues, Saturday Night Function. This is a 1968 U.S. stereo, $19.99. Rural Blues, Volume 2. Feeling Blue, Josh White. That's an unknown release year. Discogs says unknown release year on that one. Josh White's $14.99. And we have the Best of Pacific Gas and Electric in shrink. Best of Pacific Gas and Electric. Nice vinyl. All these blues records from this collection, we have not advertised this collection enough. These are beautiful. $14.99. So, moving on. So, there's the Allman Brothers. I've actually laid it back there where y'all can see it, but it's also up here with a really nice photo with the letter. I don't want to handle it too much. And now, a final call on the Stones. This 1-ounce bullion piece, 60-year commemorative. That is a final call, and it's at $51. And then the Oasis. This is an Oasis. This is Dig Out Your Soul, sealed, 24-page book, 4 LP, 3 CD. Fred Cardinal has it for $82. Hold up the coin again. I will. Let me, what did I just do with it? There it is. I got a good stock image of it, but here it is as well. So it's a proof. So the bands are kind of like a silhouette. It's a proof, says 6266. On the rim, of course, it says 1-ounce silver. There's Queen Elizabeth. Sorry about the glare. It's really hard to show these sometimes. But yeah, there's that. Very nice. Okay, and the Stones are still getting bids, and Richard Yeager on Pacific Gas and Electric. That is sold. All right, moving on. Next, we have Jewel Volume 2, Michael Nath. Sealed, 1979 U.S., 1999. We have, what is this? Sealed, 1999, release year unknown. This is Chemical City Shakedown. Chemical City Shakedown. Sorry, you beat my lag. Okay, I'll show it again. Rolling Stones. There's a good look at it. I'll pull back up the stock image before I sell it as well. So it's a mirrored proof, as you can tell. It's a very well-made coin. And it's not just some bullion piece. It's an actually UK government minted coin. I mean, it has a face value, two pounds. So it's an actually, last night I was educating a lot of people on bullion. That's not just some bullion piece. It is bullion. It's 1 ounce of pure silver, but it's also government minted. It's minted by the UK. All right, Oasis at 91. Allman Brothers is 1875. Big Joe stepping out. Big Joe Turner stepping out. Sealed, $14.99. A 1988 German import. Did I say sealed? $14.99. Blues Around Midnight. This is an 88 UK mono. Sealed, $14.99. And we have B.B. King, Rock Me Baby, an 84 UK. That is sealed for $24.99. And Battle of the Blues, Guitar Slim and Earl King. That is sealed in 87 UK, $24.99. Also, James Son Thomas, Gateway to the Delta. That is sealed $99.99. And 88 US, that's Country Blues. Michael Nath, first on B.B. King. Neil Rigler, second. Final call on the coin. The high bid on the coin is Robert Phillippe at 57. Stacy, you been outbid. You've been outbid. And we have Steady Date with Mitch Woods and his Rocket 88s. So this is a Rocket Boogie. That's an 84 US, also sealed, $19.99. And we have the Bugs Henderson Group at last. Is that what that says? Yeah, the Bugs Henderson Group at last. That's a 78 US sealed, $24.99. Boy, where's my blue juice? It's very hot in here, isn't it, Seth? That heater is a beatdown. I'm going to need some blue juice so I can talk a little bit faster, too. Oh, it kicked off just in time. It must have heard me. It is heat activated. It's voice activated heat. Right, Seth? All right, next is... okay, I'm going to make the Almond Brothers a buy it now, $1,875. $1,875. That's available. That's how much it is. Think long, you'll think wrong. I still got the Beach Boys. I still got the MoFi box for the Stones. All three of those still available. Going to take somebody willing to step up to the plate to buy those. Pretty incredible pieces, though. All right, next is another Elvis EP. Boy, this is another early one here. The vinyl still is very nice at EX. This should also be 1956. It does have a seam split at the bottom, which is pretty common for these, and a seam split at the top. That's EPA 993 Volume 2. So Glad You're Mine, Old Shep, Ready Teddy, and Any Place is Paradise. 1956 Elvis. Let's put that one up for a 35. 1956 Elvis Presley. That's up for a $35 start. Stacy, I'm assuming you're done on the coin. Robert Philippi has it for 57. I'm about to sell it. The Oasis box. Sealed Oasis box. Fred Carnell's out. R.M. Lozelle has it for 100. It's called Dig Out Your Soul. Sealed Oasis. Sealed Oasis. $100 high bid. 4 LP, 3 CD. 24-page book. We're about to sell it. Continuing with this crate from Paul. Excuse me, I've already sold that. Plus, I drank my blue juice too fast. I've already shown that one too. Junior Wells, Messing with the Blues. Junior Wells is a 1980 Japanese pressing. It's a Japanese import, VG Plus $24.99. VG Plus $24.99. I'm going to make sure Stacy didn't say out on the coin. If she is, I'm going to go ahead and sell it to Robert Philippi for 57. We have the Blues Burglars breaking in an 87 UK EX edition, $17.99. And Tramline, we sold one of those the other night to Patrick. Somewhere down the line, Tramline is a 68 white label promo, VG Plus $34.99. That one's a white label promo, VG Plus $34.99. And Smokestack Lightning, Off the Wall, a 69 Monarch, VG Plus $19.99. All right, Oasis is sold to R.M. Lozelle for $100. R.M. Lozelle, thank you. That's sold to you. I've lost Stacy, unfortunately, somewhere in translation. So I've got to go ahead and sell that to Robert Philippi for $57. The Stones is sold to Robert Philippi for $57. Now, I have more. But wait, there's more. Give me 1 second. But wait, there's more. I also have David Bowie. Same series. This is from the same series. David Bowie's a $30 star. 1 ounce bullion from the United Kingdom. 2021, 1 ounce silver. But Bowie is going up for a $30 star. There he is. Very cool proof coin in capsule. That is a $30 star. Bowie is also up. Elvis is a $35 star at 1956. Smokestack Lightning. Let me get another LP auction going. Woody's Truck Stop. That's a 69 promo. VG Plus $19.99. VG Plus $19.99. The promo markings have been blacked out. VG Plus $19.99. And Sonny Terry, Johnny Winter, Willie Dixon, EX $16.99. Stacy went out. Very weird. It never did show up on my screen. Stacy, you're out. Never did show, but that's okay. Just want to make sure. But yeah, it never did. Never did show up. Okay, next auction, we have a Bob Dylan MoFi. This is a 2015 numbered Bob Dylan MoFi EX Plus condition, which means it's extremely nice, and this is going to go up for a $55 start. 2015 Planet Waves Bob Dylan MoFi, that's going up for a $55 start. The David Bowie 1 ounce silver, $30 start. No one's bid on that one. $30 start for the David Bowie silver. And final call on Elvis for $35. Eric Clapton, Yardbird, Sonny Boy Williamson. That's a U.S. reissue. This is EX edition, $22.99. EX edition, $22.99. And we have Blues with a Feeling. This is a 77 U.S. EX edition, $17.99. Blues with a Feeling. Canned Heat, One More River to Cross. Canned Heat is a 73 U.S. EX edition, $22.99. And Alberta Hunter, this is Amtrak Blues, Alberta Hunter, and this is VG Plus, $12.99. Willie Dixon, Peace, an original 71 US. We've sold one of those before, autographed. That's VG Plus, $34.99. Thomas Clark is in on the Bowie for $30, final call. Elvis is a buy it now for $35, and David Bowie has another bid for $30. Bob Dylan's a $55 start. And we have Bowie at 30 and 30. We have Junior Wells, Peavine, Price. Let me see here. I've gone through so many and so fast. Let me see what I can find here for you. Junior Wells right here. That is Messing with the Blues, Peavine Special, VG Plus, $24.99, Michael. Patrick Lear on the Eric Clapton, which is right here. That is sold to Patrick Lear. Richard Yeager on Canned Heat, which is right here. That's sold to Richard Yeager. Next is Neil Reigler on the Willie Dixon. I knew somebody was going to grab that. Then Patrick Lear, David Bowie at 31. So final call on Dylan. Michael Nath will take Junior Wells. New bid on Bowie for 31. No. Stevie Nicks. Yes, let me go get my laptop. Now, I need everybody to really buckle in for Stevie Nicks, okay? If you have recently attempted to go online, all right, here's the David Bowie. I don't know, what was the last thing I said? I said, there's the David Bowie coin at question. Thomas Clark has it for $35. Now, Bob Dylan is a buy it now for $55. Nobody bid. A 2015 MoFi numbered EX Plus condition. That is a $55 buy it now. Now, the David Bowie coin's at 35 of Thomas Clark, okay? Fred Cardinal was at 33. Now, what I was saying, I don't know how much you heard, but if you've recently went online to buy a Stevie Nicks autograph that's been certified, verified, and from a trustworthy seller, like I said, your eyeballs probably got pretty big, because I had an autographed album about a year ago. We sold it for, I think, a little over $1,000, and that was a great deal. And I kind of regret selling it. So I said I'd do the almonds for 15. I did not say that. No, sir, definitely not. But you're getting closer. I'm at $18.50. So let me go ahead and show Stevie Nicks, and here it is. And I've got pretty good pictures of both the poster and the actual item here. So this is $2,950. Love Stevie Nicks. It's a signed poster from her album In Your Dreams, JSA authenticated, starting price $2,950. Now, I debated at $3,500, which I also thought would be pretty fair for what I've seen recently sell. $2,950. That is now officially available to bid on. Stevie Nicks signed poster. That poster, it's an oversized piece. It's probably I can get you the exact dimensions. Well, that's a piece of paper, a regular size piece of paper next to it, to kind of give you an idea. I didn't want to bring it up here. Once again, trying not to handle it too much, okay? Trying not to handle it too much. Incredible. It's been certified by JSA. We sold an album, a signed album about a year ago, which was at a steal. Like when I put it up for auction, I thought it would get up to over $2,000 or $3,000, but it got one bid in the 1,000 range. So this is $2,950, and that's the last time I've had a Stevie Nicks autograph. Okay, now we have out on this, and the high bid on this is Thomas Clark for $35. Thomas, David Bowie is sold to you for $35. Thank you. Now, we have a claim on the Bob Dylan for $55. John Kaiser gets Bob Dylan for $55. Stevie Nicks up for bid. Stevie Nicks is up for bid, $2,950. And signed poster, and I've got a 10 LP Hank Williams Sr. Japanese box set. This thing is pretty cool. I don't know where it came from. It's from a collection in the back. It is 11 LP box. It is $125 start. It's actually 10 LPs of music, and then it has a bonus disc of radio transcriptions of live recordings. It's in a faux leather. It even has like this little metal plate on it, and it still has like a piece of protective plastic over it. It's basically new. It's 11 LP with book, audiophile grade. This is essentially, if you want some Hank Williams Sr., this has got to be almost everything. This has got to be almost everything, and it's $125 start for an 11 LP box. That's pretty incredible. Now, I love this Elvis EP. I have one myself. Shake, Rattle, and Roll. No dog label. That's one of the earlier pressings for this. Very nice vinyl, just unusually nice in the sleeve. And on the back, I looked at that and I was like, boy, that's pretty dang close to his name, but it's not. Somebody wrote Elvis Presley on the back. I was like, could that actually be Elvis? But it's not. It's close, but no cigar. That is going up for a $35 start. Elvis did write his name on the back. That's going up for a $35 start. That is now up for bid. Boy, my phone's been unlocked in my pocket with YouTube open. Just FYI. So, Elvis is up for a $35 start. Hank Williams is now up for bid as well. Okay, so there we have it. Give me 1 second. All right. Now, we have Hank, Elvis, and let's keep going through some blues. We have the Mighty Joe Young. This is a 1976 US VG Plus 1699. Also, we have Robert Craig Band, False Accusations. Robert Craig Band is EX Edition 1699. And Dinosaurs, self-titled, an 88 US blues rock psych album, EX Edition 1799 for Dinosaurs. And Spirituals, Josh White Blues. That's an original 1960 US mono, EX Edition 2299. Junior Wells, Southside Blues Jam, Otis Spann, Buddy Guy, Louis Myers, VG Plus 2499. A 70s reissue on second address on label. This is on the Delmark, Junior Wells, VG Plus 2499. Keelan Lee wants a pack of outer sleeves. You got it. We also have Robert Warner on Dinos. That's sold to Robert Warner. And we have After Hour Blues with St. Louis Jimmy, Sunnyland Slim. This is VG Plus 1999. Josh White price. Josh White was an original 60 mono, EX Edition 2299. And Canned Heat, live at the Topacana Corral. That's EX 1799. All right, let's move on here. And I think I might read through those titles one more time, but there's just so much going on. And so much more stuff to show. Elvis is a final call for 35. And we have the Hank Williams box, a final call for 125. 125, just FYI, okay? Give me 1 second. Before I go any further. Okay, that was for Junior. Okay, so there was a Josh White and, let's see, Junior. Give me 1 second. Junior Wells. Michael Nath on Junior Wells and on Junior Parker. I have put up the stones. Yes, no bid. It's available for $1,500. No bid, $1,500. Elvis is a $35 buy now, and Hank is a $125 buy now. I'm going to go ahead and clear the board because I have a whole crate over here of auctions and so much more to do. So the Beastie Boys is an original 1995 US, and this is a borderline VG Plus. If something doesn't get a bid back here pretty quick, I'm going to go ahead and put them up for BIN. We have an original 1995 US borderline VG Plus. There, that is. There's the insert, and then there is the shrink and the hop. It says only 8 songs, only 11 minutes, only cheap money. Beastie Boys, Aglio e Olio, an original 95 US borderline VG Plus, $20 start on that. Tony Murphy wants Canned Heat live. The Stones have already been shown. Yes, it's a $1,500 buy it now. The Allman Brothers are still available. And final call, if you for sure want Stevie Nicks, the starting bid is $2,950 on the signed Stevie Nicks poster. $2,950. That is a final call. Final call. 2950. Love Stevie Nicks. The love and the heart, of course, done in her name and signed. Final call, $2,950. Okay? Now, what was the Hank? The Hank is $125 buy it now. I think service may be a little whack. I know usually it's when it's raining, but it has been snowing here in Lebanon tonight. And I think rain and snow equal about the same problem. But yeah, that is $125. Now, Robert Philippi, it's an 11 LP, faux leather, OB book, radio transcriptions. If not, Jeff said he would take it for 110. I checked these on Discogs. Either one of those prices are fantastic. 110's even better. Robert, it's yours for 125. If not, I'll see what happens between me and Jeff H. Okay? Beastie Boys has a bid, and I'm just going to read through these titles. This is a great crate of blues. I might even try to read more about them. I've went through them so fast. And we have Jane's Addiction, okay? Let me show you this right here. Jane's Addiction is an original 1983 US. This has R on label in Indianapolis press, original on her sleeve, EX++, and original. Did I say Jane's Addiction? This is REM Murmur. I don't know why I came up with Jane's Addiction. I think we've already sold that one. This is REM Murmur. REM Murmur is an original 83. I know, sorry. REM. This is EX++, a $45 start. REM Murmur. There's the original on her sleeve. This is not Jane's Addiction, and that is a $45 start. REM Murmur. Everybody take a deep breath. It is not Jane's Addiction. It's REM. I got to be careful. Y'all will start shooting at me. All right, Robert Philippi said he will tank Hake, and that is sold for $125 to Robert Philippi. Jeff H., you were second on that one. Final call on Beastie Boys for $20. All right, very quickly. We have Otis Spann, Crying Time, $24.99. We have Blues Makers with George Smith, $24.99. Walter Horton, $14.99. Also, we have Bel Air's Need Me a Car. This is $9.99. The King Snakes, Take a Chance, $24.99. Also, Chicken Shack is still available. I kind of skipped over that one. There's another Chicken Shack on air, $34.99. Chicken Shack, $34.99. We have Boogie Bill Webb, Drinking and Stinking. And this is sealed, 1989. That's $19.99. Matt Lawson on Span. That's sold to Matt Lawson. Thank you. And we have Wild Child Butler, Licking Gravy. That's sealed $19.99. That is $19.99. And James Talley, Got No Bread, No Milk, No Money, but we sure got a lot of love. That is a 75 Bluegrass, also sealed $24.99. Okay, Beastie Boys, only one bid, and I'm selling it. Jared Inc., only $20 on the Beastie Boys. Wow. Yes, Robert, I got you down for dinosaurs. I got you. Actually, I got it already. Yes, I got you down for dinosaurs. Yes. REM is now at 47 with Mark Fallon, and that is an original 83 US, R on label, Indianapolis press, original sleeve, EX++, $45 start. $45 start. Now, over here, we have the Nighthawks, Jackson Kings, a 78 US. That is sealed $14.99. Luther House Rocker Johnson is sealed $19.99. And Hans Olsen Sings the Blues, $14.99. All right, I'm officially going to make Stevie buy it now, $2,950. Letter of JSA. We just got this authenticated. They notarized it down November 7th on the paper. We just had it authenticated November 7th. So comes with a full letter from JSA. There's a close-up of the letter. If anybody's curious on that, if you just maybe want to look, if maybe you was contemplating, but there it is. And it is a $2,950 buy it now. So there it is. If anybody wants it, it's available. And then there's 4 buy it nows tonight on the big stuff. The Rolling Stones, $1,500. Allman Brothers, $1,850. Beach Boys, $1,750. And Stevie Nicks is $2,950. Some big money there. Think long, you'll think wrong. Let's go ahead and put up another auction. This is, what do we have? Let's see what's going on with this Ramones record. This Ramones record is a 1978. This is Odd Hybrid Press, is what Paul has. Odd Hybrid Press. Side 1 has SRC logo and dead wax. Side 2 has Winchester markings. With original on her sleeve. Super clean. $45 start. So let me read that again. Paul has this as a 78 US, an odd hybrid press. Side 1 has an SRC logo and dead wax. Side 2 has a Winchester markings. Original inner sleeve, super clean. So it's some kind of oddly mismatched pressing. Very odd. $45 start. But I know this. It's a superb, clean copy. That is very nice at a $45 start. Very nice at a $45 start. REM is with Matthew O'Brien at 50. Matthew O'Brien at 50. All right. So let me see what else I had over here that was part of the photograph series. And let me go ahead and do this. Now, this one's hard to photograph, okay? We've tried, and it's just because the autograph is on a dark surface. But this is a vintage poster, a vintage Peter Criss poster, signed by Peter Criss. JSA authenticated. And let me find, see if I have this on here. Do I have this on my price sheet? I don't. Yeah, there it is. No, I don't. This is a $125 start. $125 start, signed Peter Criss. So that's about the best I've got. Sorry, it's a little crooked. Can I rotate that? I can't right now. But there's the signature. So it's bold and nice, but it's just where it's on a black surface, and our camera did not want to capture it. But it's signed like right here between his green boots. It's a pretty big signature too. He signed like right in here. Really hard to tell from that picture, but there's one like with a flash on. You can see it a little bit better. And when you're up on it, you can definitely see it. It's just a black Sharpie on a black background. Not the best, but it's a $125 start. That's signed Peter Criss poster, okay? Signed Peter Criss poster. Let's keep going here. Next question, next bids. Let's see what happened. We have REM at 50, going twice, going 3 times. What stones do you have? The MoFi box, $1,500. MoFi box, $1,500. Ramones 45, Ramones 46. Let's try to finish up this bin so we can show new stuff. Bobby King and Terry Evans, sealed $14.99. Eddie King was $22.99. The Rain Dogs, $9.99. Roy Bookbinder, Bookaroo, that was $19.99. Taj Mahal was still available, $19.99. Lonnie Brooks, Wound Up Tight, $14.99. Also, we have Wild Child Butler, Keep On Doing What You're Doing, $24.99. We have the Rains Cane, that's sealed for $9.99. The Best of Canned Heat, $19.99 for the Best of Canned Heat. Go Go Train, that is sealed for $9.99. The Best of Electric Flag, 84 US sealed, $24.99. Blues Boys Willie, Be Who, $9.99, $19.90 US. Up on Heartbreak Hill, that is sealed for $9.99. Volume 2, Rural Blues, $19.99. That's still available. Snooks Eaglin, Boozoo Chavis, Clifton Shanae, Slim Harpo. Feeling Blue, Josh White, $14.99 on Josh White. Jewel Spotlights Volume 2. Did I not pull that earlier? Michael Nath already bought that one. That was probably when my brain was haywire. That's sold to Michael Nath. I forgot to pull that earlier. Sealed, $19.99. This is called Sidetrack. No, this is, yeah, I never did show this earlier. Chemical City Shakedown. Baton Rouge Blues. Chemical City Shakedown, Baton Rouge Blues. That's sealed for $19.99. I'm going to guess we're done on REM. Final call. No one else has bid. And Doug Rader, you hadn't said on the Ramones. We have you out on the Ramones. Fred has it for 46, and REM is Matthews, about to be Matthews for 50. Next is Riley Harrison on Rule. Let's go ahead and sell out to Riley Harrison. Thank you. We have Big Joe Turner stepping out. That's sealed for $14.99. Blues Around Midnight. That's also sealed. 88 UK Mono. A little bit later tonight, I'll try to go through these in even more detail. A lot of ground to cover as of right now. Battle of the Blues, Guitar Slim and Earl King. 87 UK sealed. That's $24.99. The Bugs Henderson Group is a 78 US. That's sealed for $24.99. New bid on the Ramones for $47. New bid on the Ramones for $47. Fred Cardinal, now you're out. Jameson Thomas was sealed $99.99. We have Steady Date with Mitch Wood and his Rocket 88s. That was sealed for $9.99. Also breaking in the Blues Burglars, EX $17.99. Tramline was a white label promo, VG Plus $34.99. Some of these right here I'm kind of surprised hadn't sold, like Smokestack Lighten, VG Plus $19.99. Woody's Truck Stop, VG Plus $19.99. Sonny Terry Whoopin was EX $16.99. Blues with a Feeling, Johnny Turner and Zavin Jambazan, I believe, 77 US, EX $17.99. Alberta Hunter was VG Plus $12.99. Mighty Joe Young, VG Plus $16.99. We have the Robert Cray Band Band EX $16.99, and After Hour Blues was VG Plus $19. All right, Matthew O'Brien, there was 2 other bidders on REM, and I never did hear back from them. So that extended it a little bit, but I'm going to go ahead and sell it to you for $50, and that was a nice copy. Thank you, Matthew O'Brien. That's so to you. Now, Fred Carnell, back to you on the Ramones. Fred Carnell, back to you on the Ramones. Peter Criss poster, signed and JSA certified, is $125 start. $125 start, okay? No bid on that. Richard Yeager wants Tramline Blues. Richard Yeager on Tramline Blues. And that's right here. No, excuse me. Richard Yeager on Robert Cray, and Patrick Lear was commenting about Tramline. Yeah. All right, so final call. Waiting to hear back from Fred Carnell on that one. Let me put the sticky note here on this one, and here we go. All right, so right now, there's 2 incredible Elvis early EPs that are available for $35 and $35. Okay, these are 1956 EPs. 1956 EPs. Nice jackets. I mean, relatively. This one has a couple seam splits. This one's really solid. Awesome colors. Why hasn't no one bought these? The vinyl is really what's killer with these. The vinyl on this one, it's a dogless label too. EX. And on this one, it's also EX. So we have Elvis and Elvis, okay? Those are available. The Ramones, I've already forgot. It's, I just put away the sticky note. I thought we were just about to sell it. It was the odd hybrid pressing. It was very confusing. What have I done with the sticky note? Maybe it's underneath it. Let's see here. Here it is. 1978 US, odd hybrid press. Side 1 has SRC logo in dead wax. Side 2 has Winchester markings. Original under sleeve, super clean. That is a $45 start. And that is where we're at. $45 start. Michael snared $47. Waiting to hear back from Fred Carnell. I've lost them. I'm about to sell it for $47. It's a weird pressing. There's probably not a Discogs entry for it. Don offered $50 for both EPs. Bid on Peter Criss. How much are these? They're $35 and $35. They're $35 and $35. $35 and $35. And then Michael Nass said, never mind. All right, time for a new crate. Let's do that right now. Time for a new crate. Let's do it right now. I still got 3 more over here. Brand new crates we have not gone through tonight. Now, I'm going to show this. If anybody wants it, it's a buy it now. We sold one on Discogs yesterday for $2,000. This one's $2,000. It's Taylor Swift Reputation, the orange vinyl, 2017. Right now, the cheapest listed was $2,800. We sold one for $2,000 yesterday. We have one more, and it's our last one. If anybody wants it, $2,000. Orange vinyl, Taylor Swift Reputation. I'm going to put it over here with the other expensive records. It's going over there with the signed Allman Brothers, the Rolling Stones, and the signed Beach Boys, okay? Final call. We're about to sell this to Jeff H. for $125. The signed Peter Criss poster. Final call, $125. Michael Naff said he would take, I'm about to bring over a new crate too. Michael Naff says, I'll take the After Hour Blues. You got it. After Hour Blues, that's BLP 12010, and this is sold to Michael Naff. Let's start going through a new crate. Let's go through it right now. Now, Todd, I'm assuming you're passing on the Elvis. The reason so is because Don made an offer, and before I negotiate with Don, I was going to see what you were going to say, because they are $70. Don's offered $50. Clay's in on the Peter Criss at $127. Okay? That's where we've already sold one Elvis for $55. I thought these 2 right here was some of the next best looking ones. Kind of surprised. All right? Peter Criss, we now have an auction. This happens a lot. I lose Fred Carnell out in the Cosmos. He's out there somewhere, but I've lost him. Joey Marone, this is sold for $157. Sold for $157, all right? How much is the signed Allman Brothers? $1,850. $1,850. All right. Now, Peter Criss is at $127. Todd says, I'm going to take one for $30. You pick it. All right, well, here's what I'll do. Don, you have first dibs right now. He's saying he'll take one for $35. I'll sell you both of them for $65 if you want them. Both for $65 if you want them. Don Nicole, just let me know, because he's going to buy one for at least $35. I'll save the other one for $30. You still got dibs. I'll save both of them for $65. Robert's offered $60. Maybe Don will take them both for $65. Peter Chris is at $130. Allman Brothers is $1,850. We got more auctions to put up. So far, there's no LPs that have not sold, excluding the autograph stuff, okay? We have a 2014 MoFi 2LP 45 RPM. I've never had this MoFi before. Billy Joel, Songs in the Attic. Billy Joel was numbered. It's a 2LP, near mint minus, $65 start on that. $65 on Billy Joel MoFi. That is now up for bid. Our next auction is Corrosion of Conformity. Here's a surprise. Here is a surprise autographed LP. This is Corrosion of Conformity, 1985 USOG, signed by all three members, Mike Dean, Woody Weatherman, and Reed Mullen. It's got 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, and this is an 85 US original, signed, and the signatures have been JSA authenticated. Corrosion of Conformity is going up for a $125 start. Billy Joel's a $65 start. Don takes both Elvis for $65. We have more. The next thing that I have, though, is Prince. Let's Pretend We're Married. Prince is a 7-inch single. It's going up for a $10 start. Let's Pretend We're Married. Very nice sleeve, very crisp, and the vinyl is also very nice, $10 start on that. Peter Chris is up for auction right now. We got two active bidders. We got Clay Moore and Jeff H. Jeff's bidding over on YouTube. Jeff H has it for $130. This is a signed Peter Chris poster. It's signed down there between his boots. It's in black Sharpie. Very hard to photograph this with the right lighting. We try our best. We are not professional photographers, but we take enough. We can at least get the job done, but some of this lighting you have to set up just right for some of this stuff. That is the signature. It's pretty big, as you can tell, kind of there between his boots, because here's the scale, and then you can kind of see how high it is up there on his boots. It's a big signature. JSA, it's signed by Peter Chris, not personalized, and that is JSA, okay? That is going up for bid, JSA. Now, we have any signed dead up for auction. Signed Grateful Dead? No. Prince has a bid for 10. Now, first thing we have here is a new crate we're about to go through right now. We have a new crate we're about to go through right now. We have Everything is Everything, Diana Ross. No condition notes. Diana in the original Motown sleeve, clean, $9.99. $9.99. We have Rosetta Stone. Rosetta Stone, that is essentially the Bay City Rollers. $19.99 for Rosetta Stone. We have Shy Talk. Shy Talk's a gold stamp promo, $9.99. Final call on Prince for 10. Clay Moore, he said, can you show a close-up? Yeah, let me do that again. So, let me see where my first picture starts. My first picture starts there. Sorry, it's sideways, but that's the orientation the camera captured it. It's an earlier signature, too. I was told it was an earlier signature from Peter. There's the JSA sticker next on the poster. There's, of course, the cert number and signature. And then that's what the poster looks like. But there's the signature. It's black on black, but you can see it better in person. The camera doesn't capture it as well. Okay, moving on. The JSA, Pepper Keenan signed that CLC album question mark. This is signed by Mike Dean, Woody Weatherman, and Reed Mullen. Signed by 3. Lone Justice Shelter, $14.99. Lone Justice Shelter. We have City Boy. City Boy is $14.99, and this is called Dinner at the Ritz. $14.99 on City Boy. Courtney Duncan has Prince for $10. Final call. We have the Incredible String Band, The Hangman's Beautiful Daughter. The Incredible String Band is $19.99. Silent Running, Walk on Fire. Silent Running is $14.99. Silent Running. Johnny Winter, Serious Business. Johnny Winter is $19.99. Serious Business. Bob James, hands down. Bob James is a gold stamp promo, $9.99. Gary Wright, The Light of Smiles. Gary Wright is $14.99. Also, Bobby Whitlock, Raw Velvet. Bobby Whitlock is $19.99, and Colin James is $9.99. Colin James, self-titled, $9.99 on that. Gary Wright, Heading Home, is $12.99. Clay Moore, just let me know if you want backing on Peter Chris. We have Hawks. Hawks is $12.99. Right now, it's a final call to Jeff H for $130. And we have Juice Newton, Silver Spur, $9.99. Who won the Ramones? You did. I have not heard back from Fred Carnell since then. Next is Gary Wellman on GW for Gary Wright. I'm assuming Gary Wellman wants that Gary Wright. Gary Wellman, thank you. That's sold to you. We have another Johnny Winter. That's called Guitar Slinger. That one's $19.99. Clay's back in on Peter Criss at $135. Bobby Womack is $19.99. And we have Gray Slick, Welcome to the Wrecking Ball, $12.99. All right, Prince is sold to Courtney Duncan for $10. Nobody bid on CLC. It's a buy now for $125. Corrosion of Conformity, signed by 3. JSA authenticated. That's a buy now for $125. Signed by Mike Dean, Woody Weatherman, and Reed Mullen. I'm going to put that right over here on top of the Steve Miller autograph no one bought. Clay Moore has the Peter Criss at $135. Jeff Edge at $140. Greg Butler wants Gary Wright home. Let me go back and see if that one's still in there. This one's the Light of Smiles. It is already sold. Sean Fairweather, nice pickup. I mean, just for the LP, for a nice clean copy of that LP, that wouldn't be a bad price. And it's signed by the band. That is sold, and the Billy Joel is a $65 buy it now. MoFi 2LP, nobody bid, $65 buy it now. I've already shown Hawks. Where did I get to? Juice Newton, Bobby Womack, and the next thing I had was Gray Slick. I already showed it. My records keep getting out of order tonight. Slade Alive Volume 2, Slade Alive, $24.99. $24.99. Eddie Bruce gets Billy Joel. That is sold to Eddie Bruce for $65. Then John Kaiser. Wow. Some no bids tonight at great prices. Pretty incredible. Let me go ahead and put up another Elvis. This one's really cool. This is the Elvis Christmas EP. This is the Elvis Christmas EP. Nice EX vinyl. This is 1956. Really cool. 1957, excuse me. 1957, that's going up for a $35 start. $35 start. The sleeves in VG Plus condition. 1957 Elvis. $35 start on that. I have not got to any of the kids' records yet. Let me go ahead and put one of these up. This is G.I. Joe, The Secret of Mummy's Tomb. Wow. Surprised more people hadn't asked for this. G.I. Joe, the disc is like in VG condition. 1973 Hasbro, Peter Pan. 1973 Hasbro, Peter Pan. This is G.I. Joe, The Secret of Mummy's Tomb. So this is a book and record set. By the way, these toys, this particular toy set, the Mummy's Tomb, is a pretty expensive line by G.I. Joe in today's value. So Elvis is a $35 start. G.I. Joe's a $10 start. Drew Smith, make sure if you're going to bid on Elvis, you put 3.5 and you put the numerical in there so I know what you're bidding on. And I'm going to try another MoFi. This is called Iron Butterfly Inagata de Vida. This is a 2020 MoFi numbered. Inagata de Vida is a $65 start. Inagata de Vida is a $65 start. Near mint minus and numbered. They're still battling over Peter Criss. The high bid right now on the Peter Criss is $143 with Jeff H. They're going back and forth. Back and forth. There's Peter Criss. I got some other cool autographs to do tonight. Some things even surprised that you have no idea what's coming. All right, so let's get back up to the top. Really cool collectible there. Now, as a vintage toy dealer, like I said, I saw the Mummy's Tomb and I was like, wow, one, I had never seen that before. And I just know that particular line of G.I. Joe stuff has always been pricey. I have an entire box of children's records like this. We're going to try to auction tonight. It may take till midnight, but they're going to go up probably for $10 starts, and we got some cool ones. We have Graham Parker and the Rumor, the Parker Gorilla, or the Parkerilla. Graham Parker's $14.99. Diana Ross, Touch Me in the Morning. Diana is $9.99. Tom Paul and the Glasser Brothers is a 1972 sealed on MGM with a DJ Not For Sale sticker on the back. $19.99 on that. And we have the Sensational 60s. That's a 2LP, 3LP. 2LP compilation, $12.99. Update on all three auctions. Here's where we left off. We had Peter Criss, 142. Peter Criss, 145. G.I. Joe, 10, 10, 10. Elvis, 35. Peter Criss, 150. G.I. Joe, 15. Iron Butterfly, 65. G.I. Joe, 10, 10, 10. G.I. Joe, 20, 17. G.I. Joe, 25, 25. Peter Criss, 165. G.I. Joe, 27. And Peter Criss 175. So everything has bids. Elvis is a final call, one bid 35. Iron Butterfly is a final call, one bid 65. They're still bidding on G.I. Joe definitely, and still bidding on Peter Criss. Angela Lewis wants Shy Talk. Angela Lewis wants Shy Talk. That must be somewhere in this bin. Shy Talk to Angela Lewis right here. That's sold to Angela Lewis. Peter Criss 175. We have Paul Glasser info. Paul Glasser, Tom Paul Glasser and the Glasser Brothers sings great hits from 2 decades. It's sealed, $19.99. What's on the 60s? I can't read all the tracks right now, but if someone happens to share the track list and you don't want it, Bob Riger wants it. G.I. Joe's at 30, now 35. Blue Ridge Rangers, that's John Fogerty, $19.99 on John Fogerty. And we have the Arbors featuring I Can't Quit Her and The Letter. That's $9.99 on the Arbors. Jackie Wilson, Nobody But You. Jackie Wilson is $24.99. Peter Criss at $180. G.I. Joe's at $35. And the Wiggy Bits. That's $24.99 for the Wiggy Bits. And Widowmaker, Too Late to Cry. Widowmaker, $19.99. Nothing to do with D. Snyder. Wow. Another Elvis at either no bid or minimum bid. And that's a desirable one. The 1957 Christmas EP, just one bid. And the vinyl's nice. So did Drew Smith for $35. Another one bites the dust. That is sold. Thank you, Drew Smith. Now, G.I. Joe is at $35 with Mike Torres. Also, Final Call on the Iron Butterfly. That only has one bid for $65, and that's with John Kaiser. And Peter Criss is now at $180 with Clay Moore. We have Wheeling Jamboree, Doug LaValle and Jean Marie. That's $9.99. Also Smoking, Ronnie Earl and the Broadcasters with special guest Kim Wilson and Sugar Ray, $14.99 on that. And we have Ken Russell's production of The Boyfriend starring Twiggy. That is $19.99. So G.I. Joe is a final call to Mike Torres for $35. Iron Butterfly is so to John Kaiser for $65. 60s is pending to Keelan Lee. And if Keelan doesn't want it, Bob Riger does. And Bobby Whitlock, Rock Your Socks Off. Bobby Whitlock is $19.99. Looks like we need a new auction. He said Bob can have it. Bob Riger, you get the sensational 60s. Let's take a look at Peter Criss again. Peter Criss is with Jeff H. at $185. Jeff H. has that at $185. Here's our next auction. If you're a Black Keys collectors, head up. This album by the Black Keys. This is an album by the Black Keys. The name of the album is Brothers. Black Keys Brothers is a 2010 Record Store Day. 2 LPs that play at a 45 RPM and a 10-inch live EP. Pressed at Palace with a giant poster, limited to 3,000 in number. This may be the ultimate copy of this album. $155 start on that one. $155 start on that one. Next is the Edgar Winter album. Edgar Winter's a gold stamp promo, $19.99. Windows, it is safe. Windows is $9.99. We have Birthday, the New Birth. That is $24.99 for Birthday. And New England, Explorer Suite, New England's $9.99. We have Wildlife. There's some deep cut 80s stuff in here for sure. Gold stamp promo, $9.99. And Wheel and the Keel has a hop sticker on it. Gold stamp promo, Wheel and the Keel, $9.99. Mike Torres, you get the G.I. Joe record for $35. Thank you, Mike Torres. That's so to you. Let's go ahead and put another one up. This is a classic. Charlie Brown Christmas has the disc. The vinyl on this one's probably a tad bit better than what the G.I. Joe was. I'm going to grade this one like a VG+. I actually haven't cleaned it yet. Just some scuffing, probably where it was played on a children's record player. Very nice. The book on this one's sweet. Charlie Brown is a $10 start. Charlie Brown's a $10 start. Peter Criss is at $185. Who was the other bidder? The other bidder was Jeff H., right? Clay Moore, you're out. Jeff H. has it for $185. Angela Lewis on New England. That's sold to Angela Lewis. Angela Lewis also on Wheel and the Keel. Jason Widener second. Ron Denfield next on New England. And what was New Birth? And Charlie Brown 10, 10, and 10. And another 10. What was New Birth? This was Birthday, the New Birth. $24.99. It's on RCA Records, $24.99. Charlie Brown, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, and now 20. Black Keys, $155 start. We're going to make sure that Clay Moore is done on the Peter Criss poster. Clay Moore, it's back to you. Just FYI, signed and JSA certified. All right, I got another auction. Got another auction action to put up. Let me find it right quick. And let me dig around in here. I've got all kinds of stuff hidden. I even got a couple Beatles butcher covers. I've shown them before, but I was going to show them again. And let me see what else I have over here. A Beatles picture disc. That looks pretty cool. Let's put that in and see what's going on, all right? Now, next thing we have is the Beatles Abbey Road, a 1978 U.S. picture disc, the first time released as a picture disc, cut by Raleigh Traugott. I've seen that name before. VG Plus condition, a $35 star. That's the original, or the first time it was made as a picture disc in 1978. Boy, that doesn't look too bad. Always a cool display piece. That is a $35 start. Okay, now Charlie Brown, that is at $15. 22, 25, and we have Price on New England already sold. Now, how much is the Black Keys? $155 start. Now, Angela wanted Wildlife and New England, right, Angela? I got you down for New England and Wildlife. Is that not right? You put NRWL, and then Jason put WILL. Ron Duffield put New England. NR was supposed to be New England. So, yes, you got both of those, okay? Now, we have Juice Newton and Silver Spur. After the dust settles, that is $9.99. And we have the Neville Brothers Uptown. Neville Brothers $14.99. So we have an officially out on the Peter Criss poster. So Peter Criss is now a final call, and that is to Jeff H at $185. So if somebody maybe was waiting until they were done, now's the time. Jeff H has it for $185. We are about to sell it. Peter Criss at $185. We are about to sell it, okay? Final call on that one. Then we'll move on to another autograph. The Beatles has lots of bids. Charlie Brown. And why someone may say, why is that so high? This is the 2010 Record Store Day, the 45 RPM 2 LP cut with the 10-inch, and it's pressed at Palace, and it has a poster, and they only made 3,000, and it's numbered. That's why that's a $155 start, okay? Charlie Brown, the high bid on Charlie Brown right now is $25 with Tracy Songer. $25 with Tracy Songer. That's where we're at on those, just FYI, okay? Give me 1 second. I need to bump back over here. And there we have it. Okay, now, Bob James Obsession, Gold Stamp promo. Bob James is $9.99. New Music, Sanctuary. New Music's an 81 Synth Pop, $19.99. We have New Riders. New Riders is $19.99 on New Riders, and Nantucket V or 5. Nantucket's a Gold Stamp promo, $14.99 on that. So the Beatles has bids. So does Charlie Brown. And let's go ahead and make, well, actually, I'll give both of those a couple more seconds. Ragtime, music from the motion picture by Randy Newman. That's a soundtrack. Ragtime, $19.99. And this is Peter Murphy, Love Hysteria, 1988. Peter Murphy is $34.99 with the original on her sleeve. Somebody may grab that for sure. Beatles picture disc is at $48. Charlie Brown's at $26, now $27. Let me go ahead and sell this so I can put up a new autograph. And whoever's tagging the sale, I will make sure this gets to you. It is actually on the photograph table right now. This is officially sold to Jeff H for $185. And let's make a note. I got to get the JSA card matched up. I know what that means. Probably whoever's watching doesn't, but I got to get the JSA card matched up. We have a stack where I know where it is. I just got to put it back with it, okay? So here is our next item that I have a photo of. And it's our last silver coin that we're going to be auctioning tonight. We've had some really cool 1-ounce bullion. We sold a Rolling Stones. We sold a David Bowie. And now here is the Who. This is a 1-ounce bullion coin from the Who, from the United Kingdom, just like the Stones, just like the David Bowie we just sold. And here it is, an actual shot. Really cool. Has a guitar on it there. The Who, UK. There's Queen Elizabeth, 2021. That's going up for a $30 start. $30 start on that, okay? Now, we have Craig Thomas on Peter Murphy. That's sold to Craig Thomas. Thank you. Next is Muscle Shoals Home, Shine On, $39.99. Muscle Shoals Home, Shine On, $39.99. Muscle Shoals Horns, excuse me. It's a promo copy, too, $39.99. Phil Freeman's in on the Who at $30. And we have Gary Myrick and the Figures. That's $9.99. All right. No bid on the Black Keys. That is a $155 buy now. This sounds the Black Keys, name of the Almonds Brothers. That's a $155 buy now. Charlie Brown, we have an out. And we have Pamela. We have Tracy. Who has it? It's probably between Pamela or Tracy. I see Pamela at 27. Tracy Soinger said out. So Pamela Yeager has the Charlie Brown for $27. We have the Beatles picture disc that's got a new bid for $49. And the 1-ounce silver bullion coin now has a bid for $32. Moving on in here, there's another Nantucket. That's the one I see the most often. Nantucket's $14.99. Also have Procol Harum, Broken Barricades. Procol Harum is $19.99. Santana, Moonflower. Santana, this is $34.99. This is Santana Moonflower, $34.99. And we have Ralph Stanley, Old Home Place. Ralph Stanley with Keith Whitley, $64.99. Keith Whitley appears on this album. Ralph Stanley, Old Home Place, $64.99. All right, Chad, you did Will and the Kill for me. It should be Wildlife. You did Will and the Kill. It should be Wildlife. You did Will and the Kill. It should be Wildlife. Let's see here. Let me figure out where that was. I think it was somewhere right in here, wasn't it? Let's see. Okay. So whoever wanted Will on the Kill, or if you do want Will on the Kill, let me know. She wanted Wildlife. Okay. We got that fixed. Beatles 49, Who 32, Who 35, Beatles 50. All right, so that's a bid for bid. Let's go ahead and sell Charlie Brown then. Charlie Brown is officially sold to Pamela for $27. A Charlie Brown Christmas. Nice book and LP. Based, compared to how I usually see those, pretty good condition. All right, let's put up another kids records right quick. This one's really cool. Masters of the Universe. MOTU. MOTU. Vinyl on that, I would say, would be VG or VG Plus. Not bad, though. Comic book, storybook, very cool. Master Universe. What a time to be a kid. Some cool stuff there. Mattel, 1983. Master Universe. 2 stories of record. Has all the action figures on the back. Now, that's cool. That is really cool. Motu is a $10 start. $10 start on that. The Beatles has a high bid for $50, and Phil Freeman has the Who Silver for $35. Slicker's out. Now, there's a lot of stuff left in here. Let me go ahead and tell you that I have 2 more crates of new stuff to go through. I have a big section of discount stuff I'm preparing tonight. Buy it no best offer. And also let me tell you what Tanner's preparing right now. You may have heard the front door open a few times tonight, and that is because Tyler and Tanner, and maybe me, depending on how early I can get to bed, I'd love to go with them because it may be the very last time we go back to Fred's tomorrow. They are going to get, and I know I've been saying this for years, but they are truly going to get tomorrow the rest of the Fred Goodwin stuff. They are truly tomorrow going to get the rest of it. They've emptied out 2 trailers, and they are going to leave tomorrow with hopefully 2 trailers, and they're going to get the last of the Fred Goodwin stuff. It's probably, I bet, another 10,000 records. We still hadn't got half of the books, so there's at least a few thousand books still left. So y'all know how much we've already brought. Y'all seen pictures of the trailer. They're truly going to get, because they've sold that house. We got to get it all out. So this is our last opportunity. This is it. And Seth is walking out the door with multiple crates of records he's probably stolen from us. So he's walking out the door with just crates full of records. There's no telling what he is stealing right now. Okay, now, Phil Freeman, you have the Who. Ginger Lynch, let me make sure you're out on the Who coin. And then the Beatles is a final call. With James Vasquez now has it for 50. And then now Motu's at 30. So just a clarification, there's 3 auctions up right now. The Motu record, the silver Who coin, and the Beatles picture disc. David Howard has pushed a lot of chips in at 30. Shane's called and raised 10. He's at 40. Phil Freeman has this for 35. And the Beatles picture disc, the 1978, is at $50 with James Vasquez. Ginger's out, so we're about to sell the Who coin, okay? Now, let me go ahead and be pulling up the next. Seth, they're talking bad about you on here. We're not surprised, though. Let me go ahead and pull up one of the probably next neatest and coolest things we have tonight. We also have some other cool stuff. What? He said, all right, see ya. What do you think, you're cool or something? You're not cool, Seth, okay? Try again next week. You're far from being cool. Oh my gosh. That was embarrassing. I feel sorry for the guy. Okay, let's go ahead and put up another auction. Now, I'll go ahead and let you know, I've got 2 signed Avenged Sevenfold items. I have this and I have a guitar. The guitar is far more expensive and it will be sold this week. But this is a pretty cool piece because it's a big poster and it's really nicely signed. And this is going to be a $595 start. Avenged Sevenfold is signed by M. Shadows, Sinister Gates, Zachy Vengeance, Johnny Christ, and Brooks Wackerman. So it is signed and it's a $595 start. I had a couple people already wanting to bid on this. There's a close-up of some of the signatures. And then there's the COA from GASA. If anybody's new watching tonight, I know there's a lot going on. We've had a lot of crates we've already went through, fast and furiously. We got insane tonight's a big auction night, okay? I mean, I have 45 stacked. I've got signed autographs. I got posters, signed albums, $1,000 items, 500. This is a big night to be watching. Anybody can jump in at any time. Here is the full letter of JSA. We just had all this authenticated about a month ago. All the letters came back They're good, and we're ready to sell them. So this is a $595 start. And for those that may be interested in the guitar and kind of want a budget, the guitar is probably going to be closer to like a $2,000 start because it is signed by Rev. Is that his name? He died pretty young. The original drummer. He signed the guitar. It's actually on the guitar. So it's going to be closer to like a $2,000 start maybe. And I still got a signed Oasis guitar, and I still got a signed Green Day guitar, and we still got a signed REM guitar. We're still waiting for the letter to come back from REM. So that's what's going on. And that's up for bid for a $595 start, okay? The Master of the Universe is at $50. We're going through a new crate. Actually, you know what? We've already went through that crate once. Let's bring over a whole new crate. It feels like we're at a snail's pace with some of these because we got so many incredible auctions going on. But it feels that way to me at least. So let me go ahead and just bring over a brand new crate, all right? Let's go ahead and bring over a brand new crate. Welcome, everybody. And here we go. So, a new bid on the Who, $36.50. No other bids on the Beatles. I'm about to sell the Beatles. I'm going to show a few records, and then I'm going to sell it to James Vasquez for $50. All right, here we go. Welcome, everybody. First thing we have here is Rare Earth, Willie Remembers. Rare Earth is $19.99. We have Amazing Rhythm Aces, Burning the Ballroom Down. Amazing Rhythm Aces is $12.99. We have Symphonic Slam. Boy, what a cool cover. That's a prog record, a promo, 1976, $26.99 on Symphonic Slam. The best of the Pink Floyd. Holy moly. Where did this come from? $74.99. Can I keep this? What in the world? Did Paul see this in the bins? Paul, did you go through the crates? Man, what a cool record. No one buy this, okay? Let me erase your memory. Wow. This is vintage new arrivals that we've never shown before. Wow. With the band on the front, yes. It's still not a U.S. record, though, or a studio album. Wow, look at that. I've never seen that before. If I knew this was in the crate, it would not be in the crate. I promise you that, okay? I would have not left that in there. That would be sitting in Chad's collection right now. I have no idea what's in here. These are my records. I've never been through them. I have no idea what's in here. That's a live look at a goof up on my end. Masters is a final call to Shane for $50. The other bidders are out. It is $74.99. 1970 Holland, $74.99. 1970 Holland, $74.99. 1970 Holland, $74.99. All right, James Vasquez, you get the Beatles picture disc for $50. James Vasquez, you get that for $50. We're happy on the Who coin. The Who coin, Robert Phillippe, you have not set out. The high bid is $37. You have not set out Robert Phillippe. Phil Freeman has that for $37. And Thomas Hujar's first on Pink Floyd. Thomas, Keelan, John, Arm Lazelle, and Slicker. Okay, next is The Nice featuring Davey O. List 20th anniversary. What else could be in here? The Nice, $19.99. Davey O. List. It looks like somebody's Dowie. What's that say? Davey? Looks like there's a signature right there too. 87, that's $19.99. Phil Oakes, that's $19.99. That's in shrink. And we have Love, a picture disc. Wow, there's a stain obviously on the back of the sleeve, but a Love Live, $29.99. Should have auctioned that. I know. I felt like that was a $100 plus record. All right, Master Universe is sold to Shane Devers for $50. Shane, thank you. That's sold to you. What a cool piece. And Tracy, I was just about to sell the coin. This Who silver coin is a 1-ounce bullion from the United Kingdom. And the final call on that is Phil Freeman for $37, okay? Now, Slicker on Love, that's sold. Let's put up some more auctions. Wow. Okay, so let's see what I've got over here in the LPs. Y'all have, I didn't even post pictures of the LPs. We have a Beck record, okay? So let's do Beck. I got Pearl Jam, White Zombie X, Schlong, Screeching Weasel, the Meatmen, Clutch, Jane's Addiction. I knew I had a Jane's Addiction. JBH, Charged GBH. I've got 3 of them. Paul's Boutique, Dwight Yoakam, the Meatmen, NoFX, the Cranberries, and Afro Man. Okay, that's what's going on. Then I've got a crate of surprises and then all the autographs and 45s. Here is Beck. This is Midnight. Midnight Vultures. And this is an unofficial on white marble vinyl. This has not been officially pressed on vinyl since it came out in 2000. Wow, this needs a reissue then. Beck is a bootleg, a $35 start, okay? Now, Tracy's in on the coin at 39, Phil's at 40. We have request and request and request. All right, next is Skyhooks. This is Hot for the Orient. Skyhooks is $19.99. Skyhooks is $19.99. Moving Hearts, The Storm. A 1985 Ireland Celtic music. $12.99. Moving Hearts, The Storm. And we have Riding High, Moxie. Moxie's $19.99. Graham Parker, another gray area, $9.99. All right, they're still bidding on the coin. There's Beck. It's a bootleg. Next 45 is another, let's do an Elvis right quick. How about Jailhouse Rock? And this is 1957. EPA 4114. Nice. VG plus EX, closer to EX on side 1. VG plus EX on side 2. Elvis, $35 start. Really cool EPs tonight. Phil's out on the Who. That's sold to Tracy Songer for $42. Tracy, that's sold to you for $42. Let me grab some of those GBH and let me see. Oh, don't forget, this is technically up for bid. A Vin Sevenfold. That is right now currently our third auction. This is a $595 start. This is currently up for auction. It's a $595 start, just FYI. FYI, okay? Next is Lake, Paradise Island. Lake is $14.99. Lake and Poco. Poco is self-titled, $9.99. Elvis is at $35. No bid on Beck. No bid right now on the Vin Sevenfold. The Doobie Brothers taking it to the streets, $14.99. Now, I'll tell you this. You can do all the research you want on... Oh, sorry, I didn't go back to this normal view. Sorry. Let me go back a couple records. Y'all missed some stuff there. Lake was $14.99. Paradise Island. Poco was $9.99. Sorry. And Doobie Brothers taking it to the streets, $14.99. What I was saying is I have spent extensive research on all the autographs. And what I look at is what's active, what's sold, what is actually authenticated, and what's not authenticated, okay? Just like when you're looking at Stevie Nicks, you'll see signed, quote, signed Stevie Nicks photos on their sale for $110. They're 110% fake, okay? Same thing even, I don't know, maybe so much forged Avenged Sevenfold stuff is out there, but what you will see is when it has a certificate of authenticity, especially from JSA, PSA, it definitely starts carrying a premium, just FYI. So I've done all the hard work for you. I've looked at active, sold, unsold, what didn't get bids, going back 3 years. So any kind of autograph tonight, whether it be the Allman Brothers, whether it be the Beach Boys, whether it be the Avenged Sevenfold, you'll find out, just like all the autographs we sell, I've got them priced well within market for something that's certified with letter. If you're an autograph collector, you probably have already realized that. Moving on, we have Long John Baldry. Welcome to the Club Casablanca. $14.99 for Long John Baldry. Also, Greg Raleigh. You may know him from Journey. You may know him from Santana. Here's one of the solo albums, Gold Stamp Promo. Greg Raleigh is $19.99. Elvis has bids for $35 and now $38. Beck has one bid for $36, final call. And then Cold Blood is $24.99. Cold Blood is $24.99. Let's bring out the first GBH album. I've got Paul. What version is Paul's Boutique? It's an original. Wow. We got an OG Paul's Boutique. Let's go ahead and bring out Charge GBH. This is going up for auction. This is an 84 UK 12-inch single EP, a 4-track, VG condition, $10. Charge GBH. Do What You Do, Children of Dust, 4 Men. It's a 4-track EP, an 84 UK, $10 start on that. Beck has bids for $40. And then Gary Wellman wants Long John Baldry. That's sold to Gary Wellman. I've got to step over here. Do I still got blue juice? I got a little. I'm definitely need something to drink right quick. Let me do that very quickly. Whew. That was a big drink. Thank you. I needed that. Beck's at 45. Elvis is at 45. And next is the main ingredient. That is sealed for $24.99, the main ingredient. The Miracles, The Power of Music. That is $9.99. The Miracles, The Power of Music. Murray and the K's. Murray and Jackie the K's. Interesting. That's $14.99. Golden gassers for hand holders. Alabama. My Home's in Alabama. $9.99. And Steve Miller, Brave New World, $24.99. Keep in mind, this Elvis single has 5 tracks on it. Jailhouse Rock, Young and Beautiful, I Want to Be Free, Don't Leave Me Now, and Baby, I Don't Care, 1957. Where are the Elvis Press? The United States of America. Music from, wow, this is Roger, wow, another Pink Floyd record. This is Roger Waters, a 1970 UK 74, a bizarre record if you've ever listened to it. Very odd, but it's Roger Waters. Boy, what a cool label. His head is actually on the label. $74.99 for Roger Waters. Also, we have Picnic, A Breath of Fresh Air. Picnic is a 1970 UK, $59.99. Derek Clark wants Murray the K. That is sold to Derek Clark and Gary Wellman on Roger Waters. Music from the Body. Wow. Okay, so Beck, Doug Reeder, 45. Brian O'Malley, let me know if you want back in. Tom Moran, let me know if you want back in on Elvis. And nobody bid on Charge GBH. Let's go ahead and make that a $10 buy it now. $10 buy it now on that. Next is Graham Parsons, 1979, Gatefold, $29.99. $29.99, Graham Parsons. Craig Weatherford on Doobie Brothers. Craig Weatherford on Doobie Brothers. That is sold to Craig Weatherford. Craig, thank you. That's sold to you. Also, Johnny Paycheck, Mr. Hag, Told My Story. Never seen that one before. $24.99 for Paycheck. All right, buy it now. $595. I'll bring out the air horn for you. $595. $595 if anybody wants it, Avenged Sevenfold. I think I know somebody who may want it. I don't know if they're watching. They may be holding out for the guitar. Really cool poster. Avenged is $595. It is available, just FYI. That's a buy it now. Okay, let's go back to the top. Thomas Clark gets GBH for $10. Pamela Yeager on Graham Parsons. Hit a pretty good batch of records here. Michael, you were second. Michael Snare second on GBH. Robert Philippi on Johnny Paycheck. Shane Devers second. I was going to auction this. I don't have time tonight. Let's make it a buy it now. $99.99. This is My Morning Jacket, the Waterfall. I think it's a puzzle and 245 RPMs. I really couldn't understand it on Discogs clearly, but what a cool box. I love that. And then it's got like this 3D panorama, but I think it's like a 300-piece puzzle and 45s. My Morning Jacket is $99.99. It is sealed. Derek Clark needs to put back Murray the K. No problem. That's being put back. Beck and Elvis is still getting bids, or is Elvis done? I hadn't heard back from Tom Moran. It's now a final call. Hadn't heard back from Tom. It's at 46 with William Warner. Next is the Jeff Lorber Fusion, guest artist Chick Corea and Joe Farrell. Those are big guests. Soft Space, $14.99 for Jeff Lorber Fusion. The Age of Aquarius, $14.99 for Fifth Dimension. And Frankie Valli and the Four Seasons, Greatest Hits Live, sealed, $24.99. This was 46 years ago, and he's still performing. He's about to come to Knoxville, and he's like 93 years old. Beck is at 47. Brian O'Malley, you're back out. Time for a new auction. I'll put up a new autograph in 1 second. First thing I want to do is another Kiss item. I've got a picture of it, but I'm also just going to lay it back here. This is a signed Eric Singer drum head. Now, I want to say something because I was told on these drum heads, it's sometimes pretty easy to wipe off. It is personalized to Doug, Chicago Expo, Eric Singer, 2005. JSA authenticated, and let me check, see what I had this wrote down for a starting bid. Keep in mind, I still got a big stack over here, children's records, more Elvis, and this is the first of many drum heads. Hopefully, I'm going to sell tonight. Let's see, Drumhead Kiss, Eric Singer. Let's get this started for just $75. $75 on this. Eric Singer, $75. So it's personalized to Doug, Chicago Expo 2005. Eric Singer is a $75 start. All right, Elvis, Tom Moran bid $50. He went out. That's a quick sell then. Back to Tom Moran for $50. Elvis is gone. Jailhouse Rock, that's sold. Beck, we have Brian O'Malley out. Doug Reeder gets that for $47. That is sold. And now we have Eric Singer at a $75 start. Next is Gary Myrick and the Figures. That's $9.99. And Juice Newton and Silver Spur, Come to Me. Juice Newton's $9.99. Next auction is, here we go. You ready? Beastie Boys, an original 1989 US special edition 8-panel jacket with the original sleeve and hop sticker, EX++. Very nice copy. $175 start. So, boy, that's in the sleeve very nicely. I don't know if I want to get it out or not, but let's do it. Some people may want to see. This is in a very tight jacket. I don't know if it needs to go back in there, honestly. There is the hop sticker. So the hop sticker is just loose, but it still exists. It kind of sticks to the cover almost. Let me lay that right there so I don't lose it. And we have an original 89. Paul says the vinyl is beautiful. That is $175 start. There's the insert. And this is the original 8-panel jacket. Incredible. Look at that. Incredible 8-panel jacket. So Beastie Boys, somebody was wise enough to keep the hop sticker. You can't play it, but it definitely adds to the collectible value. That's now up for bid. All right. Juice Newton, and let's see here. Next is how much is Picnic in condition? I don't remember even saying that. Picnic, a breath of fresh air. Boy, what a unique. Boy, that's is Pink Floyd. Oh yeah, Pink Floyd's on here. And Sid Barrett. Wow, I bet it will sell now. $59.99. I saw EMI. I saw people wearing gas masks, and I was like, this has to do something with Pink Floyd. And it's beautiful. So yeah, we had a Pink Floyd and a Roger Waters, and now here's a compilation that has Sid Barrett and Pink Floyd and Deep Purple and Pretty Things, Tea and Symphony, The Greatest Show on Earth, Kevin Ayers. Boy, I don't know where those records came from. Embryo is the Pink Floyd song, and the Sid Barrett song is Terrapin from the Mad Clap Laughs. Derek Clark, nice eyes there. I didn't even, I never have seen it, and I didn't even really pay attention to that odd cover. But when I saw EMI, Harvest, and I saw people on a beach with gas masks, I was like, this has got to do something with Pink Floyd. And of course, they're on there with Sid Barrett. All right, Beastie Boys at $175. Do I actually have an autograph image up? I don't. Avenged Sevenfold. Let me see what else I have over here. Let's see what else I have over here. I still got Paul Stanley. I hadn't put him up yet. And let me see what else I have over here. We've done that. I got Paul Stanley. But let's sell Eric. Let's at least try to sell Eric Singer first. Then I'll probably do the Paul Stanley. And I still got the Kicks, Striper, Testament, and Great White drum heads, I believe. Yeah, we still got to do those, okay? So there's some of them that we got coming up. Okay, now we have, who are those guys? New Riders of the Purple Sage, $19.99. So the Beastie Boys is at $175 and now $225. $225 on the Beastie Boys. Edgar Winter's White Trash and $19.99. I think what I was about to say is there may be a way you can take off this. Somebody said something about clear coat. This is kind of like a textured drum head. Some of them are kind of like smooth, more like what the back feels like. But I don't know, you may can get that off or touch it up or something. It's unfortunate that's personalized, but yeah. Collectors say that's the best sampler album Harvest ever did. I may have to listen to that. The last time I listened to a Harvest sampler, I found like 3 songs that I thoroughly enjoyed that I never heard from groups that I never heard. So those are always fun to listen to. Bobby Whitlock, $19.99, one of a kind. Bobby Whitlock. Widowmaker, $14.99. Once again, nothing to do with Dee Snider. He had a band, $14.99. $14.99. And Return to Base, Slade. Slade's $19.99. Here in about 5 minutes, I'm going to do a recap of all the autographs that's still available. But the Allman Brothers is still available. Yes, $1,850. We have Gary Wright, Extraction. Gary Wright is $14.99. Bob James, The Genie, $9.99 from the TV series Taxi. The Incredible String Band. Paul speaks highly of them all the time. This is the Big Huge, $19.99. Dinah Ross, Lady Sings the Blues, 2 LP soundtrack, $14.99. And Rose Tattoo is $19.99. All right, the Eric Singer drum head. The Eric Singer drum head is a $75 buy it now. It's been JSA authenticated, $75 buy it now on that. Gary Wellman on GE, and he meant GW for Gary Wright. Phil Freeman on Slade, which was right here. That is sold. And now the Beastie Boys is at $250 with Gregory Roberts. Let's put up a new single. Let's go back to some of the 45s I have for tonight. And let's do the Sesame Street, Oscar the Grouch, Elephant. Alphabet. I need to watch Sesame Street. Maybe I'll learn how to talk. Oscar the Grouch's alphabet of trash featuring Jim Henson's Muppets. The vinyl's about VG+, higher grade than normal for a children's record. Chris Crabtree got this on Christmas Day in 1983. There we have it. A is for alphabet. C is for can. Yeah, I need to read this. It might help me talk better. I is for ice cream. Ice cream. $10 start for Sesame Street. So Beastie Boys at $250. Slicker on the Incredible String Band. Neil Rigler, Graham Parsons already been claimed. And Gregory Roberts wants Rose Tattoo. All right. Now, we have going up for auction. Let me try, let's see here. So I got Kicks Testament. Let me try Testament first. Testament is a signed drum head. Now, unfortunately, some of these I don't have all the names identified. I'll try to look it up right quick to see if they're listed. They may be. This is a signed Testament drum head. It's going to be a $225 start. $225 start. It's got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I actually was listening to the Testament today. I never had listened to that album, Practice What You Preach. And boy, I didn't realize how, I'm going to say it sounds pretty similar to Metallica. I didn't know what to expect, and I listened to it for the first time, and I was like, wow, that's pretty good. Let me go over here. Let me click over here right quick, and let me see if they actually say on the JSA website who signed this. FF151865. They might actually say, or it may just sign. There we go. It's signed by Chuck. It's signed by Chuck Billy, Alex Schnick, maybe, Eric Peterson, Steve DiGiorgio, and Dave Lombardo. Dave Lombardo. That's who signed the Testament, okay? That is going up for I think I said what did I say? 185. I hope I said 185. I may have said 175. Here's the final price, 185. 185, okay? $185 start on Testament. 185 on Testament. 185 on Testament. 185 on Testament. Okay? So that's where we're at. Now, let's go through a new bin. So it's $9.25. If you haven't already, hit the like button on Facebook, like button on YouTube. We are currently streaming to 3 platforms right now, Facebook, YouTube, and X. Make sure you've liked on Facebook, liked on YouTube. We got a big Beastie Boys over here. John Kaiser's out. Nobody bid against Gregory, so let's go ahead and sell this for $250. Gregory, this is sold to you for $250. Thank you. I'm going to try to put it back in the sleeve. It's such a jumbo packaging. Let me see if I can do it like what Paul did. Picnic still available, Bob James price. Let me hit a couple questions up right quick. If I can't get this back in the sleeve nicely, I'll just go ahead and wait for them to find a bigger sleeve to put it in. Or Gregory, if I get it back in the sleeve, I don't know if you want to try to take it out too many other times. Maybe, okay. It fits much better if you put it in there regularly. If you put it in there like a side loader, it fits much better. Just leave it in there like a side loader. I'm still going to put all the goodies behind it, including the hop sticker, okay? So all this is going to go behind it, and including the hop sticker. Now, it's all loaded on the side. It fits much better in the sleeve like that. Thank you. That's so do you. Now, Sesame Street is at $20 of Ginger Lynch. $20 on that. The signed Testament drum head is $185. I'm actually going to take it off the table. No, I'm just going to leave it right there because I don't think we have a picture of that one, okay? Now, we have 2 questions. Is Picnic still available? And Bob James price. Here's what's left in here. Rare Earth, Amazing Rhythm Aces, Symphonic Slam, The Nice, Phil Oakes, Skyhooks, The Storm, which was Moving Hearts, Moxie, Graham Parker, Lake, Poco, Greg Raleigh, Cold Blood, Main Ingredient, The Miracles, Alabama, Steve Miller, Murray the Case, Jeff Lorber, Fifth Dimension, Frankie Valli, Gary Myrick, Juice Newton, New Riders, Edgar Winter, Bobby Whitlock. Boy, those have got to be near the end. Bob James and Dinah Ross. Somebody already bought Picnic, and Bob James is $9.99. What was Picnic? Did somebody already bought that? Oh, Breath of Fresh Air. Yeah. Oh, that's long gone. Derek Clark bought that. That was the comp with Pink Floyd and Syd Barrett and Deep Purple. Yeah, that's gone. Now, let's go through a whole new crate. These are right here behind me, so if you change your mind, decide you want something, Be my guest. They're right here behind me. No problem whatsoever. Okay? Here we go. So, Craig Weather says he'll take Bob. What Cold Blood? All right. So there's Bob. Cold Blood is a 60s record on Phillips, I think. It has a Rick Griffin cover. I just now really noticed that. I saw these little things over here, and then I noticed his signature, Rick Griffin, on the cover. Cold Blood, of course, San Francisco, $24.99. $24.99 on Cold Blood. Craig Weatherford does want Bob. And then we have how much on Lorber? Ryan Kelly. All right, let me grab that. And as soon as we go through this bin, we're about to go through some vintage discount bins. I found a whole batch over here, and we still got lots of Elvis EPs to auction. So Jeff Lorber Fusion is $14.99. Okay, now it's 9:30. Let me do something because I see a lot of people that's asking about autographs. First thing is we're going to sell this. Nobody else bid. Sesame Street is sold to Ginger Lynch for $20, and Testament is $185 buy it now. Testament is $185 buy it now. It's JSC authenticated. It's signed by 5 members. Really cool display piece. You can frame it. You can hang it. You can put it anywhere you want it. Signed Testament, $185. That's available, okay? That's available. JSC authenticated. Now, here is what's going on in the autograph department. Here's what's available, and here's the prices before we put up any new auctions. Let me start right here at the top. Let me start with my first photo, which is right here. Should be. Yeah, okay. So, first, Peter Criss. He sold. Eric Singer is available for $75. Stevie Nicks is available, $2,950. $2,950. We hadn't sold Kicks yet. We hadn't sold Striper yet, and we hadn't sold Great White yet. Those are not been up for auction yet, so they're on deck. If you want me to run one, let me know. Avenged Sevenfold, $595. $595. Signed poster. Oh, there's Tanner's dog. There's Otis, and there's Otis. He's not for sale. There was the pictures from the night. We have sold all those except Popeye and the Gremlins. MoFi Stones is still available. Unbelievably, $1,500. $1,500. Led Zeppelin sold, $900. It's gone. The Beach Boys is available. $1,750. $1,750. Allman Brothers, $1,850. $1,850. We have not sold Paul Stanley yet. He's on deck. Signed Paul Stanley's on deck. We have sold a few of these, but we still got a bunch of them left. Elvis EPs. We've sold a few of these, but we still got a bunch of them left. We sold the Stones. We sold the Who. Sold David Bowie. And there's better pictures of the Paul Stanley. Okay? So we'll get the Paul Stanley. Let me just leave that image up because we're probably going to do that next. Give me 1 second. And let's put up some more LPs. Okay? Now, up at the top, we have I'll take Cold Blood. I'll take Jeff Lorber if he doesn't. We have Ryan Kelly, never did say yes or no, so I'm assuming he's passing. Jamie Miller gets Cold Blood, and let's give Bill Stewart the Jeff Lorber unless Ryan Kelly wants it, all right? We have a whole slate of auctions ready. Now, that was the autographs. There's Eric Singer. Here's some other stuff that I have randomly. I still got the My Morning Jacket box set. It is $99.99 sealed. I still got the Black Keys for $155, and one of the first things I put up was a price reduction on a signed photo, a legend, signed by Steve Miller. This was $125. I said I would do $75 on it. Those are all still available. Steve Miller, the Black Keys, and the My Morning Jacket. Michael Nath takes Steve Miller. Yeah, I mean, I don't think I have done any of those before. So, excuse me, I don't think I have sold any of those for less than $100. That's sold to Michael Nath for $75. Nice pickup there. Okay, that's sold. I've sold the silver coin. Stevie Nicks is $2,950. $2,950. Here is our next auction. Popeye, A Whale of a Tale, another children and book. This is in VG condition, VG or less. Popeye the Sailor Man, $10 start on that. Jackal hat is going up right now. Jackal, Robert, I will find it. I will definitely get it to you. But I don't have the card right now. But I promise it is JSA certified. Jackal, signed by 4 members. That's going up for a, let's see, what did I say the CD for? I sold you the CD for what, $85? I'll start the hat for $75. Signed Jackal hat, signed by 4 members, $75. Stevie Nicks is $2,950. $2,950. And if you're looking for a signed Stevie Nicks piece right now, you'll find that's well within the market for that, for sure. Here's our next auction. A beautiful Elvis picture sleeve. Love Me Tender. Love Me Tender. Vinyl is EX or better, which is incredible for something like this. 1956, another 1956 Elvis EP, $35 start on that. We're about to go through new arrivals. Then we're about to start discount bins. We've got a whole stack of 45s that was advertised, 2 whole boxes that were unadvertised, and I still got the autographed, the rest of the autographs to run, okay? I'm going to put up Paul Stanley in 1 second. Bear with me, okay? Let me do this right now. Give me 1 second. I'll do one thing on my phone. Before I get rolling again. Okay, so here we are. First thing I have is Nitty Gritty Dirt Band, Uncle Charlie, $29.99, and his dog Teddy. Nitty Gritty Dirt Band, Back to Earth, Rare Earth. Back to Earth is $19.99, Back to Earth. Also, Raspberries, $24.99, with the scratch and sniff sticker. Let's see if it, barely. I don't know if that's one. You used to could scratch those and they smell like raspberries. With Eric Carmen, that has the hit song Go All the Way. Popeye, 1 bid, $10 final call. Jackal, $75 final call. Elvis, 1 bid, final call, $35. We have Silverado, Ready for Love. Silverado's 1981, $12.99. Shakin' Street, $24.99. Gold stamp promo, Shakin' Street, $24.99. We have Havana Jam. Havana Jam is $29.99, gold stamp promo. And Jim Steinman, gold stamp promo, $19.99. Amazing Rhythm Aces is $12.99. And Leo Sayer, Thunder in My Heart, Leo Sayer is $9.99. Okay, this is officially up for auction. This is a signed Paul Stanley guitar. And it's kind of already self-authenticated, but when we had JSA come out, we went ahead and had another sticker put on it. So the pick guard is signed by Paul. There is the sticker. There's the COA. There's the actual COA card from the company. It has the strap. It has the picks. Everything's mint. Now, probably the biggest problem, and then a few images back, we got it in the box. So it's good to go. Probably the biggest problem with this, if I can find the picture of it in the box, probably the biggest problem with this is shipping. There's Otis. He's made a couple. There it is. There's the box. So everything's nice. Guitar's nice, everything. We got to kind of think about shipping when we do this, okay? So price includes shipping, as it always does. I mean, we're going to ship it for $7, but I've kind of adjusted this starting bid, keeping in mind we're going to have to ship it. And that is going to be, and I think the last one I started for this, $475 start. $475 start. $475 starting bid on the Paul Stanley guitar. $475. That's now officially up for auction. Okay? Moving on. Next is, wow, another Pink Floyd, a 71 original metal. Pink Floyd metal, $74.99. Boy, what a beautiful copy. 71 original, $74.99 on Pink Floyd metal. That's just randomly in the bin. What else do we have? Omar and the Howlers, Hard Times in the Land of Plenty, Shrink It Hop, not Hat. I was thinking about Jackal, $19.99. Phil Oakes sings for Broadside. Phil Oakes is a 1976, that's $39.99. And Roy Orbison, Regeneration. Roy Orbison is $19.99. Also, we have Best of Love. Does have some cover damage at the bottom, but that is a Rhino compilation. Best of Love, $19.99. Quick and nice pickup there, Charlie, on Pink Floyd. Thank you. That's so to you. Popeye, so for $20. The Shane Devers, Jackal is sold to Robert Phillippe for 75. Make a note for me to find the card. And Elvis is sold for 35 to Don Nicole. Wow, we cleaned the board there. Don Nicole, $35. Jackal, 75. And Pop Out of Shane for 20. There we have it. Those are gone, gone, and gone. Now, we need a new LP. Let's put a new LP up. Paul Stanley's a $475 start. Next is going to be another Charge GBH. And let's do the No FX. No, let's do the Cranberries. And then I'm going to put something else up for auction, okay? So, next thing I have here is, oh no, it's GBH again. And Paul has this as a 1986 12-inch EP in EX condition. It's on Combat Core, Malice in Wonderland, Lost in Fog. 2 songs on one side. On that side, 12-inch EP, $15 start. This is the Cranberries. No need to argue, right? Yeah, no need to argue. Deluxe edition. 2020 Deluxe Remaster has both original inner sleeves, Near Mint Minus and Shrink and Hop. Cranberries is a $35 star. Slicker Van Slyke on Love. That's sold to Slicker. And we have Michael Nesmith, as in Michael Nesmith from the Monkees, $24.99. All right, let's put up the Gremlins. I'm going to sell all these together. I very well probably could put these up individually at $10 starts, but I'm going to sell them all together. This is the Gremlins, story number 1, story number 2, story number 3, story number 4, and story number 5. Average, VG, VG+. A couple of them have some writing on the cover. Just a little bit there and there. I always like that one. That one's pretty cool. This is the Gremlin set. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 Gremlins, all sold together, a $25 start. $25 start on those. Cranberries, $35, $35, now $40, now $45. I don't think this is an actual sticker. I think I was literally scratching the cover. I don't think there's actually a sticker. Is it supposed to be a sticker, Derek? If it's actually on the cover, then no, there's nothing there. That's definitely not a sticker, so. All right, Gremlins, Cranberries, and the only thing that doesn't have a bid is GBH. Chad needs some water. Chad's going to have to get some water. Final call. If you for sure want Paul Stanley, $495. $495. Starting bid on that, just below air horn. Or you can go ahead and bid $5, and if you win it, I'll blow the air horn for you. Moving on. Next thing we have here is the Move split in. The Move featured a guy named Jeff Lynne, also Roy Wood, but Jeff Lynne, which went on to go in or be in ELO or form ELO. $24.99 on the Move. We have Living in the 70s, Skyhooks. Skyhooks is the name of the band, $19.99 on that. And this is the Doobie Brothers. What were once vices are now habits. $14.99, the Doobie Brothers. What a clean copy. Oh Black Water, Doobie Brothers, $14.99. Oh, so this is just a replica of his one of his signature guitars. What is it? What brand is it? It's by, it's a Lion. Yeah. Paul played a guitar like that. It's just a manufactured, like, signature guitar that looks like something he played, not actually played by him. It's just like a signature guitar, and then he signed them. He signed them. So he, maybe there's a Kiss fan that can tell you more about this particular. I know there's at least one watching. We have at least 5 Kiss fanatics watching every night. But yeah, it's just a manufactured guitar that was made for him to sign. So it's not like a guitar and then he signed it. These were made for him to sign, I'm pretty sure. So, and they was limited. This is the 3rd one I've had. We've had them all authenticated. If you ever see these out and about, even if they don't have COAs with them, they're good. We've had 3 now authenticated. So they're good to go. Really cool. And I think the 2 I've sold, both people have sent me pictures of them displayed in their man caves and or their living rooms. Even their wives maybe not be happy about it. And they look pretty cool when they're hanging up. All right, back to the top. We did have a claim out of here, and the claim was, we pulled Love. I think I saw somebody on the Move. Yeah, Gary Wellman on the Move with Jeff Lynne. Thank you, Gary. That's sold to you. And then Neil Rigler on Skyhooks. Neil Rigler gets Skyhooks. Okay. Now we have Graham Parsons, International Submarine Band. Graham Parsons is $29.99. Safe as Home and Moving Hearts. 1986, $14.99. By the way, I have filled up another crate, so let's move this over here. Crate is full. Time to swap out crates and put this thing right here. Once again, I'm going to make a post tomorrow, but thanks to everybody who tuned in to the Coin and Knife sale last night. That was epic. We had 6 air horns. I figured we'd have a few tonight. Still got some expensive stuff laying around. Still got the Rolling Stones MoFi. Still got Stevie Nicks. Still got the Taylor Swift record. The Allman Brothers, Beach Boys. Some pricey stuff, but it's available. Neil Rigler and Graham Parsons. Okay, now we have GBH did not get a bid, so it's a $15 buy it now. GBH, an 86 US 12-inch EP, $15 buy it now. $15 buy it now. The Gremlins, this complete set is with 75 with Shane Devers, going twice, going 3 times. Phil Freeman wants Moving Hearts. And the Cranberries is a final call. The high bid on the Cranberries, I'm showing Keelan Lee at $50. No need to argue. A deluxe 2LP remaster, $50 on that. Phil Freeman needs to put back Moving Hearts. And then first on GBH was Chris Bryant. GBH goes to Chris Bryant. Now we have Moxie, Under the Lights. Moxie is $19.99. Under the Lights for Moxie. Also, we have Elliot James Murphy, Change Will Come. 1988 French copy, that's $14.99. And Nantucket, No Direction Home. Nantucket's $14.99. Cranberries has a new bid for $51. Steve Miller Band. Steve Miller Band is $24.99. A Capitol reissue. This album originally came out in 1968. Tough to find those OG pressings. That's $24.99. And Gilbert O'Sullivan, I'm a rider, not a fighter. Gilbert O'Sullivan is $9.99. Lake, ouch. Lake is an 81 Art Rock, $14.99 for Lake. And the Lost Gonzo Band, Thrills. I always thought that was an interesting cover. 1976, $14.99. All right, Cranberries, 52, 55. Several people still been on the Cranberries. Shane, the Gremlins are yours. Congratulations. Those are sold to Shane Devers. That set, and let me confirm that price again to Shane. Shane got that for $75. Buy it now. $4.95 on Paul Stanley. That is going to arrive at your door. That is signed, and we've had it JSA authenticated. It already came self-authenticated. That is a buy it now, folks. $4.95. If anybody wants to grab up Paul, he is available. Now, next is another killer Elvis Heartbreak Hotel. No dog label. Very cool. You don't see those very often. The no dog label, black RCA, 1956, Heartbreak Hotel. Sleeve has a little bit of a crackle there, a little bit of a crease there. I'm going to grade it VG. $35 start on Elvis Heartbreak Hotel. We've had incredible 50s. I have Elvis records in my collection. I pretty much stick with the 50s stuff. I love the EPs. I got most of the EPs and singles years ago and kept them for my collection. So now when I see them, I'm like, man, because I knew how long it took me to find a lot of the 50 singles in high grade. And now sometimes we get them and I just sell them like they're nothing. And I remember how hard they were for me to find originally. Charlie Marks on the Lost Gonzo Band. That's sold to Charlie Marks. Thank you. Pretty wicked cover there. And we have Sly, as in Sly and the Family Stone. Sly and the Family Stone back on the right track. $19.99 on that. High bid on Cranberries, we have a tie. Salty Dog came in first. And Graham Parker, the Real Macaw, $9.99. Doobie Brothers, let's go back for that. And John, it's a little heavy. It is a little heavy. And you know what? You asked, and you're right. It does have the poster. That's something I don't see very often at all. And that's a superb copy, too. I mean, clean. And yes, it has a poster, $14.99. Rick Berrien's on the Elvis at $35. And we have Simon & Bard Group, the Enormous Radio, an 84 Fusion, $9.99. CeCe Allen on Sly and the Family Stone. Thank you, CeCe. John Smetzer on the Doobie Brothers. Thank you. Cranberries, we have a tie. Hiram, you're out. Salty Dog bid first on that one. There's a bid on Elvis. And now we have another one of our children's records tonight. This is Ghostbusters. I have never seen this one before. By the way, the vinyl on this one's pretty low grade. See those visible marks? This is Ghostbusters. Ghostbusters Meet the Laser Ghost. 1985, right when the movie was at its height. Storybook and record. This one has some color breaks on it. Probably a VG minus sleeve. $10 on Ghostbusters. All right. We have the movies. The movies is $9.99. And we have Girl, Sheer Greed. Girl is a 1980 promo, $19.99 on Girl. And we have, oh my gosh, it's another Pink Floyd in shrink and hop sticker. Why didn't I go through these crates? I have not learned my lesson. $59 with the shrink and hop sticker. $59. I'm getting so excited I don't even want to say the price. Golly, I am shooting myself in the foot tonight on these Pink Floyd records. I'm going to have to go get a bottle of water after this. That's a $100 plus record at auction. That is a superb copy. I don't even want to look at it because when I come back, I know there's going to be what, 2, 3, 4, 5 claims, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 possibly. Who knows? While I'm over here, I'm going to grab this 69 OG Abbey Road that I was looking at. Not looking at, I was listening at. I was listening at it. What am I trying to say? I'm so worked up over Pink Floyd. Man, we listened to Dark Side of the Moon today at the store. I had it cranking. Everybody in the building could hear it. Breathe in the air. I just wanted to listen to Time. I had Time stuck in my head, and I was like, I gotta listen to it. I gotta listen to it. All right, so let's see what's going on here. First thing we have is Sly, I'll Take It, and then Larry Drish on Pink Floyd. Wow. A 72 Winchester, Shrink, Hop. That is sold to Larry Drish. Keenan Lee, Pink Floyd, Girl, and Ed Rivera wants Girl. All right, Cranberries is sold then to Salty Dog, 58. Rig Bear In, you get Elvis for $35. Another great buy on the Elvis EP in that condition. And then we have Ghostbusters for a $10 buy it now. Who wants it? Ghostbusters. I'll go ahead and just make that a buy it now. And then Pink Floyd. So Abbey Roads are confusing, okay? There's what, like 700 different ones? These are always confusing. It's not a first press, but it is from 1969. It's a 69 Jacksonville press, okay? It has the enlarged cover where you can still see the pothole down here at the bottom. There's the back cover. So one of the first ways to tell if you have an early or first press, typically this apple is shifted over and Her Majesty is not listed. Her Majesty is not listed and the apple's typically shifted over. But I listened to this thing and boy, it sounded good. This is 69. It is 1969. It's got an O for a Jacksonville SW2 383 A116 number 1. And another record, you can talk about 50s Elvis records. Good luck finding a 69 Abbey Road that looks like this. I mean, typically they're just beat. We have in the back probably 2 whole crates of beat to death Abbey Roads. Because you know why? People did what I did today. They put it on and listened to it, but they listened to it over and over and over and over and over and over and over, and they completely wore them out. This one's been well taken care of. A $35 start. It is a 69 Jacksonville, not a first press. Of course, in 69, these were like all hands on deck. Everybody in the world was making them. Everybody in the world was making them. So they were like, red alert, the Beatles are coming out with an epic album. Turn all pressing plants to Abbey Road. And that's what they did. So this is a 1969. Very clean copy. $35 start. Next auction is going up right now. Next auction is Clutch. Strange Cousins from the West. Clutch is going up. Strange Cousins from the West. A U.S. reissue. It does have both original inner sleeves. EX plus vinyl. Clutch is a $25 start. $25 start. Jeff Church. There you are, Jeff. Jeff. I knew one of the Kiss fans. Thank you. Paul Stanley sold to Jeff Church. Thank you, Jeff. This is sold you for $500. He said, you know what? Go ahead and charge me $500 because I want the air horn. You're getting the air horn. Thank you, Jeff Church. Paul Stanley. That is the second air horn of the night. I expected about 6 tonight. I need some of y'all to come through on the Allman Brothers, the Rolling Stones. They're still available, but right now we're selling this. Cover your ears. Everybody get ready. Jeff, this is coming to you. Thank you, $500. Second air horn of the night. Thank you. That's sold to you. The other one was for the Bob Lugwood Led Zeppelin 2, which went to Daniel Bouziden earlier. All right. Back up at the top. Last thing we said was Beatles 35. Daryl Johnson wants the movies, and Clutch is at 25.26. Don Crawford, Would You Understand My Nakedness? Don Crawford is a 71 sealed, $19.99 for Don Crawford. That looks interesting. UK, always a popular record, $19.99. And Poco, picking up the pieces, is $9.99. Autumn Betts wants Ghostbusters. Thank you. Autumn, that's sold to you for $10. So what do we got up right now? Technically, we only got 2 auctions. So let's get a third going. Let's try to knock out some of the other 45s we have. Let's put this up for a $10 start. All I Want Is You. U2. This is a 7-inch original single. Should be from the UK because it's in a different type sleeve, but it may not be. It's a promo. 1989. All I Want Is You. It's a $10 start. That's right around that Rattle and Hum era. Unchained Melodies, the B-side. That's in a really cool sleeve. Is this not US? Where is this from? New York. I guess it is US. It's in a very rigid, unusual picture sleeve for the US, but around that era, they were changing them up a little. $10 start on that. $10 start on U2. Prince has not sold. No. We still got several, I think. At least 2 or more. U2's a $10 start. All right, I still got some more drum heads. But first, let's go ahead and finish up this bin here. We have the Doobie Brothers, Minute by Minute, with the hit song, What a Fool Believes on it. What a Fool Believes. That's $14.99. Clean copy of inner sleeve. George Harrison, self-titled. George Harrison is $19.99. Phil Oakes' Greatest Hits. Phil Oakes is $24.99. Phil Oakes' Greatest Hits, $24.99. Daryl's in on U2 at $10. And we have Mary Kay Place tonight at the Capri Lounge. Loretta Haggers, $14.99. The Beatles. Is John really going to get this for a single bid at 35? Keep in mind, it is a 69. Typically not in this condition. And I test played it. Here Comes the Sun. Something in the way she moves. And of course, I love, my favorite is the melody, but really right before the melody, which is You Never Give Me Your Money. And then there's the Sun King. Then it really goes into the melody. Of course, y'all know that whole finishing part's like all, but man, she came in through the bathroom window, golden slumbers. I mean, I understand now, wow, those are always worn out. Clutch is at 35, and now the Beatles is at 36, and U2 is at 12. Next is Murray the K live as it happened. Murray the K is $24.99. Murray the K. What is going on here? Is that the Supremes? Or is that Aretha Franklin? What's going on here? $24.99 for Murray the K live. We have Michael Nesmith live at the Palace. P-A-L-A-I-S. I always want to say the Palace, but it's not. Michael Nesmith, $24.99. Graham Parsons. Everything we've shown by him tonight has sold. This is Graham Parsons, The Fallen Angels live, 1973. It says limited first edition, numbered $59.99. Interesting. $59.99 on that. Alabama in Shrinking Hot. Alabama's $9.99. And Jan and Dean, Folk and Roll. Jan and Dean is $9.99. What did I do with my bottle of water? I went earlier and got me a bottle of water out of the fridge when I got flabbergasted by the Pink Floyd record. Here it is. And now I have it right here behind me. Thank you. I need this. All right, Daryl Johnson. I didn't hit that, did I? Hold on a second. Are we still live? I hit the bottle on the side. Okay, good. I thought I hit the end stream button when I put down my bottle. All right, Daryl Johnson. I was about to say, you're out now. You're back in. And Todd Kilgore wants a pack of outer sleeves. I asked for them last week, didn't get them. All right, give Todd outer sleeves. Somebody asked for a pack earlier tonight. Sorry, it's probably during Black Friday sale. They probably missed some of that. They have a heck of a task keeping up with me and trying to tag this stuff, much less during Black Friday when we were selling sleeves like that. So if you're missing something, just let me know now or send the page message us, okay? Alabama soda Doug Rieger, thank you. We're almost done with this crate of new arrivals, and then we're about to go through some discount bins while we finish up all these 45s we have to auction, autographs, etc., okay? So lots more still to come. So we have the original Carl Perkins. Original Carl Perkins is $24.99. Also, we have Long John Blues. That's Long John Baldry, $19.99 on that. Love Unlimited Orchestra. Love Unlimited Orchestra is $9.99. Cold Blood, that one's called Thriller. That's a promo, $29.99, or at least has a promo sticker. It is a white label promo, $29.99. And we have Steve Miller Band Sailor. Steve Miller Band's $19.99. All right, so we're done on YouTube. Daryl Johnson back in. So Rick Berrien, let me know if you want back in on that. All I Want Is You. There's, is that Adam Clayton or Larry Mullen? I guess that's Adam Clayton on the front. Yeah, I think that's Adam Clayton. Adam Clayton there on the front. The Clutch is now at 40. And Charlie Marks, you're out. And the Beatles is at 40. So we got 3 auctions going right there. Let me see what photos of auctions I still have available, like for the screen, before I do anything else. Rolling Stones. I think I've shown everything except the drum heads. So let me go ahead and get one of these up. Let's get the next drum head up for auction, which is signed by Kicks. And Kicks is going to be, let's see, let me do some quick math here. I got kind of a price sheet with cost, and I'm trying to do some numbering. Kicks is going to be a $245 start. $245 start. That is Bono. Is that Bono on the sleeve? Really? Okay, I guess I can kind of see it now. Yeah, I guess it is. Kicks is a $245 start. And if you're a fan, you probably already know who signed it. And if you want me to confirm the signatures, we'll look it up right quick on JSA. All right? So that's a $245 start. Next is, I think that was Love. Andrew H. Brown. You want Love Unlimited Orchestra? If so, say sold, and then you may be a first-time buyer, Andrew. Thank you and welcome. So Clutch, are we done on Clutch? Out on Clutch. So Gregory Roberts, you get Clutch for $40. Thank you. Rick Barran's out on U2. U2 is sold then for $13 to Daryl Johnson. Thank you. I guess that is Bono. Boy, it's kind of hard to tell, but yeah, that is Bono. You're correct. And then let's go ahead and put up this other Prince single. Nothing Compares to You. Prince is going up for a $10 start. Nothing Compares to You. And that is going up for a $10 start. 2018 foil cover. Prince is going up for a $10 start. That's up. The Beatles are still getting bids. It's now at 45. I test played it today. Very good sounding record. And Kicks is a $245 start. Signed drum head. Now, if anybody wants to make an offer on anything that didn't sell tonight, especially like on the Eric Singer, the Black Keys, the My Morning Jacket, the Allman Brothers, the Stones, I'm pretty tight on the autographed LPs. I mean, they're nothing to really like be in a hurry to sell. We'll go back over them closer in just a second. And we'll make sure whoever just bought the Love, definitely that's what they want, which is Andrew Brown. So if that's what you want, Andrew, just say sold. And then I want to make sure you are familiar with what we're doing here, and I'll get you set up as a first-time buyer, okay? All right, we've received 1,000 comments since this stream's been live. That's amazing, both on Facebook and YouTube. Let me do a quick stretch right quick. It's been an epic night so far, and we have a long ways to go. Wow. I mean, far as amount of stuff that I got ready today, when I get to the store early, that's when we have epic sales, because that means John, Paul, and Laura are all getting stuff ready, and then I have time to get stuff ready. And I usually bring out the big dogs or crazy, unique stuff that we never usually sell, because they're always working on albums. And that's why we have all these 45s and autographs and hats and coins and stuff like that, because they're always working on records, and we buy all these collections that have 45s and autographs and all this other stuff, and I finally sit down, and that's the kind of stuff I work on, or Tanner helps me. So, all right, I'm going to read through here. The Black Keys I have is called Brothers. We're about to start some discount bins, and they're going to be really good, and I'm going to be very lenient on the offers, okay? This is the Record Store Day, the 2010 Record Store Day, 2LP. It plays at a 45 RPM. It's pressed at Palace in Germany with the 10-inch. It's numbered, and it's $155. Buy it now. Here's what's left in here. If you want a price, let me know. Nitty Gritty Dirt Band. We have Rare Earth, Back to Earth. We have Silverado. We have Shakin' Street. We have Havana Jam. Jim Steinman, Amazing Rhythm Aces. Leo Sayer, Omar and the Howlers. Phil Oakes, Roy Orbison, Michael Nesmith, The Raspberries, Moving Hearts, Moxie, Elliot James Murphy, Nantucket, Steve Miller Band, Gilbert O'Sullivan, Lake, Graham Parker, Simon and Bard Group, Don Crawford, UK, Poco, the Doobie Brothers, George Harrison, Phil Oakes, and we have Mary Kay Place. Now, Ginger's out on the Beatles, final call for 50. Nobody been on Kicks. It's a $245 buy it now if anybody wants Kicks. $245 on Kicks. $245 on Kicks. Testament has already went up. It's $185. And let's try another Elvis. This one's really cool. Peace in the Valley, 1957. Another nice one. Elvis, Peace in the Valley, cardboard EP, 4-track, $35 start on that. All right, price on Jim Steinman. Jim Steinman, of course, Meatloaf related. Hop sticker, new album from the creator. A new album from the creator, Bat Out of Hell. Free EP attached, and the EP's in here. I didn't mention that earlier. The EP is in here. It's got some tape on it, but it is included. Oop. Let me see if I can. I don't know if John may not even known that was in here. He probably didn't, because there's a piece of tape stuck to the EP. Yeah, I doubt he even knew this was in here. I don't want to work on that, but it's definitely a white label promo. But yeah, there's a piece of tape stuck to it. I don't know if somebody did that intentionally or if it came like that. I doubt it came like that. I'm going to put it back down the sleeve. Okay, Daryl's out on Prince, so we're about to sell that then. Prince is Courtney's at 30. Which Poco? We've had a few tonight. This one's picking up the pieces. $9.99. Elvis has a bid for 35. Murray the K. Michael Nesmith. Brian D. Leon is also in on Elvis. Utah Todd, though, he bid first. Graham Parsons, Jan and Dean, Carl Perkins, Lon John Baldry, Cold Blood, Steve Miller Band, and then Love and Lynn. Somebody bought that, but I never did hear back from them. It was the first time they commented, and I didn't hear back, and that was Andrew H. Brown. So, Andrew, if you're still out there and you still didn't say the price. Oh, I could have swore I did. Jim Steinman is $19.99. Gold stamp promo. My bad. It also has the original under sleeve. Andrew H. Brown. Love price. Love is $9.99. $9.99. Cold Blood is sold to Charlie Marks. Brian D. Leon's in on Elvis. Let's go ahead and sell these. Prince is sold to Courtney for 30. And John Kaiser, you get this incredible copy. Test played and approved by Chad, myself. That's sold to you for $50. All right, thank you. I'm going to put Prince over here in the stack of 45s that's sold. Let me put this away. And let me go ahead and sell this to Craig Ruth. Thank you. All right, right now we're just down to Elvis. Let's get some LPs up for auction for sure. LPs up for auction for sure. And let's see what I have. X. Boy, somebody asked for that a long time ago. Sorry, I'm just now getting to it. And here's one of the last, or maybe the last, GBH album we have. Here is X, Under the Big Black Sun, a 1982 U.S. original specialty press with the original on her sleeve and EX edition. X is going to be a $20 start. And then we got Charged GBH, Leather Bristles, No Survivors, and Sick Boys. That's an 82 UK. Unfortunately, it's in G plus condition. G plus means less than VG minus. Less than VG minus. That's only going to be a $10 start. X is a $20 start. Todd, let me know if you want backing on Elvis for more than 40. Brian D. Leon has it right now for 40. Just FYI. I did mention Afro Man. Let me try to get that out and get it on deck. Give me 1 second on that. 1 second on that, please. All right, let me check on this right quick. And wow, is it supposed to be so bad they're already closing schools? Is it going to be snowing so bad that they're already closing schools? Okay. Elvis is out. Brian has that for 40. Final call. All right. Now, here's what I'm about to do. We're about to get in. So we've went through 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We've went through 6 bins of pre-owned tonight already. 6 bins. And we only really went back through twice in detail, especially the Blues Crate. Later tonight, we will hit that again, and we'll spend some more time going through more of that stuff. Now, here's kind of the agenda for where we're at tonight and where we're going to be going. We're going to be going pretty late tonight, and just for preparation for those that may not know or didn't hear me earlier, tomorrow, Tyler and Tanner is going to go pick up the rest of the Fred Goodwin collection, which is pretty incredible. If y'all don't know about the Fred Goodwin collection, I'm excited to see the books they're picking up because we've had some pretty incredible books pop up from the Fred collection that I hadn't really got to tell y'all about yet. They're coming in the future. Autographs and then just thousands and thousands of LPs. I mean, this incredible amount of LPs that have been pulled from his collection already, and we have more. Right now, since we've gone through a lot of the new arrivals, I'm about to go through some discount bins, which means I'm about to bring over some records that have been shown already, and now I'm going to make them buy it now or best offer, okay? Which means if you want one, You can go ahead and buy it, or you can make an offer, and I will be very reasonable on the offering, and I'll be here to sell some records, okay? We will be here, and we're going to be selling some records if I don't drop some of these while I'm putting them in crates. And we got plenty more auctions to run. I've still got plenty of 45s, and if y'all could see the condition of this store, it's pretty messed up right now. It's a big mess. How much stuff we've drug out of the back and gone through tonight. Pretty incredible. So, first thing is it's time to sell some vinyl. So this is sold to Brian D. Leon. Brian, you bought from us earlier, right? Brian D. Leon. I'm pretty sure you did, right? I already got you registered, I'm pretty sure. Let me pull that up. And if that's not right, let me know. I registered somebody earlier. Yeah, you already got registered. Okay. Thank you. That sold to you. Really nice pickup there. That sold to Brian for $40. X is a no bid. $20 buy now on X under the big black sun. And one bid on GBH, the B-side, sold for $10. All right. Now, new auctions. Let's do another Elvis. Boy, I always love this one because he looks early. 1957 EP 4041. This is a $35 start. Elvis, another nice disc. $35 start on that. X is sold to Garrett for $20. X, that is sold for $20 to Garrett Cyper for $20. And then Elvis is at $35 with Todd Kilgore. That just got up for bid. That's a 1957 EP, by the way. Elvis is a 1957 EP. And then also, we have another auction to put up. And that other auction is Jane's Addiction, which is nothing shocking. It's a 2017. That's a 2017 clear vinyl, a $45 start. Jane's Addiction, clear vinyl. The hype sticker reads, the debut studio album, 11 songs for your ear holes, including Jane Says and Mountain Song on clear vinyl. That is a Rocktober. And yes, I mean REM. This is a $45 start. Jane's Addiction. That's now up for bid. Todd's already got Elvis in at $35. Jane's a $45 start. And the next auction is right here. And as usual, I want to thank everybody for tuning in. We are live right now on Facebook, YouTube, and X. We have currently 393 people watching on all three platforms. And y'all have me literally out of breath tonight, as usual. We're about to go through some Buy It Now Best Offer and hopefully sell a lot more records tonight. Really cool stuff, autographs. I still got signed Allman Brothers, signed Beach Boys, signed Stones, Taylor Swift. We'll go back through all those in just a second. Here's We're the Meat Men and You Suck. This is a mid-80s US repress on white vinyl. It's with the inserts. One appears to be signed by Tesco V, a $35 start. So it's on white vinyl. Paul says it's a mid-80s US repress, a mid-80s US repress. And it has an insert, and Paul says it appears to be signed by Tesco V, and that is a $35 start. There's another insert, and then there's the cover. That's now up for bid. All right, so let's go through these records. Buy It Now Best Offer. I want to invite everybody over to our group, Whole Lot of Records. Before I go any further, give me 1 second here. Make sure I can show you this right here. Give me 1 second. Okay. Yeah, so over in our group, I got major pre-orders up, all right? I want to make sure everybody's in Whole Lot of Records. If you need a link, let me know. There's where I share the feed. I've posted pre-orders for Alter Bridge, Jerry Garcia, Sheila Divine, Testament, The Saints, and then here's where it gets good. Yngwie Malmsteen, 7 Mary 3, Now All the Start Your Ear Off Rights, ZZ Top, Eddie Hazel, The Colt's a big one, ZZ Top, Alan Toussaint, The Ramones, Lindsey Buckingham, ZZ Top, The Ramones, The English Beat, Dream Theater. The Ramones, Rush, Dream Theater. ZZ Top, Rush, Dream Theater. Grateful Dead, Rush, Fleetwood Mac, Yes, Rush, Dream Theater. Those are all up for pre-order and a whole lot of records, just FYI, okay? Now, everything in this bin is buy it now best offer. Here we go. You can go ahead and buy it or make offer. Best of the Birds, Greatest Hits Volume 2. EX Edition, $17.99. Best of the Birds Volume 2. EX Edition, $17.99. Best of the Birds Volume 2. Jeff Beck, Beck-Ola with Rod Stewart. VG Plus, $17.99. Great start. The Birds and Jeff Beck. New Riders, The Adventures of Panama Red. VG Condition, $9.99. New Riders. Also, we have Build Me Up Buttercup, The Foundations, EX Edition, $21.99. It does have some pretty significant cover damage on the back and a little bit showing on the front. Why do you build me up, Buttercup, baby, just to let me down? I've got to go adjust this heat. Sorry, I just got rolling, but I've got to take about 10 steps over here, and this heat has been kicking butt all day, and it must know it's snowing outside, because it's really cranking. I think it's turned up pretty high, unfortunately. Yeah, let me turn that down a little bit. It's cranking pretty good in here. I think it's about 78 degrees in the store, and it is. Wow, 78 degrees. No wonder I'm sweating. All righty. Welcome, Collectco Nation. I'm going to be yapping all the way, talking to myself till I can get back over here. We got some pretty cool stuff. I'm about to call some final bins, okay? First thing we have is Cheryl and Jeff Beck for $12. Sold to Cheryl for $12. We have the Incredible String Band, EX Edition, $29.99. These are buy it now best offer. We got records priced. You can buy them or you can make an offer. I'm here to sell stuff. This one's called You. This one's called You. Incredible String Band, EX $29.99. Rick James with a Stone City Band. Come get it. Rick James is VG Condition, $9.99. And the best of Loggins and Messina, VG Plus, $11.99. Quick update. Elvis got one bid to Todd Kilgore. Sold to Todd for $35. Elvis is sold to Todd for $35. Let's do another one. I've always liked this one. King Creole. King Creole, EPA 4321, Volume 2, EX Edition. Elvis is 1958. Really cool colored picture sleeve there. $35 start. Jane's Addiction. Charlie Marks has it for $50. Going once, going twice. Keelan Lee, let me know if you want back in. And B-Sides has the Meat Men for $37. That's where we're at. The Meat Men's at $37. Jane's Addiction's at $55. And Elvis, there's a new one up for a $35 start. Legs Diamond, Firepower. Legs Diamond's VG Plus, $11.99. And Straub's, Hero and Heroin. Straub's is VG, $9.99. And the Doobie Brothers, that's their debut. The cover has a little bit of ring wear on it. VG maybe. EX on the vinyl for sure. Original label, $17.99. Meat Men has a new bid for $38. B-Sides, you're out. Keelan's out on Jane's Addiction. That means we're about to sell that for $55. And let's put up a new auction. And the next new auction is going to be another single. This is Jimi Hendrix Record Store Day. Burning of the Midnight Lamp. And Crosstown Traffic and Gypsy Eyes. I like all those. This is the original mono mixes numbered on orange vinyl. Jimi Hendrix is a $10 start. $10 start on that Misty. Avenged Sevenfold is still available. It is a $595 buy it now. It is still available for a $595 buy it now. If you want in on that, it's available. $595 Avenged Sevenfold. And that is available. It was a no bid from earlier. $595. $595. Boy, we got some killer autographs and original concert posters that we're also going to be running this week, okay? Everybody get ready for those. Now, back to normal scheduled programming. Meat Men, Avenged Sevenfold, Hendrix, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10 on Hendrix. We have Jerry Lee Lewis, VG Plus, $11.99. We have T-Bird Gang, live on stages. T-Bird Gang is sealed. That's $14.99. And we have the Magpie Salute Coming Home, Glad and Sorry. That is a 2017 Record Store Day limited 2000 on marbled vinyl, sealed, $14.99 on that. And Cheap Trick self-titled. Boy, there's some great titles in here. Stuff lingering around. That has the original on a sleeve. Clean copy. It's on the blue and black label. $34.99 on that. $34.99 on that. Avenged Sevenfold. Here is the COA, full letter from JSA. It was authenticated back November. Avenged Sevenfold multicolor poster, unmarked. And 5 signatures, metallic paint pen. It's signed by M. Shadows, Sinister Gates, Zachy Vengeance, Johnny Christ, I've been saying Christ, Christ, and Brooks Wackerman. Brooks Wackerman. That is who signed that one, $5.95. So fully signed. A lot of fully signed Cheap Trick, Avenged Sevenfold stuff. I did a lot of research. Finding something with, we have a guitar that we're probably going to be selling next week with Rev, I think. That's coming next week, but it's like exponentially more. It's exponentially more, as you probably know. Okay, next is Gary Wellman on TBG, and that is T-Bird Gang. That's sold to Gary Wellman. Pamela on the Cheap Trick. Bob, close second. Stephen Lawson on the Doobie Brothers for 12. I love this. Sold, sold, and sold. We just sold those three very quickly. Next is Elvis in person at the International Hotel, Las Vegas, Nevada, 1971, $49.99. Orange labels, clean, Gayfo, $49.99. We have the Sergio Mendes Trio in the Brazilian bag on Tower Records, $19.99. And we have Wild Cherry, Only the Wild Survive, a white label promo for Wild Cherry, $24.99. Yeah, no Rev on the poster, but I have a guitar. That's why the poster's only $5.95, and the guitar is probably going to be $1,950. I think I'm pretty set at starting the guitar on that one. And plus, it's actually signed on the guitar and not on a pick guard. If it's signed on the guitar, it's actually a premium. Most signed guitars are signed pick guards, and then they put them on the guitar. The guitars we have are actually signed guitars. They're signed on the guitar. Nobody bid on Elvis. Let's make him a $35 buy it now. Final call on Jimi Hendrix. Michael Nath has it for $15. Jane's Addiction is officially sold to Charlie Marks for $55, and Jimi Hendrix is at $15. But I'm up for offers on the poster. I would love to sell it. I think $5.95 is pretty fair, but it's up for auction, or it's up for offers. And Meet Men is a final call. If I hadn't already said that, B-Sides went out. Chris Bryant has that for $38. Next is Simon & Garfunkel's Greatest Hits, $14.99. $14.99 on Simon & Garfunkel. Hendrix is at $17. Wild Cherry is $24.99, a white label promo. Wild Cherry, $24.99. So there's Hendrix, there's Meet Men. Wow, an Elvis single left unclaimed, an EP, a 4-track EP, picture sleeve. That is $35. NRBQ, all hopped up. It is VG condition, $14.99. Simon is sold to Keelan Lee. You can't go wrong with Simon & Garfunkel. I'm feeling groovy. Now, I'm feeling really groovy. Misty says, I'll take the Advanced Sevenfold for $500. That made me feel groovy. We're bringing out the air horn, what did I just say? Air horn for the third time tonight. Misty, very fair. Plus, Misty just got in the mail her signed Taylor Swift, Alan Jackson, George Jones, George Strait poster. She's getting another incredible piece. Boy, Misty buys some great stuff. Misty has done nothing but buy great stuff for me over the last 4 or 5 years. This is sold to Misty for $500. Shipped with letter of authenticity. Look out, cats. Hide your cats. Hide your dogs. Hide your kids. Here comes the air horn right in your face. Sold. Avenged Sevenfold. Gone. Thank you, Misty. More great autographs coming tonight. More great autographs coming all this week. Jimi Hendrix, final call for 20. Charlie offered 19 for Wild Cherry. Sold. Misty, another great pickup. Now, I have a feeling either you or I know Robert Phillippe's heavily interested in the guitar. We'll see who gets that. I will sell it this week. I doubt I get to it as soon as tomorrow, but maybe by Metal Thursday we'll have those guitars out. And I know somebody interested in Oasis. I know somebody interested in Green Day. I know somebody interested in the REM. Moving on. We have Cheap Trick, found all the parts. In shrink, a 10-inch. Cheap Trick is $19.99. And we have Toto, the 7th one. Toto's $24.99. Please don't hesitate to make offers. Throw something out there. Next is Meet Men. Let's go ahead and sell that to Chris Bryant. Chris, that's sold to you for $38. $38. That's sold to you $38. Daryl Johnson said he'd give $30 for this Elvis. Daryl, that's sold to you for $30. Thank you. I got 2 more to do. I always thought this one was pretty cool too. Compact 33 double. This one actually plays at a 33. 1961. Flamin' Star, another 3 great songs. Are You Lonesome Tonight? It's Now or Never. That's a great song. This one is the first one that's actually check condition. This is like in VG condition, 1961. Still a nice sleeve, a cardboard EP. We're going to put that up just for a $10 start. That one's just a $10 start. Are we done on Hendrix? I think everybody's done. Michael Nath had it for $20. Keelan Lee, you were the next person. You were the next person. He said the live. Oh, you want, I thought you were selling, I thought you were making an offer on Key Creole. Never mind. Let me retract this. Well, now y'all know I'll take $30 for it. So if anybody wants that for 30, I will take 30. I'll go ahead and discount it myself. And he said 30 on this one in here. I will. Let's see what he got in here. I'll go ahead and roll that to you. Thank you. That is sold to Daryl Johnson for 30. Edwin said 20 on Toto. So now that Elvis is a $10 start. Hendrix has got a new bid for 21. And Kenny by Kenny Rogers is $9.99. And Down Home with George Jones and Melba Montgomery. That is sealed. That is a $14.99 price tag or best offer. Now I have shown two drum heads, Kicks and Testament. And now I'm going to show Striper. Striper is a $195 start. It is a signed Striper. Now I'm going to actually pull up the signatures on this one. Let me pull it up on JSA right quick. This is a signed Striper drum head. And let's pull this up right quick and see who signed this. And let's verify another certificate. Striper is AS68417. I know we got some hardcore Striper fans. This is signed by, of course, Matthew Sweet, Oz Fox, Perry Richardson, and Robert Sweet. So 1, 2, 3, 4 signatures there. Signed Striper drumhead, and that's going up for a $195 start. Signed Striper, $195 start. Now for bid, JSA authenticated. There's the names, and here's a pretty good look at it. Let's put it up as a full page photo here. Full page photo Striper, and there it is. $195 on that one. That is now up for a bid. All right, Toto, we sold that for 20. Hendrix 21, 22, and we have Elvis with a bid for 10 and Hendrix 25. All right, there we have it. Next is Trisha Yearwood. This is a rare country record, a 1991 sealed club, $149.99, $149.99. Bad Astronaut. That's a punk record. Houston, we have a drinking problem. That's sealed for $19.99. Michael, you're out on Hendrix. Brian D. Leon has Elvis for 10. And we need a third. We need an LP up for auction for sure. Speaking of country, let's do some OG Dwight Yoakam. For Black Friday, we discounted a lot of these copies. This is an original, and it's only this time just a $15 start. Dwight Yoakam, an OG Hillbilly Deluxe, an 87 US SRC EXEX Plus condition. That's a $15 start. Michael out on Hendrix. He'll sell that to Keelan Lee for $25. Hendrix is sold to Keelan for $25. Our next auction is going to be Chris Cornell. This is When Bad Does Good. Also featuring Temple of the Dogs, 2016 performance of Stargazer. That is a sealed Record Store Day Black Friday, Chris Cornell. That is on white and black marble vinyl, and that's a $10 start. Daryl Johnson offered $15 for Bad Astronaut. Sold to Daryl for $15. Next is Comp Punk Sylvania. This is on brown vinyl. It's a punk comp, $19.99. Salty Dog is in on Hillbilly at $15. Next is Circle of Love by the Steve Miller Band. Steve Miller Band is $19.99. These are all buy it now or best offer. Final call on Elvis for $10. We have Rick Derringer live. Rick Derringer is $19.99. And Molly Hatchet, Beating the Odds. Molly Hatchet is $19.99. Original on the sleeve, Frank Frazetta. Chris Bryant on the Punk Sylvania. That is sold to Chris Bryant. Thank you. Dire Straits Communique. Dire Straits has no condition notes, $26.99. Stargazer, yes, I believe as in Rainbow, yes. Stargazer, music and lyrics by Andrew Wood, recorded by John Bird, Paramount Theater, November 20th, 2016. And then When Bad Does Good, Chris Cornell. Chris Cornell is a 7-inch. Chris Cornell is a 7-inch. Alyssa bid 10, Doug Reeder bid 15. Brian D. Leon, I'm going to sell you Elvis for $10. Thank you. That Elvis is sold to you for $10. And here's the last one I have. The last one that was advertised that has not been put up for auction. This is another EPA 4368. Nice. It needs, this one actually needs cleaning. This one might have not got cleaned, but it's still nice. It's VG Plus EX, nice sleeve. That one I'll do 1962, a $25 start. $25 start. Stargazer, Mother Love Bone. Okay, maybe not the Rainbow Song. I knew it was going to be one of the two, or I knew it was most likely Rainbow. I was thinking like Rainbow and Dio, which is like the same thing, but it's evidently a Mother Love Bone cover. There we have it. I'm going to take a drink of water right quick, and I think it's about time for me to go get a V8 Energy. All right, if anybody wants a signed Striper drum head, You can buy this now for $195. Excellent gift item. Striper. Pretty cool collectible. Now you can buy all these. You can buy Striper, Kicks, Testament, hang them up in your music room. Very cool. That's available for $195. All right, Chris Cornell's at 15, Elvis is 25, and Dwight Yoakam's the final call for 15. Supertramp. Supertramp is $19.99. Famous last word. Supertramp is $19.99. We also have Best of Leon, as in Leon Russell, $19.99. Leon Russell, $19.99. And Steppenwolf 7. Boy, that's a nice copy of that album. Steppenwolf 7, $19.99. Very well taken care of. $19.99 for Steppenwolf. And John Denver, Seasons of the Heart. John Denver is $9.99. Gary Wellman on ST for Supertramp. So to Gary Wellman, thank you. We have Uriah Heep, Innocent Victim in Shrink. Now, I'm going to make sure Alyssa doesn't want to bid on Chris Cornell before I sell it to Doug for 15. Just FYI, going once, going twice. Let's get a fourth auction started, and this is Led Zeppelin. Rock and Roll, which is the Sunset Sound mix, and Friends, the Olympic Studio mix. Some unreleased Zeppelin stuff here on orange vinyl. I definitely have this in my collection. Friends and Rock and Roll. On yellow vinyl, that's a $10 start. That's a $10 start. Led Zeppelin, that's now up for bid. Rod Stewart, Foolish Behavior, and this does have the poster. It's got to. It's awfully heavy. Yes, original under sleeve poster. And a lot of these are really nice in MoFi sleeves. I forgot what collection these came from. But that, Uriah Heep, all these are like in MoFi sleeves. They're very nice. Led Zeppelin's at 15. Alyssa's out on Chris Cornell. This is Alice Cooper, Love It to Death. I'm 18. Beautiful copy. Another record. Really nice. That has the original inner sleeve. Another one. Cheryl said 12 on Uriah Heep. Sell that to Cheryl for $12. That's gone. Nobody bid on Elvis. He's a $25 buy now. Chris Cornell then is sold for $15 to Doug Reeder. Thank you, Doug. That's sold you for $15. We have one more 45 from the advertised stuff. Wow, Dwight Yoakam, an OG for just $15. Wow, that's the cheapest I've ever sold that record. That's insane. $15, the Salty Dog. Todd Kilgore got Alice Cooper. Led Zeppelin has bids for $15 and $20. All of a sudden, we're down to 2 auctions. And we have 2 Elvis 45s that did not sell. Here's the next. So back to EPs. This time it's not Elvis. Here's another superstar. You may have heard of him. This is Frank Sinatra. This is really cool. This is another early EP series from RCA. This is Frank Sinatra. It's a gatefold 2 7-inch EP. This has got to be mid-50s. 1954. Yeah, 1954. And it's a 245. Overall, we'll say VG+, RCA Victor. Really cool. 1954. Frank Sinatra. $10 start. $10 start. Alice Cooper's already sold. Brian D. Leon gets the Elvis for a $25 buy now. So that only leaves one Elvis that did not sell, which was King Creole, which I said $35, and I would make it a $30 buy now. That's the only one that did not sell. I like that sleeve. Probably has as much as any of them. Now, that was the advertised stuff. Wait till I see some of the other 45s and then other albums that I still have. I'm looking at them right now. There's a lot of stuff in here. Plus, I have a whole crate of records. Oh, I got stuff that's sticker price that I didn't show either. And I've got the Beatles, and I got autographs. I don't even want to name off these names. It would cause mass hysteria. OG this, OG that. What else do I have in here? All right. And let me go ahead and grab this other Meat Men record, okay? This looks like a very interesting cover. So, this is the Meat Men. What is this one called? War of the Superbikes. Paul has this as a original 1985 US with the original inner sleeve. The vinyl's nice, which would be EX Plus. Homestead Records, the Meat Men, and we're going to put that up for a $20 start. Frank Sinatra's at 10 and 10, and Led Zeppelin's at 23. All right, moving on here. We have Bruce Springsteen, Darkness on the Edge of Town. Bruce is $19.99, and we have Devo, 50 Years of De-Evolution, 1973 to 2003. That's a fairly new release. It's a Devo Greatest Hits on red and blue vinyl. It is sealed for $34.99. Originally, I think we had them at $44.99. Crazy Caven of the Rhythm Rockers, Crazy Rhythm, a 79 Canadian rockabilly album. That is $39.99. We have an open bid on the Meat. We have a tie on Frank Sinatra. Daryl bid first. Teresa, you're out. And Chris is out on Led Zeppelin, so Robert's about to get that for $23. Teardrops Blues Jam, featuring Junior Pettis, John Primer, Magic Slim, and Nick Holt. That's an Austria pressing, $24.99. Chicago Blue Session Volume 9. These are all buy it now or best offer. Buy it now or best offer. Also, we have Sons of Blues, Chi-Town Hustlers. This is an 85 French copy. That's $19.99. Some blues records right here, including John Mayall, a legendary blues. No More Interviews. John Mayall is $24.99. And we have Elvis today, as in Elvis Presley. He's been popular tonight. A lot of his original 50 stuff going up. All right, so Led Zeppelin's officially sold then to Robert Phillippe for $23. That is sold to Robert Phillippe. I'm more impressed and want to do a thank you because we still have 200, what did I just say? Or what did I just say over here? 257 people still watching at 10:30. And I never did hear back from Teresa on Frank Sinatra, so that's a final call. And the Meat Men is now at 25 of Robert being out. All right, next LP that's going up for auction is going to be one of the Music on Vinyl White Zombies. This is White Zombie Devil Music Volume 1, a Music on Vinyl reissue. This is near mint, very nice, and it's going to be a $25 start. $25 start. And that's a MOV pressing, Music on Vinyl, White Zombie, Devil Music Volume 1, La Sexta Risto. That's going up for $25. Now Pamela's in on Frank Sinatra for $12. Speaking of $12, that's what Stephen Lawson offered for Bruce. Let's go ahead and sell that to Stephen Lawson for $12. Next is a Bob Dylan box. This is Springtime in New York, the Bootleg Series, Volume 16. Volume 16 is $99.99. It's a Third Man Records Vault exclusive. The only vinyl release of these recordings. It's on gold, violet, orange, and purple. 4 LP sealed, $99.99. White Zombies at $25, $25, $25. Parliament, Funky Teleneki, Funkin' Teleteki, or something like that. Parliament versus the Placebo Syndrome. That is VG plus $29.99 for Parliament. These are all buy now or best offer. I don't think we have not reached a deal on anything in here. To Bonnie from Delaney. That's Delaney and Bonnie. $19.99. Molly Hatchet still available. It's still available. That was Beating the Odds with the Frank Frazetta artwork. We have also Cream Goodbye. Cream is $29.99. And we have All Shook Up. This is Cheap Trick, and Cheap Trick is a white label promo. White label promo, $39.99. White Zombie, $25, $25, $25. And we have White Zombie at $30. And we have Clifford Umstead on John Mayall at $20. Let's go ahead and sell that to Clifford Umstead for $20. Chris Bryant got Molly Hatchet for $15. White Zombies at $35. And Noah offered $24 for Parliament. That is sold to Noah. Now, we've kind of stalemated on the Meat Men, so let's go ahead and sell that to Chris Bryant for $25. And then Sinatra got that new bid for $12. Who had it for the longest? Daryl Johnson. Daryl, let me know if you want backing on Frank Sinatra. That is now at $12. It's a 2 LP 1954 EP. Very cool. Very cool. All right, one of the last autographs that were advertised before possibly I get into some prize stuff is the Great White. And I think I offered this for sale already the day I bought it. I think I put this up for sale. It is a $325 start. It is signed by Jack Russell, who recently passed away, of course. And this is always got a big following. We sell the heck out of Great White. Did y'all see how many pre-orders we already have for Hooked? It's already up to like 300. But this is signed. 1, 2, 3, 3, 4, 5 signatures on this one. And this is going up for this is a $325. This is the most expensive of the drum heads. $325 start on the Great White. $325. Daryl's back in on Frank at $12. Pamela, you're out. So Daryl's back in on the Frank Sinatra at $12, and now Pamela's right back in at $14. What was the Sons of the Blues? Yeah, let's go back through this again because there's some great stuff. And keep in mind, these are all buy it now best offer. Romancing the Bluestone, Sons of Blues, the Chi-Town Hustlers, and 85 French pressing, $19.99. White Zombies at $40. Sinatra's at $14. Let's get a new album up for auction. Let's see what else I have over here. And I have oh, here is Afro Man. It's been in the last... Oh my gosh, I didn't realize it's original. Whew. I should have put this up a long time ago. Paul brought this up here while he was leaving, and I didn't realize what it was. Because I Got High, The Good Times, Afro Man. This is the original 2001 on green vinyl. Pretty dang limited is a note from Paul. 177 have it in their collection, or so they say they do, and 1,039 want it. That's a pretty good ratio. Both discs are nice EX. It has a promo sticker, I'm assuming on the back, a $225 start. Because I Got High, for promotion only, not for sale. and it's on green vinyl. Afro Man, the good times. That is a tough to get record. $225 to get that one started. Now, Sons of the Blues, we have, give me 1 second. So Matt asked about it, and then Daryl bid 13 on Frank, Pamela bid 14, White Zombie 40. And we have Frank at 15, White Zombie at 41, Sons of the Blues sold for 13, White Zombie 42, and Frank Sinatra 16. Took me 2 years to build a punk collection, 85, 86. Found this place to build one in 10 months. That's what happens. That's what happens. We can see some punk records. We sell a lot of metal records too. I've had some people pretty much buy and build their entire metal collection exclusively through us over the last few years. They watch when they can, they pre-order when they can, and they have built up quite a collection. All right. So, oh, I didn't finish the bin, did I? Oh, there's 2 records left. Eric Clapton, August, clean copy, $34.99. And the Cardigans, Gran Turismo, I forgot about them, $34.99 on the Cardigans. Wow, that should probably sell. Now, that was a pretty good crate. I kind of picked some of those out myself and is expecting a lot of those to sell. So I want them to sell. So y'all please make offers. Afro Man's a $225 start. Great White is a $325 buy now. Great White is a $325 buy now. I still got all 5 drum heads. I got Great White, Striper, Testament, Kicks, Testament, Striper, Great White Kicks, and the Eric Singer. They're all available if anybody wants them. All right. What's the high bid? We have a $30 off on the Cardigans. Let's go ahead and sell that. The White Zombie, Alyssa Rose, Craig Ruth has it for 46. Frank Sinatra, we're still not done. Daryl has it for 17. Pamela, you're out. Afro Man's a $225 start. Now, before I go through this or even bring over another new crate, I think it's very much time worthy of me to show y'all some of the autographs that's still available from tonight. So let me start with my very first rotation, which is Peter Criss. He sold. We've already sold the Peter Criss poster. Eric Singer's still available for $75. It is personalized to Doug, but we got Eric Singer. Stevie Nicks is available, $2,950. $2,950. Kicks is still available. Great White's still available. And Avenged Sevenfold is sold. We sold Avenged for $500. There's Otis. And then we've sold all those. That's still available. The very first thing tonight, I'm really surprised, we have Rolling Stones. That is available for $1,500. Winner's Heritage Auction. Part 1 was tonight. I bid on some stuff. No luck. And then part 2's tomorrow. That's when Bob Lugwood's selling. I will be placing a bid. Speaking of Bob Lugwood, we sold this copy tonight for $900. Thank you, Daniel Bouzide. That is sold, $900. Beach Boys is still available, $1,750. Allman Brothers is still available, $1,850. Paul Stanley sold earlier for $500. We have officially sold all of those except for one of them. What a beautiful collection. Somebody probably should have went after and tried to bought all those. Those were beautiful altogether. Look at all that. Incredible. All of this is sold except Sinatra. He's the last one up right now. We sold the coins, and there's Paul Stanley. So, yeah, just really not that much left. I mean, some of the really, really expensive stuff. When is the Heritage Auctions? Oh, for the poster. I'm still in negotiations with them on consignment. I'm still in negotiations on the consignment. I still have all those. I still have all the expensive posters. I think I might try them one more time here before I try consignment with them. But actually, the main guy down there, I saw him tonight on the auction when they were selling some of that high-end stuff tonight. So, all right. Are we done on Frank Sinatra? Pamela, Daryl, you're back out. Daryl, you're back out. And this is at 18 with Pamela. Nobody bid on Afro Man. He's a $225 buy now. Afro Man is a $225 buy now. That is rare. And, boy, if you don't have that, there it is. Are we done on White Zombie? White Zombie's at 50. And this is the only Elvis I have left, $30. And then the Black Keys was $155. So that's the only two no bid auctions. not counting the expensive autographs. There's Eric Singer. I'm going to put him over here. And the My Morning Jacket is still available. That just needs to go down in a bin, but it's $99.99. My Morning Jacket, $99.99. Black Keys, that's the Record Store Day, 2010, and then Afro Man. And then, boy, we're hanging on to the last Elvis. I can't believe it. Parliament's already sold. He's out on Frank. Frank Sinatra sold to Pamela for $18. We're about to sell White Zombie for $50. Wow. We've also sold the autographed Jackal hat, the autographed Steve Miller hat, the silver coins, and the only other thing is Taylor Swift, which I'm really trying to sell this to one of our customers so we don't have to pay Discogs fees. But I still got a copy of Reputation on orange vinyl. If anybody's a buyer, it's $2,000. And we just sold one yesterday for that same price. So that's what they sell for, $2,000 on that. Bringing out some high-end stuff. So I still got some really high-end stuff with the autographs and the MoFi box and Taylor. Trying to get some big money stuff sold tonight. And Michael Ruttman takes the last Elvis for $30. Let's put up all new auctions. I've got all new discount records to go through. White Zombie sold to Rick Peabody for $30. And now, with that Elvis single gone, it's time for all new stuff. And let's do it right now. First thing I have is, let's see here. I got some Record Store Day stuff. I know I have some Pearl Jam. Yeah, this is Dark Matter, I'm pretty sure. Let me get this. Make sure this retail sticker will peel off. If this will peel off, it will look a lot better. Yeah. All right. Chris Gardner, you just missed White Zombie. Sorry. You got on it just like a hair too short. All right, everybody bear with me. And let me put this away. And this. All right, so here's Pearl Jam. It probably didn't matter, but I don't like leaving. It was $14 originally. Pearl Jam Dark Matter, single. It's got a barcode over a barcode. I'm assuming it's colored vinyl. I have no idea. Pearl Jam, I can scan it if you want me to. Pearl Jam is a $10 start. That's going up for auction. I got more LPs to put up as well. Pearl Jam, though, is a $10 start. I got another White Zombie. Let's do this one. Here's another music on vinyl. Paul says this one's VG+. It is a music on vinyl pressing, and it's a $25 start. This is White Zombie, and this is Astro Creep 2000. Astro Creep 2000. Let me get the disc out here. There's the music on vinyl insert, and this is VG Plus condition, $25 start. Looks pretty nice. Must have a scuff or something on it. That's very unusual for a record like that to be in VG Plus. I bet there's a scuff or something on it. Oh, it looks like a needle drop right there. I don't know if y'all can see that. It's pretty faint. It's definitely a non-feeler. Looks like somebody dropped the needle on it. So you can't even feel it. It's just an ugly looking mark. But a record like that shouldn't be VG+, and really it's not. So you said 30 if it was 50. Oh, okay. Thank you. Thank you for being honest. $50 on White Zombie, and that is to Rick Peabody. 50. I already had my mind on this one, which... well, that's $25. Never mind. Craig has that for $25, and Pearl Jam's a $10 start. Let's get one more auction laying back there before I can continue. And let's do this No FX record. No FX is going up, and this is a 1991 U.S. reissue. It is 1991. Liberal animation with insert. Originals from 88 are extremely expensive, Paul says. The originals from 1988 are extremely expensive. EX Plus, this is only a $25 start. All right, now I think we just went, I hadn't even brought over a new bin, have I? No. Let's go through this one more time, very quickly. Buy it now, best offer, final call, make offers. I see some new people still on, then I'll go fill up another bin. The Best of the Birds, Greatest Hits Volume 2. EX Edition, $17.99. Best of the Birds. New Riders, The Adventures of Panama Red. VG Condition, $9.99. Build Me Up Buttercup. Cover Damage, Uni Label. EX Edition, $21.99 for the Foundations. Incredible String Band, U. EX, $29.99. Rick James, Stone City Band, come get it. VG, $9.99. Best of Loggins and Messina. This is VG Plus, $11.99. Danny's Song. Also, we have Legs Diamond, Firepower, VG Plus, $11.99. Final Call on White Zombie, $25. Final Call on Pearl Jam, $10. Final Call on NoFX, $25. Strawbs, Hero and Heroin, VG Condition, $9.99. Jerry Lee Lewis, VG Plus, $11.99. Jerry Lee Lewis. Coming Home, Glad and Sorry, the Magpie Salute, 2007, Record Store Day, limited, marbled vinyl, sealed, Magpie Salute, $14.99. That's Rich Robinson from the Black Crowes. Sergio Mendes Trio on Tower Records, stereo, in Brazilian bag, $19.99. NRBQ, all hopped up. That's VG, $14.99 with top and bottom seam split. So a poor or less than VG minus cover, $14.99. Cheap Trick, found all the parts, an original 10-inch, $19.99. Patrick on Mag for $10, which was Magpie Salute. Sell that to Patrick Lear for $10. Thank you. Kenny by Kenny Rogers, $9.99. Down Home with George Jones and Melvin Montgomery. That is sealed, $14.99. We have Trisha Yearwood, a 1991 sealed Columbia House pressing, $149.99. I'm going to leave that out unless somebody wants to make an offer. Probably get that on Discogs tonight. Steve Miller Band, Circle of Love. Steve Miller Band is $19.99. Rick Derringer Live. Rick Derringer is $19.99. Also, Dire Straits Communique. Dire Straits is $26.99. Best of Leon, as in Leon Russell, $19.99 for Leon. Steppenwolf 7 is $19.99. Clean copy. So was John Denver, Season of the Heart, $9.99. So was Rod Stewart with inner sleeve and poster. Foolish Behavior. Rod is $14.99. And Devo, Best of Devo, $34.99. Now, Craig, you're out on White Zombie. Rick has it for $28. Pearl Jam is a $10 buy it now, and NoFX is a $25 buy it now. Those are available. Also was Crazy Caven and the Rhythm Rockers, $39.99. That was a $79 Canadian press. We have Teardrops Blues Jam. That is $24.99. Chicago Blues Session Volume 9 with Junior Pettis, Magic Slims on that one. Cheryl put Dire Straits 17. I'll go ahead and sell that to you for Cheryl. To Cheryl for 17. Elvis was $14.99. Elvis Today. The Third Man pressing of this Bob Dylan bootleg box set series is $99.99. Colored vinyl. Delaney and Bonnie was $19.99. Cream was a clean copy, $29.99. Cheap Trick was a white label promo for $39.99. And Eric Clapton is $34.99. White Zombie is sold to Rick Peabody for $28. Rick, you get that one as well. Can't believe no one got NoFX or Pearl Jam. Those are still available. All right, now I went through that crate twice thoroughly. Let's go ahead and bring over some more records to do. Buy it now, best offer, okay? I'm going to pull probably from these same batches. Most of these came out of 3 different bins from like 3 different nights, probably. That's why they're good and mixed up and stuff we hadn't seen. And that crate was full when I brought it over here. And to me, it looks like it's half full. So at some point tonight, I'm definitely going to go back through Paul's Blues crate and probably John's check condition bin. That's when we were first live and things were going a million miles a second. I definitely need to go back through some of that again. And I got more Pearl, well, I almost said more Pearl Jam. I have more 45s. There may be another Pearl Jam in here, but let me see what else I have. Who is this? Here's another Hendrix. And then who is this? Mitch Rowland. And then Devo. Let's see what's going on with this Devo. Promotion only, 1988. So let's do Hendrix and Devo. I got more LPs to put up too. But here's Hendrix. Original mono mixes. The debut single by the Jimi Hendrix Experience, individually numbered, Hey Joe and Stole Free. Wow, 61, numbered 61. It doesn't say to how many, though. $10 start on Hendrix, Hey Joe, and mono, and then Devo, Baby Doll. Devo is a promo. I thought I saw promo. The sleeves marked promo. The label is not marked promo. Devo's a $10 start. So Hendrix and Devo, 10 and 10 on those. And let me go grab an empty crate. And how about we grab some more LPs over here. Thanks for watching. This is a great time of the night for everybody to let me know where you're watching from. Because I've got to take about 15 steps over here. And I have got to figure out what other records I'm about to bring over. And I want to welcome everybody. We've had several first-time buyers tonight. I figured we would. I spent a little money promoting some of this stuff tonight. I kind of have to. I mean, when I'm putting up $1,000 plus autographs, I kind of know who and who is not going to be interested and hopefully attract some new buyers People see autographed Allman Brother albums and they're like, holy moly. Sometimes until they find out how much they actually cost. It's kind of like the Taylor Swift effect. Everybody wants them till they find out maybe how much they cost. But they are available. And if you are here because of those, they are for sale. Don't hesitate to make offers. And if you're here just for good old-fashioned LPs, if you're looking for just music, we got that too. But we also deal in collectibles. And we've really cranked it up this year with our entertainment division, or excuse me, our memorabilia. I've been calling it the memorabilia because we have sold a lot of autographs in the last year. Last year, we really got started. We bought one big autograph collection, and it pretty much kick-started an entire division for us. We went up to Pittsburgh. And bought a collection, now known as the famous Dale's Pittsburgh collection. This guy, he was just kind of in and around the music business as a security officer, working backstage at clubs in Atlanta and mostly Pittsburgh. And he got access to meet a lot of people, a lot of bands up and coming. He had access to get the people, and we bought thousands of autographed albums. I mean, it was remarkable. We had around, I guess, give or take 1,000 autographed albums. We have since sold almost everything. I have the last 100 and whatever I posted in the group, 137. I have the last 137, not counting the Neil Youngs and John Prines I still had, because we had a bunch of Neil Youngs, a bunch of John Prines. I still have those. And we've really got into autographs lately, as y'all can tell. So we got some pretty high-end stuff still, and we're always buying. We have so much more that y'all hadn't got to see yet. We got so much more that I hadn't got to see yet, is what's pretty crazy. I find stuff, and I'm like, we have a what? We have a what signed by who? Pearl Jam. This is a 2017 Even Flow Jeremy Black. $20 start, and Screeching Weasel. This Screeching Weasel is called Baby Fat Act 1. 2015 red vinyl, a $25 start. Okay? Jimi Hendrix is at 13, and Devo has one bid for $10 with Daryl Johnson. Here's a fresh bin, buy it now, best offer. And let's start going through them. Regina, welcome. And also, Regina, I hate to break the news, but we have sold every Elvis 45. We have sold every one of them, unless I can come up with some more back here behind me, which is very possible. But I do have some stuff like David Bowie 45s we still hadn't sold. Okay, moving on. First time viewer in Illinois, welcome. Yeah, and thanks everybody for sharing their, a few people, boy, nobody really shared their location, did they? I said, let me know where you're watching from. There's 258 people, and 3 people shared their location. That means there's a lot of people asleep right now with the phone on, and they don't even know what's going on. They're snoring. We have Mercrowell, Twang Boom to Shack, Ping. Boy, I don't remember showing that record originally. It's Electro Surf, sealed, $34.99. Let's go through these. Buy it now, best offer. You go ahead and buy them, or you can make an offer. That's simple. Buy now or best offer. So we have Hamil Skin. This is with insert and merch for Peter Hamill. I said Hamil. This is Peter Hamill Skin with insert and merch form. $19.99 on that. Rosalind Collins Band. This is the way. Rosalind Collins is partially sealed. So it's been open from there up, but there's no way the records have ever been taken out. So it's pretty much sealed. That's $29.99. We have Cactus World News, the bridge. Cactus World News is $9.99. Merle Haggard, His Best, a sealed copy, $24.99. So all of our vintage records, what we do, we go out, we buy collections, we travel. We're in Tennessee. We've traveled as recently as far this year, not this month or last month, to Arizona. So we'll go as far as Maine. Paul's been up to Maine, almost north of the border into Canada almost, down to Florida, wherever it takes. We bring these records back. We got about 4 people full-time here that really help with pricing and processing all these, not counting the rest of the staff. We mark them and we sell them here every night. We ship all over the world. We do it every single night except for Sundays. And Sundays, I'm still here live, and sometimes Brian is too, selling other collectibles. So that's what we do here. These are all buy it now or best offer. Emmylou Harris, which means you can go ahead and buy it or make an offer. Emmylou Harris, The Ballad of Sally Rose, is in shrink, $14.99 on Emmylou Harris. Little Feet, Dixie Chicken. Little Feet is in VG condition, $9.99. Aerosmith, A Rock and a Hard Place. Hey, we need that next time Brad Whitford comes in here. Which one's Brad? Is that Brad? I really can't tell. That picture my mom took with him. We had a member of Aerosmith, Brad Whitford, come in the store not too long ago, a few weeks ago. And every time I see pictures of him, I can't really figure out which one he is. I guess it's him. EX Edition, $17.99 on Aerosmith. Rick James, busting out of L7. Rick James is VG Plus, $11.99. And we have Kenny Rogers, Gideon. Kenny Rogers is EX, $11.99. We also have 4 auctions going right now. And here's where we're at on the auctions. It was Screeching Weasel, Pearl Jam, Jimi Hendrix, and Devo. And Jimi Hendrix had bids for 10, and then 11, and then 12, and then 13 with Michael Nath. And then Screeching Weasel got a bid for 25. Devo got one bid for $10 with Daryl Johnson. And I don't think since then there's been other bids. So we have Matt Kamer on Little Feet for $7.99. Matt Kamer, I'm going to go ahead and sell that to you for $7.99. Thank you. That's Tom Hamilton. Well, which one is Brad Whitford then? Him? I mean, now that I've know him and he's come in the store, or I've kind of seen pictures of him or try to recognize him, I'm like, I get him all these. I get Aerosmith other than Steven Tyler. I mean, you can spot him 3 planets away, and Joe Perry too, but everybody else I get kind of confused. Blade Singletary on Rick James for $8. That's sold to Blade for $8. Thank you. And we have Hummingbird Diamond Nights. That is VG Plus, $11.99. He's not pictured. No wonder I can't find him. He's not on this album. There we go. No wonder. EX, $27.99. And Bob Dylan, Slow Train Coming. In shrink with hype. And insert, $39.99. Bob Dylan, $39.99. All right, so Michael Nath, you get the Jimi Hendrix. That's sold you for $13. Daryl Johnson, you get Devo for $10. And then Screeching Weasel is also sold to Daryl Johnson for $25. And Pearl Jam's a no bid. Pearl Jam's a no bid, $20. Pearl Jam's a no bid, $20 on that. He only played on one song, Lightning Strikes. Wow. John, you must be an Aerosmith fan. I'm getting this indication you're an Aerosmith fan. David Bowie, 1984 and TVC 15. David Bowie is a promo from RCA Victor, 1984 and TVC 15. Beautiful condition. Vinyl and sleeve. David Bowie promo single, $10 start on that. Franklin Hickenbotham, you get the Pearl Jam for $20. Nice, Franklin. That's so do you. We also have Detective. Detective is $14.99. Detective is $14.99. And we have the Knacks, 1966 to 1970. That is a 2003 Spain Garage, $24.99. David Bowie is a $10 start. More LPs. Right now, the only LP that has not sold is No FX for $25. Here is Schlong, the singles. It looks just like the Carpenters record. Paul's got this tag for auction. It is Schlong, the singles. It looks like the Carpenters. The Carpenters has that same kind of looking album. That's going up for a $20 start. All right, continuing here, buy it now, best offer. Next is the Halibuts, Live at Toes. The Halibuts is an 87 Surf record, $14.99. Charlie Marks gets No FX for $25. I figured somebody would snag that. Queen Live Killers, both LPs, no condition notes, a gatefold, nice jacket. Queen Live, $34.99. $34.99. I've always, is that actually them on the cover? Every time I've seen this picture, I always questioned if that was actually them. I know that is, but I've always questioned if that's actually them on the cover. Just for some reason don't look like them. $34.99. We have the V-Lips Greatest Hits. The V-Lips is a 1999 Holland Garage, $19.99 on that. And Fortress Rock Stronghold, an 82 Canadian hard rock. Fortress Rock Stronghold, $19.99 on that. Daryl Johnson said Halibut's $10. Sell that to Daryl Johnson for $10. Thank you. And David Benoit, Freedom at Midnight. That is $9.99. Now, that's actually the last LP of the stuff that Paul and Laura had prepared. But I have some other stuff here as well. It's kind of mixed around, including some other autographed LPs. So, and some Japanese stuff. I actually have a bluegrass Japanese LP in here that's pretty scarce. And I'm going to put that up right now. And then I'm going to put up another Japanese LP for a low start just to get it sold and get it rolling. So we have next is Dwayne Caldwell on Stronghold for $12. Sell that to Wayne for $10. Final call to get a bid on the David Bowie or Schlong, 20 and 10 to get started on those. And then J.D. Crowe in the New South. J.D. Crowe is a 1976 Japanese pressing. It is near mint minus. And I saw J.D. Crowe, and I was like, boy, I don't see that too often on Japanese vinyl, this kind of genre. And there's actually only one for sale. There's actually only one for sale right now in Japan for $57.50. That's the only one. It's in Japan, plus Japanese shipping. So that and Japanese shipping, you're probably going to be spending, well, you might as well say 60, 80 bucks on one. And this one is going to go up for a $35 start. $35 start. J.D. Crowe in the New South. And our fourth auction is going to be Pete Townsend Empty Glass. Pete Townsend Empty Glass is a Japanese pressing. $15 start on Pete Townsend Empty Glass. Just a $15 start. That has his hit song as a solo artist, Let My Love Open the Door. That one's on there. All right, we have the Marvelettes Greatest Hits. That's $19.99. The Marvelettes Greatest Hits, $19.99 on that. Jared Inkson on Pete Townsend for $15. Next is Outlaws and the Eye of the Storm. The Outlaws is $19.99. And we have Detective is Tony K of Yes and Michael Des Barnes of Silverhead. Band signed to Swan Song. Notice the similarities of the band company jacket. Wow, he's talking about this right here, Detective. Wow, $14.99. That is very interesting. Swan Song Detective. Very cool. $14.99. The Bad Company jacket. Yeah, looks like Bad Company. Derek, you pick up on stuff that I'm just marveled by, that you pick up on. CC Allen on the Marvelettes. Thank you, CC Allen. That's so do you. And we have speaking of Yes, Classic Yes, round the corner, round by the bend, close to the edge. This is in shrink. This has Heart of the Sunrise, Wonder Stories, Yours No Disgrace, probably my favorite of all time, Starship Trooper, Long Distance Runaround, and You and I. That's some great stuff there. $19.99 on Classic Yes. I think that's the single cut for an You and I. No way that's the 10-minute version. Court of Life. What? Might be. Is this the full 10-minute version of the You and I on here? There's no telling how many I've listened to this. Yeah, it is. 10 minutes and 7 seconds. That's amazing too. And You and I. We have This Is the Noise That Keeps Me Awake. Garbage. Wow. Sealed. $149.99. Album only. No book. Sealed. $149.99. That's garbage. This Is the Noise That Keeps Me Awake. Pete Townsend has 2 bids and now 3 bids. Phil Freeman's leading at 17. We have Craig Ruth getting Yes for $15, and it's time to make some buy it nows. So David Bowie is a $10 buy it now, 1984 and TVC 15. That's a promo, very nice. And Schlong, the singles, 89 to 95. That's a buy it now for $20. A 2022 US pressing on Gold Vinyl. That's a buy it now. All right, that's going over there. And then J.D. Crowe is a final call if you do want it for $35. Phil has Pete Townsend for $17. Next is the Beatles, 67 to 70. 67 to 70. And this is the 2LP 2014 remaster. 2014 remaster, $49.99. $49.99. Greatest Hits, Tom T. Hall. Tom T. Hall, Volume 3. Tom T. Hall is $9.99. And Slint Spiderland, that's a 2023 on blue vinyl. That is sealed for $32.99. Hall & Oates, Beauty on a Back Street. Hall & Oates is $19.99. And Mad Dog, John Entwistle's Ox. Mad Dog, John Entwistle's Ox. That is $19.99. Also, Carla DeVito, This Is a Cool World or What? $9.99 on Carla DeVito. And Rod Stewart, technically a self-titled album. Rod Stewart is $14.99. Very clean copy. Rod Stewart self-titled. We have Love Unlimited, $14.99 on Love Unlimited. And we have Chuck Jackson, Needing You, Wanting You. Chuck Jackson is sealed, $14.99. Also, the John Butcher Axis, Along the Axis, $14.99. And Johnny D is back, an album by the Fatal Flowers, sealed, $14.99. Pete Townsend then is sold to Phil Freeman for $17. I never did hear back from Clifford Umstead. That's over 12. Cheryl offered 12 on HO, which is Hall & Oates. Sell that to Cheryl for $12. Ginger offered 10 for Rod Stewart. Sell that to Ginger for $10. Let's make JD Crow a buy it now for $35. JD is now available, and there's only one for sale in Japan for $57.50, just FYI. Let's put up another. I got 2 more Japanese pressings to put up, and then a Smashing Pumpkins record. So first is some low start Japanese stuff, and the first one we have is Mick Jagger, She's the Boss. Mick Jagger's in Shrink with Obi. It's a nice copy. It's going to go up for a $15 start. We have Quarter Flash, Take Another Picture, Shrink, Obi with Hop and inserts. That's a $15 start. And we have the Smashing Pumpkins Greatest Hits. Now, this was recently just released, relatively the last half of this year, and it was always bootlegged. It never was available on vinyl. This is the Smashing Pumpkins. Now, this is a limited edition Pearl Platinum color. The last time I put it up, it did not sell for $75. I went back and double-checked it. I was like, well, maybe that's just too high of a starting bid. It's not at all. I mean, I think really the last couple sealed, they kind of was jumping around, but I knew there was at least one that sold for $100 recently. But I am going to reduce it to a $55 start. This is limited edition Pearl Platinum colored vinyl, the Smashing Pumpkins Greatest Hits. Drown, Cherub Rock, Today, Bullet with Butterfly Wings, 1979. First time that was available on vinyl. That's going up. Okay, and then Robert Phillippe wants JD Crow for a $35 buy now. Nice pickup. Nice pickup. Thank you. That's sold to you. We have Jimi Hendrix Smash Hits. VG Condition, $14.99 on Jimi Hendrix Smash Hits. Kingfish, Live and Kicking. Kingfish, EX $17.99. There's Bob Weir of the Grateful Dead. EX $11.99 for Kingfish. And Rock and Roll is Still Alive. Recorded live at Pickett's Lock Sports Center, 15th of May, 1976. That's the Flying Saucers, the Hellraisers, and Crazy Caven and the Rhythm Rockers. That's EX Edition, $11.99. Dave Mason Split Coconut is VG Plus, $11.99. Jared Inc. is in on Quarter Flash at $15. Final call. No bid on Mick Jagger or Smashing Pumpkins, except for right now John Kaiser's in at $55. But yeah, that's like a $100 record typically all day. All right, I hadn't put up a 45 in a while, and I have Otis Redding, Sitting on the Dock of Bay. Boy, this is beautiful. This is limited edition gold vinyl, celebrating the 50th anniversary of the legendary soul single, As Mortal as a Song as R&B Ever Produced. That's true. That song right there, I think we'll be listening to it for another 100 years. Otis Redding, Sitting on the Dock of the Bay. That is a record store day. Stax, 60th anniversary, a re-release on gold vinyl. The B-side is Sweet Lorraine, or Lorraine, I think Lorraine. Another Otis Redding song. Co-wrote by Steve Cropper, the legendary session guitarist, also in the Blues Brothers. $10 start on that. 4 auctions wide going into turn 2. Let me take a deep breath right quick. Thank you all for slowing down a little bit this time of the night. I was there for a while earlier tonight. I couldn't keep up. As usual, we have Yorma Calcoen. Yeah, Qua by Yorma Calcoen. I recognize the cover. Yorma Calcoen is VG Plus, $11.99. He was the guitarist for Jefferson Airplane and a lot of other bands. The list goes on. CCR, Hot Tuna is another one, Hot Tuna. CCR, the Royal Albert Hall concert, VG Plus, $21.99. Price on Detective. Derek was trying to get somebody to buy it. He may buy it himself. Detective is $14.99. $14.99. We have the Erotic Delights of Lady C. Yes, she's nude on the cover. Bottom seam is split. EX Edition, $9.99. The Erotic Delights of Lady C. We have Fila Brasilia, Black Market Gardening. That's a 2001 UK Future Jazz. Wow. $199.99. $199.99. All right. Well, John Kaiser, you're the only one on Smashing Pumpkins. I'm going to sell it to you for $55. Jared Inc., you get Quarter Flash for $15. Mick Jagger is a $15 buy now, and we have a tie on Otis Redding. Salty Dog bid 10 and Heath Norman bid 10. Mick Jagger is a buy now for $15. Charlie Marks wants the Lady of the Night, or the erotic delights of the lady. And Derek offered 10 for Detective. Derek, you get Detective for $10. Next is Garcia, as in Jerry Garcia. This is a 72 German press. I remember showing this before. It may be one of the nicer copies of Garcia I've ever seen, as far as the vinyl. It is on that beautiful German vinyl, $49.99. Otis is now at 15 with Heath Norman. Let's put up another Japanese pressing, and I have a Kiss OG Destroyer. First is White Nights. It's a Japanese pressing with Obi. It's going to go up for a $15 start. The original motion picture soundtrack to White Nights. $15 start on White Nights, and I have Kiss Destroyer. Kiss Destroyer is a 1976 OG Terre Haute in VG condition. It is in VG condition. Sterling sound. It is a Terre Haute. It is in VG. It is OG. It is a $25 start. $25 start on Kiss. White Nights is a $15 start. Otis Redding is now at 15. John Kaiser gets to Jerry Garcia. Excellent decision there. Would I take 100 on Garbage? Let me see what I had that one marked. Wow, no one got the David Bowie single. Garbage, I got it marked for $149. Daryl, can we do $115? That's $35 off, and I'll sell it to you. Next is Black Rose. There's another Black Rose album. We sold one earlier. $29.99 for that one. Jay Davis is in on Kiss. It's a VG, but it's OG. And let me go ahead and pull out this Fila Brasilia record, too. That's a pricey record. We have Beatle Country with Charles River Valley Boys. So that's a country and western group, I think, covering Beatles music. $19.99. Otis Redding, Salty Dog, let me know if you want back in. Daryl says he will do $115 on Garbage. Great decision there again. That is sold to Daryl Johnson for $115. Thank you. That's sold to you. We have 10 Years After. 10 Years After is $19.99. And we have Sgt. Pepper's Lonely Hearts Club Band. That's a 50th anniversary edition. Gatefold, no condition notes. $36.99 on Sgt. Pepper's. Sheena Easton. This is $9.99. That's a 12-inch single for Swear. $9.99 on that. And we have Gloria Gaynor, Love Tracks. This has her hit song, I Will Survive on it. Gloria is in shrink on the original Polydor label. That's where we're at, folks. Let me check, make sure. I was going to make sure a couple of new buyers earlier. Okay. Gloria Gaynor's 14. And welcome, Jason Fortner, Al Salty Dog. So, this is sold to Heath Norman for $15. Final call on Kiss. Final call on White Nights. Final call on that as well. Otis Redding. I have more Record Store Day singles and other stuff to put up. Next is, what else do we have here? Ooh, cool. Let me make sure the vinyl's nice. Okay, it is. It's got a weird intro. Burning Down the House. The Talking Heads, or Talking Heads. Original 7-inch single. This is going to be a $10 start. The B-side is I Get Wild and Wild Gravity. This is Burning Down the House, Talking Heads from Speaking in Tongues. The original picture sleeve, that's going up for a $10 start. Cheryl Smith on Kiss for $26, and Frank Galena bid $27. Or other way around, $27, $26. So new bids on Kiss, now 3 bidders. The Silencers, A Letter from St. Paul. VG Plus Lemon 9. Black Rose is Cher by any other name. Okay, so Black Rose is Cher. So this is essentially just a Cher record. Is that what you're saying? $29.99. And we have The Network, Money Money 2020. That's a new wave record on hot pink vinyl, $19.99. $19.99. All right, now let's see what we have here. Let's see, Fila Rose, David Bowie. Yes, it's a promo of 1984 and TVC 15, taken from Fame and Fashion. Taken from David Bowie's album, Fame and Fashion. It's a promo, 15 on that. Now Kiss is at 30. The Bowie single was 1984 TVC 15. Kingfish. Yes, Kingfish from earlier. Kingfish is right here. It's called Live and Kickin'. It's EX, $11.99, no condition notes, and it is on United Artists. Of course, featuring Bob Weir, The Grateful Dead. We have another bite now. White Nights is a no bid. White Nights is a bite now for $15 if anybody wants it. All of a sudden, we got some activity on Kiss, and Talking Heads is a $15 start. Talking Heads is a $15 start. Let me adjust my knuckles, my neck, my spine, and I'm going to take a drink of water right quick, okay? Quick timeout. All right. Now, we learn every night here that the world of music is an ever growing learning experience. We find that out every night here. Me as the host and the seller and the dealer and a so-called expert. But what I soon realize is the mastering the world of music is a long, complex subject unless you get really focused into a couple things. I'm pretty focused on classic rock records, Beatles, Zeppelin, Floyd, you know, not only about the bands, but about the records, but mastering just the whole world in and out of music. I think you could spend your whole life studying classical, and just showing and telling about classical records, much less all this other stuff, A to Z. So I thoroughly enjoy some of our very knowledgeable customers, Derek Clark being one of them who watches up in Canada. He gives all this incredible knowledge. He enlightens us. And I know some people are Kiss fans, some people are Aerosmith fans, and man, I mean, just knowing every little thing on the details, it's just, I mean, I read Wikipedia entries anytime I can. Like I was reading about Stevie Nicks tonight, earlier today, because I knew I was going to sell that poster tonight. And man, I mean, the history of Stevie Nicks and Fleetwood Mac, I mean, you could read books and watch stuff for hours on it. Whew. So, big network of very knowledgeable people watching this stream right now. There's a lot of people I know, even local, that stay quiet. They never comment. But I know they're watching, and every once in a while they'll comment. And they'll throw something out there, or I'll get corrected on something. So I'm always very fortunate to have very knowledgeable, because I can't master it all. Now, I am pretty good about just the records in general. I can tell you about the record, but sometimes just the overall basic information, I'm very humble about it because it is overwhelming sometimes. So let's go back up to the top. And we have Kiss 32, Kiss 35, and then we have Dylan at 30. Dylan. What was Dylan? Did I show a Bob Dylan? Frank Galena, you put Dylan 30. Is there a Dylan? Is there a Bob Dylan record in here? That's what I didn't catch, Frank, earlier. And then Kingfish, we have an offer for 7. Noah, I'll do that. Okay, I'll go ahead and sell it. Who asked about this, though? Noah. Go ahead and sell that to Noah for $7. And we have NAS 3. NAS has Todd Rundgren. NAS 3 is $29.99 SGC. I'm pretty good at showing you the labels and knowing what labels are the first, second, third, that kind of stuff. Probably more so than a lot of the band and band members in general. NAS is $29.99. Reno and Smiley, 1983 Collector's Edition, Volume 5. Reno and Smiley is sealed, $19.99. Johnny Cash, The Walls of a Prison. Johnny Cash is $12.99. We have Sesame Street, Rubber Ducky, The Square Song. This is sealed, $19.99. This is Sesame Street and Other Children's Pop Hits, $19.99. And what else do we have here? This is called Let's Do It Again, The Staple Singers, music by Curtis Mayfield. That's in shrink, $19.99. Share is $24.99. And we have Fairport Convention, Tippler's Tales. Fairport Convention is on UK Vertigo, $19.99. That's something we don't see often. All right, nobody bid on Talking Heads. That's a $10 buy now. And Kiss is sold to Charlie Marks for $35. Charlie, thank you. OG Destroyer, so do you. Looks like we need some new auctions, eh? Here's actually a record left over, I think, from one of the blues nights, and I'm really surprised no one bought. This is an original 1963 mono of Lonnie Mack, the Wham of That Memphis Man. This is the OG original mono from 1963, and it is going to be a $35 start. It's an original mono pressing, and Paul graded a VG. And as y'all know, we've been grading these blues records conservatively. That's a really nice copy. All right, before I do that crate again or get other crates, here's kind of what I need to do. My no-sell pile has got out of control here. So let me reorganize some of this. Talking Heads, $10. White Knights was $15 with Obi. David Bowie, $10. Fila Brasilia, I pulled out some of the high-end records. That's $200. Mick Jagger's $15. Schlong was a no bid for $20. Pearl Jam was a no bid for $10. Trisha came out of the bin. She's $150. Afro Man was a no bid for $225. And the Black Keys, the sort of audiophile pressing, or it is an audiophile pressing, it's a 45 RPM at Palace. It's $155. And then there's the higher price stuff. We sold garbage. And then there's the 45. So just had to get those restacked before I have a disaster and they spill everywhere. Anybody want to make an offer? I may read through those one more time. Lonnie Mac's a $35 start. And I have more singles. Speaking of Otis Redding, this is the pretty cool. So Otis Redding did Respect First. It's actually written by him, RESPCT. That's what it means to me. And then Aretha covered it. And of course, the most iconic and well-known version, Respect. So one side is Aretha and one side is Otis Redding. That's a $10 start, side by side. I know the plastic looks weird on the vinyl, but I promise there's nothing wrong with it, or at least I say that. Let me see. Uh-oh. Yeah, this plastic may have messed up this vinyl. Boy, it certainly looks like it's gassed it almost. Yeah, it has. Look at that. Uh-oh, that's messed that up. Or unless that's the color of the vinyl, which I don't think it is. I think this has been gassed. This is why you don't store your records in this kind of condition or in this kind of plastic. That probably will affect playback. I probably should retract that. I lost Facebook comments, did I? Oh boy, I did. I lost Facebook comments. I probably need to retract this until I test play it. So let me pull that out. At first, I thought it was just going to be stuck to the plastic, but it's actually gotten gassed, and it's affected the condition. So if you have that somewhere, you probably want to go ahead and pull it out of the sleeve. Did I lose? I have lost Facebook comments. Yeah, let me just retract that auction. That is unfortunate. Let me pull this up. And I think I've lost Facebook, haven't I? I have. Afro Man 175, and Glory Gainer 14. Afro Man, yeah, that was PVC. Yeah, we've lost Facebook comments. I'm going to have to restart the stream, or I'm going to give it a second to recap. Charlie Marks, I do see your offer on Afro Man for $175. So we're currently disconnected from Facebook. Y'all can still hear me, but I can't see your comments on Restream, which is going to be right here. I can see them right here. I'll do $200 on Afro Man, which will be splitting the difference with you. Very scarce record. Like Paul said, over 1,000 have it, or over 1,000 want it in their collection, and what was it, 117 or something like that? I'm going to have to end the feed regardless, but I just want to make sure I didn't miss any comments. So we've gotten booted from Facebook, which happens quite often. I'll go ahead and make Lonnie Mac a bot now for $35 so I can have a clean slate for whenever we come back. And we'll come back for a short but sweet part 2. Unfortunately, I got to restart the feed. And we make sure he doesn't want Afro Man for $200. And if that pops up, I'll check it. So, yeah, these are not good sleeves. They did a bad job putting them in those. Leslie, hold on the Bowie. Okay, I missed a lot of stuff. Yeah, I don't know how long I've been disconnected from Facebook. We'll go ahead and sell Leslie that. I'll need to completely I'll need to completely kill the feed and then come back because I've gotten booted. Everything's fine whenever I reset it. I'll probably give it a couple seconds so it all has time to upload, and then I'll come back, okay? Brian D. Leon on Lonnie Mac. Sorry for anybody that's watching for the first time. That's sold you for $35. We get kicked. It doesn't happen that often, but it happens, and I'm going to have to restart the feed, and it will say part 2. I'll have to schedule it. It's a whole ordeal now. Charlie wants Afro Man for $200. I actually don't have problems typically anymore with it. It used to happen quite often, but now it happens, unfortunately, more often. Charlie, that's a great deal at 200. Thank you. And there we have it. So anybody, if I missed anything else on Facebook since I was dead there for a while, let me know. For anybody watching that wants to come back, please do. Show's not over. I don't know really what we're going to do for part 2. I'll probably do at least one half-off bin, which would be worth your time to come back through, come back for, and then we'll find out. Our store is a mess, as usual, on Monday and Tuesdays. I don't go super late because there's always so much to clean up and work on for the next sale. Because tomorrow night, man, I've got more autographs and stuff like that. Plus, I want to go through one more time. While I still have everybody on here, I just want everybody to know I still have one more time, and that way you know before you get off. Let me start from the beginning. Here's where we started. Peter Criss is sold. Eric Singer is $75 or best offer. Stevie Nicks is $2,950 or best offer. Kicks is still available. I can get prices if you want those. And Striper and Great White. Avenged Sevenfold is sold, $500. There's Otis. All those are sold. Rolling Stones is still available for $1,500. Led Zeppelin sold for $9. Beach Boys is $1,750. Allman Brothers is $1,850. Paul Stanley sold for $500. All the Elvis is sold. All those sold. We sold the coins, and Paul Stanley sold for $500. So that's where we're at on those. Just FYI. Gloria Gaynor was $14.99. Gloria Gaynor's $14.99. John Smetzer. I Will Survive. Love Tracks. Yeah, I can see you. I can see Facebook right now, and I can see YouTube, but I can't see them all together because here's Facebook. I'm watching like I'm watching as Chad Williams myself. Here's Restream, but I can't. Facebook's not appearing on Restream. So, Lincoln Park. Lincoln Park, that was a couple weeks ago. I still have that. It's $1,500 or best offer. I've actually turned down 2 offers on eBay. One was pretty fair, one was pretty low. Still a pretty expensive offer, but I still have it. It is signed by Chester Benningfield. I'm looking for a good home. So, yeah. Okay, let me go ahead and end the stream. Give me at least 10 minutes, and if for some reason, I'll definitely come back. I was going to say if for some reason I don't decide to, I'll let y'all know. But I'll at least come back and do a half-off bin or something. If it was a little bit later, I'd go ahead and call it a night. But I will be back, and we'll try at least one half-off bin to wrap up the sale, okay? So don't go anywhere. Give me about 5 minutes. It's got to download. I got to reschedule it. It's a lot different now, and I'll come back. I promise it will be worth your time, okay? We'll do some half-off stuff. See you very soon. Give me about 5 minutes, okay? It will say part 2. It will say part 2. Show is